Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are glad you are watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us on TV TV as we start out your favorite open forum political discussion show that seeks to give you an opportunity to air what you think about the latest development on our political front. Well, today the DP is out. Lecturing the president in public over the matters of using state house to meet different community leaders and traditional leaders. I don't know what's happening with the DP, but things not to be the same again for him. Well, what do you think about his outbursts of late? Is it that the heat is too much, or things are falling apart for him? Of course, Kenya Kwanza Alliance are doing the catch up as they try to crisscross and get as many voters in their basket as possible. Baba is still camping in Western, and Mzee Atwoli insists Kateni Miti. Things will never be the same again for the Sugoi man. I don't know what you think. It is that time again. Let us get down to business. The link to use to get in studio is right now in the comment section. You click on it, allow StreamYard to configure your camera as well as your audio, and you will be in studio for us to discuss what is going on right now. There is a lot that is happening, and we all need to be on toes as far as keeping abreast with every issue at hand. The politics are becoming interesting with every passing day. What is it with the DP and the president? Why the accusations and counter accusation? Is this the way to go about dealing with their difference or their falling apart? Is there not a better way? Well, we need to know what you think and what you feel about the whole situation. You're welcome. Thank you so much for choosing Mtembei TV and continuing to follow us. Solomon Bone, we salute you. Thank you so much. Kevin Otieno, asante sana. Kuna Ubacho Abdi, asante sana. Kevin Otieno, we salute you. Alum, karibu sana. Anderson Natse, karibu kabisa kwa show ya leo. Kuna Bishop Sila Lastborn, thank you so much. Honorable Kiprono Keitani, asante sana. Kuna Christopher Kevin, karibu kwa show. Na Bwana Martin, we salute you. Thank you for joining us. Jared Ombata, karibu kwa show. Kuna Jacob Chagagana Jahoma Bay, thank you so much. Bakis Muhammad, we salute you. Kuna Nabwana Martin, thank you so much. Alan Misoga, hey, majina makali kweli. Kuna Rajab Hamisi, kuna Austin Libasaya, wow. Cornelius Wasik, thank you so much. Wallace Kariuki, kuna Sydney Masai, kuna nani huyu Agri Senagi. Thank you. We salute you all. Thank you for joining us fast and furious. We thank God that you found time to join us. I'm glad that things are happening so fast, and we all have to ensure that we are running fast to catch up with them and be able to be on the same page with the happenings in order for us to provide required leadership. Romians, how are you today?
Fine. Hey, fine, thank you. How are you?
I'm well. Good to see you.
Hey, thank you. I'm also happy to see you. I can see Elisha there, Alex, Frederick, and many others.
Miti mnakata ama tufanyeje?
Yeah? Sikusikii vizuri.
Sorry. Miti mnakata ama
miti inakatwa. Hiyo miti inakatwa na inabidi tumenunua power saw kutoka South Korea.
Ehe.
Hatutaki ya China. Ya
Ya
China
China
inaweza
ifanye kazi,
haribika.
ya
Ya
China
China
inaweza kukosa.
itaharibika. Itaharibika hiyo ya China. Tunataka South Korea ile ya baba, ile original.
Basi. Karibu
Sa,
tupatie uhondo.
unajua hii show imekuwa addictive, ni kama damu ndani yangu. Sasa eh, mnanipata kweli?
Yes, we can get you. Go ahead,
Bernard.
please. Make your introductory submission as we move on. Thank you.
Okay, so today I see, my problem is, my problem is not about the feeling of deputy president or what, but my problem is about how he expresses his feelings. You cannot threaten the president every time. That is lack of decorum, and it shows that this is a person who is very bitter, and he actually is putting us is giving us a question mark. The kind of a leader he is. Yesterday, Bernard, I said that if I were the deputy president, I would not have responded that issue. But I'm seeing that it has become the center of their discussion and their campaign, and therefore I think this is also a strategy for Azimio people. While these people are concentrating on blaming the president, the other one are selling their manifestos and they are moving on. So you find that the deputy president should be advised. He should be advised that that is not the way you handle things. Both of them are living in a government house. Uhuru Kenyatta is also living in a government house, the state house. But I've never seen Uhuru Kenyatta blaming the deputy president when he hosts his guest there and calling out in public the way the deputy president is doing. I think the deputy president he has decided to cut it loose. It is like ikwe sasa. He has actually decided to fight it directly. If I were him, I would stay like a stupid, like I'm seeing or I'm not seeing. If you wanted to conquer some war, you don't need to show all your claws. You have to hide some so that somebody or the enemy will not understand you. But already we have understood them, and the president has already understood them that they are people of emotion. So we shall use the emotion to beat them down. That one aside, when it come to the other one, I saw the same Kenya Kwanza in Sabatia, karibu na kwetu hapo Huisero. Only 40 people were there. So you see, while Azimio are removing, Malala is following back, and it is very embarrassing that the crowd are not interested. Today, the crowd boycotted them and went for where Baba was. So these people needed to understand that this thing has already gone. So they don't need to play. I don't know which kind of game, which term I'm going to use, but it need to be very clear to them that this thing has already gone. So, in other words, they should be recollecting their mind and thinking otherwise on how to organize themselves for the next election if they want it. Then I saw the way Baba was welcomed, and you see, the other time Malala confessed, and today he confirmed that it is true. It is only Baba who can pull a crowd. Hata kama Baba akiongea akiwa haonekani na watu wasikie tu Baba, sauti wanajazana pale. And you see the way Baba has done it in Lukuyani and the other part of Western Kenya. So this one, it is direct. Atwoli alirudia, and I like this mzee. Sisi kwa Kiluya tunamuita Omsatsa. Yeye ni mwanaume kamili na afichi maneno yake. It is true, Bernard, miti inafaa ikatwe kwa sababu ukiangalia ile machungu yenye hao watu wanaongea tutaumia. Hata hospitali zetu itabidi tumefungua, tutafungua ile inaitwa flying doctors tuweze kupata hao watu mali wameanguka sana tuokoe, because we don't want them to die. We want to see them witnessing how the country is run so that they learn from it, they learn from the real leaders. Then later we shall give them that leadership. It is not a must that they become leaders now. I want to introduce something that you've not talked about here. You heard that Moses Kuria said that it is not bad if a government that is not performing is overthrown. Now, Bernard, there's one thing I've learned. Ile kitu yenye DP anakataa ndio ukweli, na ile yenye amekubali jua ni uongo. So anything that the deputy say it did not happen, know that it happened. Mimi nimemzoea hivyo, because I remember one time akisema Western Hotel does not belong to him, ikakuwa ni uongo, but later ikaonekana ni kweli. Kuna siku ingine akawa aliletewa nini ile alikuwa anasema in 6 months time. Unajua alideny si yeye. So what he denies is always right. So for us, hiyo yenye amesema, hiyo story ya Uhuru yenye amekataa, mimi kwangu nobody will convince me that it was not like that. And for people like Moses Kuria, Kenya Kwanza, people should be very careful with Moses Kuria. We don't know what he's doing, but as critical as I am, I think Moses Kuria is up to something. We might be hating Moses Kuria on the side of Azimio, and maybe Moses Kuria is on a mission. We don't know. So they should not be clapping for him every time, because whatever Moses Kuria says is very critical, and it is actually it actually carries some weight. So when Moses Kuria says that it is not bad to impeach a government that is not performing, of course there was something there. Now, you are asking me which way Raila or which way Ruto. The way, if it's about leadership, the way is Raila. If it's about suffering and humiliation, mental humiliation, is about Ruto. Ruto needed to mature emotionally and to accept that changes are there and things do happen. Na kufa, ukue strong, ujiunde, ukubali mambo hufanyika na yanapita. Si mwisho wa dunia. Mwisho wa dunia utakuja siku yenye Yesu alisema. So you need to accept things. Hii mambo ya kusema analazimisha vitu haitawezekana. Atulie tu na Mungu atamsaidia. Acha nimalizie hapo.
Asante sana bwana Romance, na inaonekana wewe ni kansela mzuri, unabidi kubuku hao watu mapema ukawafanyie
nimewabuku kabisa.
Asante. Bwana Frederick, namna gani leo?
Niko salama Bernard, labda wewe?
Niko mzima. Leta uhondo mbio mbio tu usonge mbele.
Asante, naona wenzangu wameingia ndani kabisa. First of all, wacha ni congratulate Kevin Kindiki for getting 145 masks. That's the son of Senator Kindiki. Just imagine the son of Senator Kindiki getting 145 masks in a KCPE. Let me leave that one aside. Bernard, the mission of today, I can see it is very clear.
Usicheke mtu kabla yako ijakuja.
We used to perform, my friend. We used to perform. We don't joke.
You don't know your kids, my friend. Success.
Alex, na wale watu wote mko nyuma ya curtain tunawang'oa. We cannot start with darkness like this, please. Frederick, endelea.
Yeah. Thank you, Bernard. Issue number one, another thing, let me congratulate Governor Mbadi, Nini MP Mbadi, for opting out of Omabay gubernatorials. And that one can just tell us the way Baba is planning his things. Baba is placing his house in order. So those who thought that maybe ODM this time around can just cause chaos or can disappoint Baba, will never disappoint Baba. Baba is making his things correctly and is placing them in order. I would allow me to thank Mbari for doing that. Now we have only one candidate in Homa Bay, that is Wanga. Wanga is the next governor of Homa Bay. I want to start by Ruto and Uhuru. Bernard, it is a shame for Ruto to argue with his boss in public. We all know that silence is the best weapon to fight. If you keep silent, that not mean that you are weak. Doesn't mean you have nothing to say. Doesn't mean you are a fool. But can tell how clever you are. But if you can come to public every now and then attacking your boss, my friend, the way you are attacking your boss is the same way your followers will one day attack you. Na malipo ni hapa hapa dunia. Hakuna malipo italipwa mbinguni, ni hapa hapa tu. Hata kwa president leo, yeye pia ajitayarishe, atapata majibu hapa hapa dunia. So Ruto should keep off from attacking his boss. Should keep quiet. Does not mean he's a fool, does not mean he's weak, does not mean he cannot make it. But the advisors of our Deputy President William Samoei Ruto should advise him accordingly. And I think all these things he has been saying every now and then are the things which will cost him a lot. If he has not realized about that, these are the things which will cost him a lot. So number 2, Atwoli and Ruto, my friend, people from Loyal Land, now you should know who Atwoli is. To me, from my little knowledge I have, people like Atwoli, if you have someone like Atwoli talks, don't just think that there are people who can wake up one day, one time and just talking. They talk sense and they talk what they know. Atwoli knew this before. Like the issue of Halwale becoming the governor of Kakamega. Atwoli said very well, Halwale will never be the governor of Kakamega. And it is obvious and it is clear. One is out from Kakamega race that Malala is going to be the governor of Kakamega. That's the end of Halwale. Let tell these people the reality. Let tell them the truth. Hiyo ndiyo mambo ya Halwale kuisha kwa siasa. Juu hata hapo kwa Kenya kwanza, William Ruto will not be the president of Kenya. Once William Ruto cannot make it to be the president of Kenya, the same way Halwale cannot make it to be the governor of Kakamega. And that's the end of Halwale. And Atwoli saw this thing before, and he told Kenyans, and it has come to pass. We are still waiting the same way he told Ruto. William Samoei Ruto will not be the president. Miti wakatwe bwana. Watu wasigoi waanze kukata miti. Huyu mtu atajinyonga huko bure. Waanze kukata miti. Wasikize msee, chenye msee anasema ndio ukweli. Watu wasigoi kama wana watch hii program. Waanze kukata miti na waanze kukata yenye iko nyuma ya nyumba ya William Samoei Ruto, waende kwa mamake ama kwa brother yake, hapo miti wakate zote, makamba wajifiche. Hata kama wanauza makamba sokoni, wasimame hao watu wasiuze makamba, wause hata mayai. Mambo ya kamba na miti waachane nazo. Another thing, Azimio na Kenya kwanza, nothing we can debate there. Way ni Azimio. President Raila Amolo Odinga. Juzi mliona mama Martha Karua alikuwa na baba huko Western. And I always believe, if you have people like Martha Karua who can say that you are the one and you are the one. Remember, this woman one time slapped Raila. 207, around 207 there, he slapped Raila. And they are the people who witnessed the swearing in of the former president, Mwai Kibaki, at night. Today we are happy that it is in our is in this side of us, and we are very happy, and let us congratulate Martha Karua for the decision she made. Another thing I want to, okay, let me give room for another person so that I will come back later. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Karibu Arakambio.
Bari Benas.
Vipi?
Mimi niko salama. Namshukuru Mungu sana. Namshukuru Mungu, hii maneno ya Monday inakuwa ngumu. Unajua Monday ukishapumzika weekend vizuri, Monday unakuwa lazy bwana, mpaka unasikia man, si tungekuwa na weekend siku 4, lakini tunashukuru Mungu kwa kazi. Iko watu wengi hawana kazi, so tunashukuru Mungu. First of all, nataka niambie ndugu yangu kuwa I'm one of the people who toe my line ikifika kwa siasa na familia. Hamna siku nitachekea mtu yoyote mtoto wake amekuwa hivi ama bibi yake ako hivi ama iko hivi. Ndugu yangu, success is very elusive. Unaweza kuwa na kila kitu lakini mtoto wako akose kila kitu, ama ukose kila kitu mtoto wako akuwe na kila kitu. So hii maneno ya watoto tuiache hapo. Tafadhali tusilete hata siku moja. Hiyo ni mbaya kabisa. Hiyo tusikubali hiyo maneno. Watoto wetu, bibi zetu tuwawache kabisa kwa siasa yetu. Siasa ni ya kufanya watoto na ndugu zetu na bibi zetu wawe salama. Wanaume wamenyane. Sawa. Kitu ya pili, nataka kumkosea ndugu yangu Will Smith. Nilimuona alikasirika akaenda mbele akachapa Chris Rock slap 2 kule. Hiyo sio njia ya kutetea wanawake. Hiyo unajiletea shida sana bwana. Hata kama tunachukia Cosmos Choi, hatuwezi enda huko tuanze kupiga yeye. Sasa tutaonekana sisi ndio wajinga sana. So iko njia tunapigana. Na hiyo njia ndio Raila amekuwa akipigana mpaka tumefika mahali tumefika. Sasa hii kitu ya Ruto, ulisema hapa, na I think every day I agree with you. Ruto does not have anybody to listen to. Ruto does not have a mother to listen to, does not have a brother to listen to, does not have anybody he can listen to. Ruto cannot listen to himself. You know, there are basic things that you should not even make mistakes. Given the experience, the exposure you have had to power. Ruto needs to know that power is a borrowed thing. It comes and it goes. It is dynamic. It's not static. You have it today, it is gone. And once it's gone, you look at it from very far away, from his friend now who told him in 2017, hii kitu utaiona kwa TV, today they are together. They are looking at it at the TV. Ngeno told him so. So I don't know why he's making those mistakes, but this is my understanding. When I look at the history on how they dismantled URP and Jubilee, there was a candid interview where Murkomen was cautioned and asked, why do you dismantle URP, knowing very well that what made you 2 people come together is ICC? It was a marriage of convenience. Why are you dismantling your party? I think by that time, they had already decided on how they are going to mess up IEBC. Chebukati had already been bought. We cannot talk of deputy president character without mentioning Chebukati. I'm telling you, that one we cannot. Even in this debate today, we cannot divorce Chebukati from William Samoei Ruto's character. Because you cannot have such powers until we unakuwa na vifaranga vya computer, you end up, you want to impeach the president, you end up to a point that you become a president in a de facto way for 4 years, and you cannot remember that was an illusion. In stature and constitutionally, you were never a president. So I think deputy president is living in past glory between 2013 and 2017. That's all I can speak about him. Ukisikia anaongea hivi, it is the power he wielded between 2013 and 2017. And this is 2022. Therefore, he's living in past glory. He is only seeing a power from far, and he can't understand that it's gone. And as I said, it looks like even the DP, I thought at some point if he took the advice of the president when he says this time around, The president was very nice when he said, this time around, you may not take the power, but if you behave in the future. So I think the DP is even messing up the future. So when I'm looking at him, I'm seeing a team that is going home forever. Where the DP has gotten to, he has no strategy, he has no agenda for Kenya, he has no vision even for himself. He has no love for a country, because you cannot lead the people you do not love, because the statements the DP is saying are insightful in a nature, and he wants to cause chaos. And the chaos that he wants to cause are very simple. The worst form of administration is anarchy. He wants to cause anarchy within the administration, and that is why the president is working on baby steps. And I think the president is doing everything he can to resolve few issues. But I think, as he said in 2017, that we will revisit some issues, we have no option, even as we must revisit some issues. When we take the government, we must. And the issue of Chebukati will be one of it, because Chebukati messed up our country. And that is what you are seeing today. Thank you very much. We will talk politics more after this. Those are opening remarks.
Asante Alex, nashukuru sana kwa maoni yako. Naomba tusonge mbele. Jared, namna gani?
Poa kabisa. Thanks the panelists. I just want to say hi, and regarding today's topic, I see that let me start on the way forward for RAILA and Ruto. One, I think Ruto is doing a good thing. One, on the side that even though he's copying, I think he's setting up Mudavadi and this, more especially Mudavadi, and the only person, which was very surprising, that all of the aspirants for Ford Kenya is only Moses Wetangula, to show them that what they are what. So he's telling them, show me what you're bringing from West, so that when we come back to the table, then you will tell me what you have been able to do in the West, and also setting these other two to see if they are ready to take over as a running mate. So it's one way he's setting them up. But the unfortunate side is, as I agree with the rest of from yesterday up to now, is how quick he likes to respond to things. Sometimes there are things you let them to cool down a little bit. I think he's going way far. And even if he could have responded to the president, the venue might not be the right one. Like you are responding to the president from outside the Mount Kenya. That's not how the people take it. When you were saying that this is
Jared, we have lost your audio. Check it again. There is something with your audio. We can't hear you. Pole Jared, inaonekana audio yako mbaya. Tengeneza kwanza, utarudi. Okay, Wembe, namna gani?
Salama sana ndugu yangu, habari yako?
Fiti.
Kwanza nataka nichukue nafasi hii niwasalimie walio wote hapa na wenye wako pale nyuma ya tent na wenye wanaotusikiza, ikiwapea ujumbe leo hii ya kwamba the fifth amewasalimia, who is the Right Honorable Amoro Odinga amewasalimia nyinyi wote.
Asante, salamu tumepokea.
Asante sana kwa kupokea salamu. Sasa kuna speech ambayo nimesikiza leo ya Wetangula. Moses Wetangula ameongea ya kwamba eti jana sijui Raila alikuwa hiyo sehemu ya kwao, eti Raila is the cause of Mumias, Raila is the cause of vitu mingi zenye amewekea allegations Raila. Sasa mimi swali langu ni kwamba huyu Wetangula wamesimama na Raila kila wakati. Imefika wakati ambapo yani amejitoa mwenyewe. Unajua kuna siku nyingine Wetangula amekuwa kwa meeting walikuwa pamoja na Ruto. Unajua Wetangula alisimama akaanza kusema sisi kama Azimio, so inamaanisha bado mwili iko pale, lakini mawazo yake yako wapi? Yako kwa Azimio. So it means the game that they are playing against Raila si ya kumpiga vita vya kura. Wanajua ya kwamba sisi tumepeleka pale, sisi ni tumbo imetupeleka pale, because these two leaders from Western, that is Wetangula and Mudavadi, as we are speaking now, they don't have the mandate in Western. Yani hakuna chenye wana dominate pale watakao pelekea nani Ruto pale kwa debe. These people wamejipeleka tu pale kwa sababu ya kukula wao peke yake. Sasa wacha nisungumzie kuhusu naibu wa rais. Unajua the kicks of a dying horse, wakati Sazira anataka kukufa, yani lazima ashikilie kitu ya kufanya nini? Ya kujitoa. Tunajua ya kwamba tulipigia Uhuru kura na Ruto kura, Ruto kuwa deputy, Uhuru kuwa president. We are only remaining with 4 months. Ruto atoke kwa ofisi ya deputy president. Vile vile Uhuru atoke kwa ofisi ya president. So ile kiti ambayo yenye tunaenda kupigia kura ni ya president na ya deputy president, of which I want to believe Raila kura zake bado ziko pale pale. Huyu Ruto, haya maneno ambayo anayomwekea Uhuru ni kwamba unajua Uhuru alikuwa na Ruto alikuwa anaamini ya kwamba Uhuru hata simama na Raila mpaka dakika ya mwisho. That is what he believed from before. Hata watu wote wenye ambao tulikuwa tunaongea na wao, wale maybe kuna wale ambao wako kwa mfano walikuwa kwa upande wa Jubilee, they never believed ya kwamba Uhuru watasimama na Raila mpaka dakika ya mwisho. Lakini leo hii Ruto anaposimama haamini ya kwamba Uhuru anaweza simama na Raila mpaka dakika ya mwisho, na finally hadi amemuendorse. Na si hata hivyo peke yake, ameleta chama chake kilichompeleka pale bungeni, kilichompeleka State House, ambacho kiliweka pamoja na Ruto, ndicho hicho chama ambacho tunaita Azimio, zikiwa pamoja na ODM na zingine nyingi zote zenye ziko pale zimepiga kambi. So Ruto is trying to defend himself, that is still strong, but those are the kicks of a dying horse. So mahali popote penye ambapo nataka kuambia wale watu ambao ni wa UDA na hao Kenya Kwanza, agendas zao zenye wako pale, akisimama tu hivi unasikia yule mzee wa kitendawili. Sijai sikia ya kwamba nikikuwa president nitaenda kufanya hivi, sababu from 2013 walisema in first 90 days kila mwanafunzi wa shule ya chekechea atakuwa anapokea nini? Laptop. Hadi leo hii utaenda kwa shule uhesabu laptop kama ni 5 ama ni 10 zenye ziko kwa hiyo shule. So inamaanisha zile main agenda zenye ambazo alikuwa ameahidi wa Kenya hakuna yenye ametimiza. And this role of maybe ya kutengeneza barabara, ya kuweka maybe maji, ya kufanya, that is the responsibility of the government. Raila, as we are speaking, Raila is not in Raila has no government that he can authorize to do ABC. Not only he can only suggest mzee rais, si wewe unisaidie kusaidia wale watu wenye wako pale, wale watu wangu wako pale wanaumia. Ana suggest sababu hana nini? Hana serikali. So mtu mwenye ako na serikali ni nani? Ni Uhuru, ambaye anafanya nini? Anaweza authorize kitu fulani iende ifanyike, kitu fulani ifanyike. Sasa Ruto yeye benya hizi siku zote zenye amekaa hapo kwa serikali, yeye anaamini ya kwamba Ruto Raila Uhuru Kenyatta will turn against Raila, and for real Uhuru as stood firm, ameamua ya kwamba ana support baba, because ameenda kuangalia huyu kijana, huyu Ruto wenyewe si mtu mwenye ambaye anaweza ongoza nchi. Kama yeye ni naibu wa rais na ameiba yote, je, akikuwa sasa hakuna mwenye ako juu yake, ni nini atakachokifanya pale? So ndio ameangalia hata hao watu wa state ambao tunajiwanga ya kwamba kuna wale ambao unajua sisi tunapiganga kura lakini kuna wenye wanahesabu. Nafikiri sasa hizi wako convinced na wamekubali ya kwamba chenye ambacho huyu mzee president ameamua, and I've never seen it, a president kuamua ya kwamba raundi hii nampigia huyu debe aweze kuniridhi kutoka uongozini. So kwa kifupi sitaki niongee sana kwa sababu kuna wengine ambao wanaweza ongea pale, mzee I mean huyu kijana Ruto aende Sugoi ajipange kuwa opposition leader, na kama atakubaliwa, sababu constitution ya saizi tukiangalia constitution haikubali mambo ya opposition, tunakuwa na nini na serikali moja. So Ruto ajipange, atakuwa president wa Kenya ndio, lakini hatujui ni wakati gani ambao utafika, sababu ukiangalia watu wenye wako nao kina Mudavadi, kina Kalonzo, wote wamekuwa ma vice president, hawajawahi kuwa president. So inamaanisha when the right time comes for him, he will be the president of Kenya. Not unless kuna huyu mzee ambaye anapenda mzee Francis Atwoli anamwambia Ruto, kama unataka kukuwa president wa Kenya, aenda aulize nani? Moi. Moi alikuwa, that man was very humble, ambaye alikuwa anaheshimu viongozi wake. So if Ruto cannot respect the president, unajua kitu yenye ambayo nashangaa sana na huyu naibu wetu, sorry kwa kuongeza.
Bwana Wembe, tamatisha. Line
ni mrefu kidogo. Yaani Ruto anaweza simama aanze kuarticulate sheria za nchi na president mwenyewe ako kwa hiyo committee. Honestly, do we have a president? Do we have the deputy president? What is the role of the president? So Ruto alikiweka kuwa president ili hali kabla hajafika pale, angojea wakati wake ufike tumpange akuwe president. Lakini kwa sasa the fifth Raila Amolo Odinga anasimama. Thank you so much brother.
Thank you Wembe, nashukuru kwa maoni yako. Kabla tumlete Kenywa, tusikilize hii.
The President of Kenya, please, Mr. President, you are the leader of all Kenyans. The people of Kenya as president, you are the leader of all the people of Kenya. Do not allow the State House to be the theater for the planting of seeds of division of the people of Kenya along community lines. Please, Mr. President, don't allow State House to be used as the theater for dividing the people of Kenya along ethnic lines. I want to ask my friend, the President of the Republic of Kenya, even though you do not want to support me, it is fine. I supported you unconditionally. My friend, Mr. President, please do not allow State House, do not allow the office of the President to be the arena where falsehood, where propaganda, where negative ethnicity is being propagated against me as your deputy. My friend, I stood by you when no other person was ready to stand by you. I supported you when your friends, the friends you have today, were against you. Please, I am asking for very little. Please don't allow State House to be used as an avenue for propaganda to spread falsehood that we were involved in anything with a man of Kitendawili to impeach you or to bring down your government. Nothing of that nature. Nothing. And you know it, my friend, Mr. President. You know it, that it is not true. You know it is false. And I want to request you, with humility, that please protect the office of the president so that it doesn't become an arena or theater for falsehood, propaganda, and planting seeds of division of the people of Kenya.
Haya, Bwana Kenywa, kilio cha haki ama kilio cha
hiyo yote ni upuzi. Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Bernard. I think let me say mjambo nyinyi wote mko kwa show. I think my first word, my first thing I'll say, hiyo yote yenye Ruto amesema hapo ni upuzi. Hakuna kitu ya maana, na for the couple of weeks I've not seen the Ruto do anything constructive. He's fighting with the government that he is in, and he is crying foul, and for sure he knows that hii kiti ya party So he is trying to gang up and mobilize the people that he will be with in opposition. And he is trying to fight to make sure he has got a lot of MPs in parliament so that he will try to do the same thing he wanted to do to Mr. Kenyatta. You know, Ruto bought a lot of MPs with money so that mijadala yote ya serikali isiende mbele. Kama Raila si mtu ako na roho ya utu, angeambia MPs wake wasikubali kusaidia Uhuru. And let me tell you the truth, Uhuru angefanya anything. So Ruto ni mtu ako na upuzi na I think ni deputy president but I think ako tu yeye ni mtu ana mwelekeo for now. Yeye kazi yake ni kulia, wacha aendelee kulia tu, atalia na bado. And I'll keep on saying this, Baba knows all flavors of tear gas in this country, and now we want Ruto now to test the current flavored tear gas. Hiyo ndio tunataka, hiyo ndio sasa tunataka akuwe ready, because I know Ruto will dispute the way he's trying to gang up and to demonize youth, na atakuwa na bahati because this time round ataona moto sana. Mtu anataka ku make sure serikali ifanyi kazi ndio apate kiti. What type of a person is that? Kwanza Ruto anataka kuingia tumalize sisi watu wa Mount Kenya kwanza, atumalizie kahawa na majani chai na maziwa, anataka aingia tumalizie. That's why we don't need him. Tushaanza kumjua, kazi yake ni propaganda. Watu wake walikuwa kwetu jana, my home area, and whatever they said was just a lie and a propaganda. Na chuki kwa uso zao, nyuso zao ziko na chuki kubwa sana, something that we don't entertain in this country. So Bernard, let me just give someone time so that, because I'm here, niko hapa mpaka asubuhi. So then,
asante sana Bwana Kenywa, tunashukuru kwa maoni yako. Tunasonga mbele. Bwana Guru.
Bernard.
Yes, how are you?
I'm fine.
Jikoni imeshika moto ama ni kuni ambazo ni mbichi zinaleta moshi?
Hello.
Yes sir, we can get you.
Unanisikia?
Yes, nakusikia.
Ile iko ni kwamba yule jamaa pale amejikosea sana, kwa sababu unajua rais yeye hayuko kwa kinyang'anyiro cha urais, na kuendelea kubishana na Uhuru ni kupoteza muda. Lakini sababu ile kubwa ni kwa sababu anajua ile ilisungumzwa itakuwa na uzito mkubwa sana kwa wale walikuwa wafuasi wale wafuasi wa Jubilee, kwamba sasa wameanza kuelewa polepole nini ilitokea, ikafika kiasi kwamba watu walikuwa wanaenda pamoja wametengana. Kwake kuchukua kwamba ataenda sasa akiongea na njia kama ya kujaribu kufuta hisia ya watu, what we call sympathy votes. Mimi sioni kama itamsaidia sana, sababu unajua rais amekuwa mtu mtulivu sana kwa muda mrefu. Huyu jamaa amekuwa akiongea kwa miaka 4 na zaidi. Kwa hivyo kisu yake iko motoni tukielekea pale August. Na hata akiwa kama sasa aliongea ile maneno nje ya Central, Kwa nini asiende pale Central aongee namna hiyo, ndio ajue kwa uhakika kwamba ana watu ama watu wametoroka, kwa sababu ile mambo imetokea hivi majuzi kwa wale wake wameenda pale huko Kinyaga na kwingineko, wamekutana na watu ambao yani their reaction is not as it was there before. It is like they've started changing. Kwa hivyo kuanza kukaa kama ana lecture the president in public, I don't think it will help him and advance his cause. Haitaongeza kura, ni kupoteza, atakuwa akipoteza peke yake. Lakini pia ni kama vile tuliambia jana, siasa ni kutegana. Kama sasa amerushiwa kitu na ameanza kumeza tu, atameza mpaka atakuja kujua kwamba imemuharibikia, kwa sababu sasa unajua watu wanampima, wanaona sasa huyu jamaa akiwa rais na jambo fulani lisemwe ambalo yeye apendelei, atareact namna gani? Atwoli amesema bado tuendelee kukata miti, na ikiwezekana nadhani zile kamba zote ziko Sugoi sichukuliwe na zikawekwa pahali mbali sana na huyu jamaa ama sichomwe. Lakini zaidi ya hiyo, si huyu peke yake. Nadhani kuna kitu kimoja nimeangalia, wale wafuasi wa deputy president ni kama they have very unrealistic expectations. Juu ukiongea na mtu anasema ni Mungu tu hata wanandandia. Sasa swali ni je, kwani Mungu wako upande moja? Na kwani wale wengine wako upande ule mwingine Mungu hakuna, ama hata yeye wamenunua na pesa? Kwa hivyo ukijaribu kuangalia mtu, kumuonyesha ile iko ukweli na vile itakuwa ngumu kwa huyu jamaa, unasikia mtu atasema tu sisi tuna Mungu, na hilo jambo ni jambo sijui litakuwa namna gani. Labda Bernard unajua mambo ya kanisa, but we are also aware that there are people who have killed themselves in the name of the church and beliefs, most of them very unrealistic beliefs. Unakuta mtu amejinyonga tu kwa sababu alikuwa anafikiria, anaanza kulaumu Mungu, kwa nini haikufanyika vile na walikuwa wameahidiwa na Mungu kwamba huyu ndiye atakuwa. Kwa hivyo miti si kukatwa tu peke yake ya huyu jamaa, ni hata wale wanamsupport. Nadhani wale wengi ile mbutwa itawagonga on 10th of August, wakati kura zitakuwa sasa zikielekea kumalizika kukauntiwa. I think they will be shocked. Kwa hivyo Atwoli ameongea ukweli, na nadhani he should continue to warn these people not to put all their hope there, and to at least open up their minds, because siasa si hasa huenda ikawa haya baba huko Western. Nadhani siasa inaelekea mzuri. Nimeona kijana PK ame improve sana hata kwa kuchange ground. He's been very boring in the past, lakini inaonekana kukaa karibu na baba kunasaidia, na amekuwa very creative in changing the crowns. So nadhani, sijui kama ni yeye ama ni Martha, lakini tunangojea tutaona ni nani mwishowe. Lakini I have observed that he's really improved in his public address, especially in campaigning. Asante.
Asante sana Bwana Guru, tunashukuru kwa maoni yako na mchango wako. Ni vizuri tuangalie masuala haya kwa kina. na penye wazee hapaharibiki neno. So mzee Atwoli, ushauri wake ni lazima utiliwe maanani. Kijana inaonekana hesabu zake zimekataa. Sasa ni kilio baada ya kingine. Sasa sijui ni aidha Mungu ameacha ama ni watu, kwa sababu yeye amekuwa na Mungu na watu kila mara akitumia au kututisha sisi, hatuwezi kumfanya chochote. Yeye ako na Mungu na watu. Sasa sijui ni nani ameondoka, aidha Mungu ama watu, lakini kwa vyote vile August 9th lazima ikuje na ipite, so haiwezi kuzuilika. Bwana Douglas, ni Mungu ama watu wameondoka? Mbona makamu wa rais analia?
Inakaa wote wameondoka. Ai, Bernard. Sema.
It is well, thank you, good to see you. Wewe unaona Mungu na watu wameondoka, sasa tufanyeje?
Wote wameondoka. You know, you cannot pocket God. You can only pocket few people for a short time, but God is all over, and God is omnipotent and omniscient. Weekend nimekuwa Kakamega. I was really happy of the rallies that were there. Today niliona watu Kambiri huko Likuyani. All those places ni places nimeenda sana, and I love the young boys and men from there. Now, let me start by saying in the journey of Exodus, for those who read the Bible, Exodus, the children of Israel were supposed to take 40 days from Egypt to the promised land. 40 days. It was a 40 days walk. But you know what? They took 400 years. They took the long route. And it was done purposefully for them to learn a lesson. Ruto could have become a president using the shorter route by just obeying his master and becoming humble and submissive and playing the cards of the master. But he chose the long route, and that is good for some of us. And these people, why do people think that presidency is a preserve of a few people, of them only? They will always be bitter in public, ranting and hurling insults, lecturing people. They think that they are the ones who are supposed to be presidents. I remember the deputy president's speech in 2017, after the nullification of the 2017 general elections. In fact, he stood there with a check the court that this IEBC must carry the repeat elections, whether they like it or not. And he went on to lecture people on how they won 800 MCAs and such like things. At that time, he didn't remember that presidency is for all Kenyans. Today he's telling us that Uhuru is a president for all Kenyans. But at that time, he was only a president for Jubilee, where he belonged to. So that is a hypocrisy of the highest order, and we cannot. And as Mzee Atwoli says, we will never allow, come what may, we will never allow such a person to lead a country where you speak from the two sides of your mouth. And I think looking at the DP today, those are signs of desperation. As you said, whether God or people have left him, I think God left him a long time ago and people are leaving. In fact, they say when you surround yourself with fools, you also become a big fool. He allowed himself to be surrounded with people who I call political fools, people who do not add value to leadership, people who are just propagating hate, propagating insults, people who cannot add value to leadership. What do you expect from somebody like Moses Kuria? At that time, when the impeachment is alleged, he was surrounding himself with people like Sonko, who could take fierces and pour them at Jacaranda. You see, so those are the people he could surround himself with. What better thing could those people advise him other than advising him to impeach the president? And if at all it's true that he wanted to impeach the president, that is the lowest he came to, and that is the start of his long route to presidency. It will take him several years, very many years for him, because if it is proved that it was true, and whatever Livondo was saying, if it's proved it was true, then nobody will believe him. That is the journey we've walked. For those of us who have walked with RAILA for all these years, we've made noise. We've been in the streets. We've smell the tear gases, and now it's their turn. Let them eat the humble pie and wait for the time to come. Atwoli, I love what Atwoli says always. Huyu kijana niliwaambia hata kuwa rais, and it's true. He said Atwoli will never be the governor. And again, Bernard, I could not be in Kakamega if Khalwale became the governor. I could move and leave everything that I have there, because in 2017 was when Khalwale was campaigning. I really was pissed off with the campaign he was doing, and that's a person people wanted to be our governor. No, I said if he was to be the governor, I could have just left Kakamega and went to my native land. So KKA playing catch up. Of course, they will always want to do what Azimio is doing, having several rallies here and there. But Ruto should actually sit down with his campaigners, with the people surrounding him, tell them what to say to the people. It's high time they stopped insults. They stopped responding to the because Uhuru has nothing to lose. You will insult him, but you are scaring some people away. Even those people who are undecided who could vote for you, you are scaring them away. So they should reduce on insults. They should start now selling their policies and what they want to do for us Kenyans. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Douglas. Naomba tumsikilize Rose kabla tumlete Nicholas. Rose, namna gani leo?
Habari yako, habari zenyu Bernard?
Tuko wazima, asante sana. Yeah,
okay.
Tunakusikia.
Me too, I'm good. I thank God. Sasa
You're welcome.
Mimi nitachangia hapo pa Livondo. Mimi naona hapa kuna kaukweli kidogo, niseme kama Sabina. Because ukikumbuka vizuri saa ile walichaguliwa 2017, kukakaa kidogo tukaanza kusikia serikali inaongozwa na Ruto sababu Uhuru ni mrevi. Do you remember that, you guys? Hata tulikuwa tunawekewa tu picha kwa magazeti, unasikia Uhuru ni mrevi, tunawekewa kama Uhuru amekuja, kitu kama hiyo, tunasikia yeye ndiye anaongoza serikali. Na hapo ndio kama mpango kakaanza na akina Kimani, Dede Nyoro, Kang'ata, Legathe, ABCD. Wakawa wanaenda kufanya kampeni huko Central na wanawacha president State House. Unakumbuka hiyo story? Ndio president akaambia Ruto, wewe enda ukatangatange huko ati ukafanye kazi huko. Uhuru neither was he not knowing watu wameenda kumpangia jambo ya nini ya kumpindua. So hapa kwa kupindua serikali kuna ukweli kidogo, niseme kama Sabina, if I'm not wrong. Sababu hiyo njama walikuwa wanasema Uhuru ni mrevi. Walikuwa wanasema Uhuru ni mrevi kwa nini as a president? Si ni kumaanisha pale kulikuwa na kitu mchezo kidogo kalikuwa kanachezwa. So that one mimi siwezi kata. Livondo kuna kitu anajua. Na ukweli itapatikana kama Sonic walikuwa hapo, believe it or not, lazima atatupatia tape one of these days. Na mtakuja kuniambia hiyo ni lazima. Hapo kuna ukweli kadogo kalikuweko. Ya nikichangia kitu ya pili, why is it that now Ruto is complaining ati Uhuru analeta watu kwa State House? Yet Ruto alikuwa akifanya hivyo for the long time he has been into the office. Why? Do you know why? Sababu sasa Uhuru aliita wazee wote wa jamii ya Wakikuyu. And he knows very well these people can either bless or curse. Na anajua wakikasiwa everything is finished. Sasa ile ilikuwa jana, ilikuwa wazee wote wa Central yote, na wanakuja wengine wa kutoka Meru, Njori Njeke. Sasa that is why he's so worried, sababu ajui ni kitu gani ilikuwa inaongeleshwa huko. Lakini apende asipende, miti imekatwa, safari tu ndiyo amebakisha, na atasafiri moja kwa moja mpaka Sigoi. Na hatuna deni. Mtu ambaye atakutana na yeye anamwambia sisi hatuna deni. Hiyo deni anasema tuko nayo, yeye ndiye anajua. Na kama kuna ukweli aliiba kura akapatia Uhuru, hiyo ni yake. Sisi hatuna deni. Hatuna deni, hata yeye ndiye ako na deni yetu. We have no deni kwake. Wacha nichangie hapo kidogo, nitarudi.
Okay, asante Rose. Hakuna deni, basi kila mtu aelewe hakuna deni, kwa hivyo kila mmoja ajipange basi. Nicholas, deni liko ama liko?
Deni haya, deni hakuna.
Tulimalizana.
Ninasema deni pia hakuna.
Sawa sawa, ama Yesu alilipa, sisi ni Wakristo unajua.
Si alikula 10 na mwingine akakula 10.
Bas.
Ilikuwa 10 yake, akapiga 10 akiwa vice, na mwingine akapiga 10 akiwa president. Ikaisha hivyo. Okay. Nikichangia mchango wa leo, nini mada ya leo, hii kitu imezidi sana. Na yeye kwa hiyo muda yote amekuwa akifanya mkutano katika mali ya serikali. Kwani ni watu wangapi amewalika katika nini mali ya serikali huko Karen? Na huku president hajawahi ongea. Amealika Wakikuyu wamekuja hapo ndani. Amealika Wakalenjin wamekuja hapo ndani. Kila kabila wameingia katika Karen. Kwani hapo ni boma yake kama ni mali ya serikali? Hapo tunajua ya kwamba ni mali ya serikali. Kwa hivyo hata president amefanya kazi kwa hiyo muda yote, hajawahi ita watu wao. Na these people Kikuyu community wamekuwa wakitaka kupush president awaambie ni nini, what happened between him and deputy. Sasa unajua hawa, sababu ya hawa wanataka kujua ni sababu gani ambaye ilifanya hawa watu wakosani, na sio kitu huyu Ruto alikuwa anatarajia kwamba vile Wakenya sisi tulikuwa nataka tuambiwe atoke tu in public katika media na aanze kusema angeita hawa watu wao kwanza, aseme hii na hii na hii na hii ilifanya tukosane. Na mimi ninajua kwamba president alifanya kenye kiko right. Juu anaenda kumaliza tamu yake, kwanza angeongea na wazee. Kwa hiyo muda yote na akafanya kenye vile watu wao walikuwa nataka, na akawaambia sababu ni gani. Kwani uchungu ni ya nini? Kile kitu ambacho ninajua kwamba siku ya nyani ikifikia karibu kufa, hata akishika miti anateleza tu. Hiyo ndio Ruto ya kwanza. Juu sasa alijua ya kwamba kura ya President Kenyatta ni moja. Hakuwa na kura nyingine. Yake ni moja tu yenye atapatia baba Raila Amolo Odinga. Na president alimjibu akamwambia namna gani? Ndio mimi nina kura moja, lakini kuna watu 2 watatu wanaweza nisikiza. Sasa saizi hiyo kura anaona ya kwamba sasa kura imeanza kuwa kama zinamwagika, inamtia wasiwasi. Maze mimi naambia Mr. Deputy, angoje tarehe 9 tumuonyeshe kivumbi. Bado siku hiyo ndiye atakuja kujua kweli watu wamechoka na hii historia zake na mahadithi. Promise after promise. Hiyo sasa imeisha. Tuko na muda tu wa muda mfupi ili ya kwamba adanganyane, badala afanye kazi aendelee tu kudanganya kwa hizi miezi 4 imebakia. Hiyo ako na right, afanye vile anataka. Waongee, watusiane tu. Lakini kile kitu mimi ninajua kwamba Mungu alitubariki sana na president mwenye ana mdomo. Mwenye ingekuwa ni enzi za Nyayo, huyo Ruto angekuwa saa ziko kitambo. Maana Moi hakuwa mchezo. Moi ulikuwa anamchezea kidogo, lakini yeye dakika kidogo hana mchezo na wewe. Lakini president mwenye tuko naye ni mnyenyekevu, hata kama jamii yake wanamdhulumu, lakini ni mtu ambaye ana understand Kenya ni nini. Nikichangia tena upande wa Atwoli. Atwoli mambo zake zote sio ni yenye naenda miss. Kwa sababu wakati ambapo waliongea mambo ya Halwale sasa saa hii Halwale analia na naona ya kwamba kumbe hii mambo ilisemwa na mambo inaharibika kwake. Kwa hivyo hata watu wasigoi. Kama wamekosa power, so mimi niko ready na moja naweza wasaidia wakati miti. Maana kijana wao atakufa bure. Atajinyonga. Ikifika siku hiyo inaona ya kwamba by saa 11 jamaa atapatikana kwa miti kama amejinyonga direct. Kwa hivyo ili waokoe kijana wakati miti bila Atwoli anasema. Na Jambo lingine liliona jana ambaye sijui kama Weta atatoa kura wapi za kumpatia DP huko Western. Maana akiwa anahutubia walikuwa na Malala, wanahutubia watu karibu 40 ambaye watu hawapo. Leo nimeona Weta pia ameenda kuweka masikio chini asikie ground iko namna gani. Ground inawaka namna gani? Kuuliza governor, anaambiwa governor ni baraza. Hawajui mtu mwingine, wanajua baraza. Sasa hao watu usiwaone tu ya kwamba walipoteza muda bure, warudi tu kwa baba, hata kama aibu itakuwa kwa amwe ishakuwa warudi tu, kwa sababu Western imechange. Maana kazi ya Eugene Wamalwa na DAP, hao watu wamefagia ground mbaya sana, na inaonyesha ya kwamba Western baba atavuna kuvuna, wache ile ambayo ilikuwa atavuna. Ninakumbuka 2013 ile kura Mudavadi alipata 400 and something. Hizo raundi hata akipata mingi atapata kitu kama 100. Hata 100 ni mingi. 20. Kwa hivyo Ruto asitarajia kuna kitu mzuri atapata kwa kina Mudavadi. Mudavadi wamebaki mkebe tupu tu. Nikichangia mambo lingine, nikiangalia katika hii inaitwa Baba in Western. Western wamejaribu, wamejitokezea kuonyesha baba bado tunakuunga mkono, kwa sababu ukiangalia hizo viwanja zote kutokea baba aanze campaign na ile msafara amekuwa nayo, hao mandugu zetu mashemeji nimewapongeza sana, na nimeona ya kwamba bado wana upendo. So, wacha ile upendo wa dhati wa 40 na baba, ile ya dhati ni kidogo, kwa sababu wakati huu ambapo tunaangalia kwamba baba anachapa vita akiwa peke yake, hata mandugu zake bado wako wanafanya warm up akina Kalonzo, lakini baba ameamua raundi hii achezi na kazi. Kwa hivyo ninaweza sema ya kwamba katika mchango wa leo bado hawa watu wajalia, maana usiku ambaye ninajua kwamba Mr. President ataingia katika upande wa kwao. Hata hizo votes ambayo nasikia wanasema kwamba baba atapata ati 10, 20, 30. Ruto atapata 20 huko Mount Kenya. Tunatarajia kitu kama 80 kutoka kwao wenye hatujawahi pata. Lakini najua kwa this round tutapata hiyo. Kwa sababu vile ukweli inaenda kutoka, mimi ninajua kwamba hizo vitu tutapata. Nikirudi kwa hii dada wetu vile amechangia mambo ya Livondo. Hii jambo sisi tulianza kuisikia kitambo kama fununu tu. Kuna jambo kinakuja, watu wanasema hiyo ni propaganda. Livondo juzi akaiguzia, watu wanasema Livondo ni kama amelewa, alikunywa kidogo. Sasa na mambo inafanyika chini ya maji. Ingekuwa ni watu wengine wangekuwa sharapoka, lakini president hakuwa anataka nchi inuke iungue. Na akasema kwamba wacha nimalize tamu yangu, lakini nitakuja tu kutoa tu kutabika tatabika. Mimi nasema tu hapa kuna ka ukweli. Na hii serikali wanajua kile kitu ambapo kilipikwa. Na siku vile tunaendelea kufika mpaka mwezi wa 5 wa 6, maana ninakumbuka Ali Hassan Joho alisema jambo fulani. Kuna mambo wanajua mengi, lakini kama wanataka kama UDA wasipojiangalia watamwaga yote. Na watasema. Ndio maana Hassan Joho anasema kama ni mbaya mbaya. Kama kitaumana kiumane. Kwa hivyo wakienda vibaya watajipata tu kwa shida. Kwa hivyo niulize swali. Ikiwa Mr. DP anaweza sema ya kwamba baba ndiye alikuwa anataka kuimpeach president, kwani baba alikuwa na faida gani wakati ameimpeach president? Nani angefaidika mahali hapo? Maana katiba inasema ya kwamba president akiimpeachiwa na parliament aondolewe, na hiyo kiti imebaki vacant. Mwenye anafaa kukalia hapo ni nani? Ni DP. Baba angekalia hapo namna gani? Kama anataka angepata faida gani? Maana yeye hata yuko kwa serikali, yeye ni mpinzani tu. Kwa hivyo wajinga walisha Kenya, na wajinga vile walisha Kenya, yeye atafute njia ile kitu ambayo atatafuta, na mambo iishie tu hapo. Angoje tarehe 9 tumfunze lesson. Asanteni sana.
Asante sana bwana Nicholas, nashukuru kwa maoni yako. Mama Rose, unasemaje kabla tulete video? Unmute bado commute. Nini yako inazimazima.
What is wrong?
Hapo basi. Inaonekana your gadget. Pole.
Sawa.
Hapo
sawa. Unanisikia?
Yeah, endelea.
Nilikuwa naongezea hapo kwa Nicholas. Mahali huyu Arap Mashamba anasema ati nani baba ndiye alikuwa anataka kuimpeach president. Saira Uhuru alichukua baba kusema ukweli. Serikali ingekuwa serikali tena. Na si ati hata baba angepindua, lakini serikali kama haina economy yoyote inaendelea. For example, kama Nairobi sasa hakuna biashara ilikuwa inaendelea. Sasa hiyo iwezi kuwa serikali. Na ndio Uhuru akaona wacha nishikane na baba. Serikali upinduliwa namna hiyo. Kama hakuna economy inaendelea in the capital city, muna lose billions and billions of every day. Ni kumaanisha baba wange overthrow the government. Na ange overthrow government ya Uhuru ati abakishe Ruto. People should understand that. Wangeng'oka wote wawili. Sababu sisi tungefika mahali tuseme tumechoka, serikali iongozwe na wale watu wataweza kuongoza serikali. Lakini si ati serikali ingepinduliwa ati Uhuru atoke, Ruto abaki. Hapana. Na mkikumbuka vizuri sana hapo nikichangia kidogo, Ruto alisema kwa video moja ati kitambo aongee na Uhuru, kitambo baba aongee na Uhuru alikuwa ameapproachiwa mbele na Raila akakataa. Alikuwa ameapproachiwa mbele aji. Si labda ndiye alikuwa ameapproach Raila mbele ndio wapindue serikali. Hapo kuna kaukweli kadogo wewe. Huyu mtu si mzuri na hatuna deni.
Sawa. Asante sana Mama Rose. Wacha tulete hii video alafu tusonge mbele. Okay.
Unmute. Bro.
Fernandez. Baraza. Huyo tutatuangalia chama, tunataka tutupe kijana wetu.
Atuangalie chama huyo.
Huyo ni kijana wetu.
Osundu anasimama tena.
Osundwa Michael.
Hapa chini governor mnataka nani?
Fernandez.
Baraza.
Huyo tutatuangalia chama, tunataka tutupe kijana wetu.
Atuangalie chama huyo.
Huyo ni kijana wetu.
Osundu anasimama tena.
Osundwa Michael.
Okay, Bwana Frederick. Unmute, your mic is still mute.
Is unmuted. Bernard.
Yes, sir.
I'm happy about this show, number one. Number two,
yes.
There is kuna kitu ambao watu hawaoni. Raila is fighting for presidency for the 5th time. To be the 5th president of Kenya. Kunakuwa na vitu ndogo ndogo in signs zenye watu wa haoni. That's a very great sign. It's a very, very great sign to ignore. About Ruto alifanya blanda nyingi sana. Na blanda za Ruto zilianza wakati Uhuru akienda Hague. Akamuonjesha kiti kidogo tu. Hiyo kiti ilikuwa tamu sana, kutembea na bendera, kukaa kwa gari ya rais, kukaa kwa ofisi ya rais. Huyo jamaa alisikia utamu mwingine hajawahi sikia. And from that day, I think your dream ya presidency ilimuingia mpaka Ruto alikuwa na opportunity kubwa sana kumrithi Uhuru. I think if Ruto angetulia tu kidogo tu na kuonesha president heshima,
Sorry, Bwana Frederick, You have issues with your audio. Pole. Tumsikilize Gordon. Gordon, vipi? Unmute your mic. Your mic beside your name.
Are you hearing me now?
Yes, we can get you. Go ahead.
Good evening, Bernard.
Good evening to you. Welcome to the show.
Asante sana. I'm enjoying the show. I want to just give some observation that I've seen today about the DP. DP seems to be a very, very annoyed person. The way he has spoken to the president today is very, very, very scary. For the second in command in a country to talk to the president like that, it leaves a lot to be desired. Those are the kind of things we do not want to see, especially at this time of the elections. They can really cause a lot of frictions and violence in the country. I wish the DP could just humble himself and campaign and sell to Kenyans the agenda that he has for the country. I remember very well when they started the UDA, they promised us to change the direction of the politics in this country to be issue-oriented. They told us their campaign is going to be based on issues affecting the country. But at the moment, we are not hearing any issues being addressed at their rallies. It's all about insults. It's all about name calling. It's all about everything that is negative you can think of. If they could stop this kind of insults, I think we should have a peaceful campaign. Now, about the Baba campaign in the Western region, I can see the campaign is picking up. There are a lot of things going on in Western that are positive, that the Baba team or Azimio team should just build on. Otherwise, I can see Western region is getting locked to Azimio. I think that's all I can say for now.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Gordon, tunashukuru kwa maoni yako. Tulete
Yes.
nani huyu? Bwana John, how are you?
I'm doing good, sir.
Aya, karibu tupatie machache.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
I guess I'll start with kusalimia watu wako kwa channel. The second thing that I'll do is to comment about Ruto. You know, everything, we don't need to blame. Kila kitu, you are blaming somebody. Kila kitu, you turn everything, you are getting to like, my boss alifanya hivi, don't use that office to do something of this kind. Don't this again. Nimesikia leo akisema alipwi, there's some cash yenye iendi kwa ofisi yake, so it means if you don't work, you're not supposed to be paid. That is a fact. You plant somewhere, then you after planting you weed. The last thing you're gonna go there to do is to harvest. If you are not doing all these things from the beginning, don't expect you to get the harvest. Secondly, these Uda guys who usually tell Ruto alisupport Uhuru kupata votes from the Rift Valley. If they admitted that waliiba kura, alileta kura gani kutoka Rift Valley? To be honest, if they admitted that they rigged the votes, so alileta kura gani kuja kwa Uhuru? Secondly, there is this thing that he needs to know. The people of Mount Kenya, you can't go to somebody's house and you call that house your house. There are people who lay that foundation for that house to stand where it is. So if the owner comes back, you need to pack and leave. And if the owner orders the workers who are there, like, this is the procedure you're gonna do to handle these things, you write it or not, they will never listen to you. They will go according to the owner of the house. That is a good indication that Mount Kenya inaegemea upande wa Azimio, he likes or not. And the last thing that he is supposed to know, if he respected, if from the word go, that when they really agreed that I support you, you support me, if he respected the president, I don't think so that kitu kama hiyo ya kumwambia sasa acha ni support another person ingeukaa. Angerespect the elders, his eldest brother and the president of the Republic of Kenya, he was to support him. But he showed him how clever he is. Now that person is fighting back the same thing that he did. Now acha asikie the utamu wa game. Sasa the game yenye alianzisha, he is enjoying the game. Lastly, inviting the Mount Kenya elders to State House. That is, as a president, he has a right to do anything, to receive anybody from every part of the country to State House. And those are the people who gave him to be a spokesman of the Kikuyu. So hata angewaita sioni haja. As he complained, he has been hosting people in Karen. Mbona akalalamika saa hii? John, kitu ya mwisho nasema ni ukiona mtu ameanza mumepigana naye kidogo, amesonga kando, akianza kutusi, akianza kurusha mawe, jua that person is defeated. Same case with our brother Ruto. Acha akubali, hii kitu imeenda mapema. Thank you, Mr. Banani.
Okay, thank you very much, Bwana John. We appreciate it. And those of you that love history. Okay, I was saying those that love history understand that State House has been the beehive of all entertainment of all communities during 24 years of Moi. Delegation from Kisii, delegation from all over. There's nothing new. And Uhuru and Ruto are students of Moi. So receiving delegation is what they do. I don't know why the deputy president should make that an issue right now when he's been doing it for 4 years. I think he should respect Kenyans and respect Kenyans' intelligence, not insult our intelligence by trying to accuse the president of what he has been doing all along. And if the discussion at State House are the problem, he has direct line to the president. He can call the hotline, the home line, the green line, and be able to address the president. This ranting in public is not selling him well. I think his advisors should be able to tell him. He should be mature enough to understand the difference. Bwana Murunga. How are you?
Fine.
Hey, hii maswala ya wazee kwenda State House. Wamekuwa wakiendanga State House kila mara. Shida iko wapi? Unmute.
Yes, I've unmuted. What I'm saying is maswala ya kwenda State House, sisi wale tumekuweko tunajua ya kwamba State House imekuwa ni swala la kawaida. Delegations zimekuwa zikienda huko miaka yote, and especially wale watu kama William Ruto wanajua, na unajua hapo State House ndio kwenye William Ruto alisaba nani coffee the late Kisire. So William Ruto is a known guy, mtu ako na hasira na mtu ana overreact, anafanya vituko za ajabu. You remember when he was going for that is hiyo kiti ilikuwa inaitwa magani hiyo ya Eldoret, hiyo yake ya Uasin Gishu, alichapa nani coffee Ruben Chesire, Eldoret North, yes, alichapa Ruben Chesire coffee mbele ya mzee Moi. So he's a man people know, he's a man. And you remember the other day Jirongo told us about him, alinyonga mutu, kunyonga kabisa. So this is somebody that we should actually be very scared of. Some of us who are talking in this studio, these clips will come back into play. Wanacheza hizi clips watafute mahali tuko tunyonge. And that's what you're saying. We must resist William Ruto by all means. We must resist this guy completely and ensure that he does not ascend to power. William Ruto represents the Saddam Hussein. William Ruto represents, people who are fighting to get into power and do what they can do. And some of us who have been around, we know very well. Bernard, kuna wakati sisi tuliwahi kamatwa wakati mwingine tukawekwa kwa Land Rover. I remember those days when I was a student. Unafungwa kwa Land Rover, a white Land Rover. You don't know where it is headed to. Utazungushwa siku mzima. Siku ikiisha mnaachiliwa mahali ya kujulikani. So this is the guy we're talking about. We do not want to go back again. And you can imagine this somebody who wants raw power, fighting for it. Unaona, when he got into power, I remember when they got into power, William Ruto took over the office of the presidency, not the president. And when you people are trying to look at where did this thing start? William Ruto took over the office of the presidency and he assumed the role of the president, launching projects that were not meant for him, doing what was not meant for him, running away with the monies that were meant for development of the country. This is the same guy who told us that we are going to produce a lot of food from Galana Kulalu. You can remember that, and this is something that we know very well, and we all know what happened. Pesa iko wapi? William Ruto told us the other day, pesa ya Arol na Kimorel ni pesa kidogo. When the money in question was in running into 20 billion plus, he told us it was only 7 billion that was in question. Honestly, this is a guy that should not be allowed to ascend into power, because this country is bigger than the William Rutos that we have in this country. This country is a better country than having a person of William Ruto to be the leader of this country. We know Uhuru Kenyatta has tried so much, na tunasema ya kwamba pole kwa rais. Yes, tunajua ni kwa siasa, wakati mwingine unaweza tafuta shetani yoyote kusaidia upate kura, lakini hii nayo ni ingine. Hii ni yule ambaye asikubalike karibu na uongozi. Now, to the topic of today. Kuna masuala kama yale ambayo yanaonekana sehemu za mkoa wa Magharibi, ambayo ilikuwa imekuwa ngome ya Raila Odinga, ngome ya ODM. Tunaona Raila Odinga ameweza kuleta watu pamoja. He has been able to ensure that Kakamega is now under lock and key under ODM. And people may be surprised why Raila went, and actually the message has been about ODM. No, it's not about ODM. The message has been about Azimio. But we know very well Western Kenya regions like Bungoma and Trans Nzoia. Hizo ni region ambazo zitakuwa under control of DAP-K. And ODM is going to be in control of Kakamega as it used to be. You remember we lost so many seats. ODM lost so many seats under what we call NASA, because Musalia Mudavadi asked to be given a chance to run a number of constituencies, and he was given those constituencies, na ndio sababu ODM will lose hizo constituencies. Wakati sasa amekuwa akijipiga kifua kwa nao wajumbe, saa hii imeonekana ya kwamba wajumbe wenyewe nao wamerudi nyumbani. So wakati umewadhia wenye kila mtu anarudi kwao aweze kuweza kuongoza kupitia kwa ile chama ambayo anakienzi. Tutakubaliana sisi zote ya kwamba mambo ambayo yamefanyika leo kuhusu mambo ya deputy president ni mambo ya aibu sana. Deputy president kwenda kupatia addressing the president as if he was addressing a junior staff of in one of his offices or in his campaign trail was very wrong. The deputy president has said unprintable words, especially targeting the presidency. And now you can imagine, sisi wale tuko na familia, you're listening to the deputy president, you know, ranting and issuing threats, you know, and you are there watching the television with your kids. It's high time that whenever this would have guys actually appear on the radio, TV or radio station, tafadhali kwa heshima na kuweza kuhakikisha ya kwamba tuko na nidhamu kwa familia zetu, kuhakikisha ya kwamba hawa watu wanafungiwa kabisa, because their message is around matusi na mambo ambayo yawezi kusemekana mbele ya watu. It is wrong, it's unfortunate. So kwa upande wa Kenya Kwanza na vile wanaongea mambo wanayoongea yote, tunajua ya kwamba ni hasira ambayo wako nayo. Wanaona uchungu sana kwa vile rais aliamua kumuunga mkono yule ambaye alikuwa mgombea mwenza, that is ama natumia Kiswahili vibaya, mgombea that is the opposition leader, somebody who went you know who, yes,
mpinzani
bana, tunasema namna gani? Mpinzani, yes. Unajua Kiswahili ni lugha ngumu sana. So kuchukua mgombea ambaye wamekuwa wakipingana naye miaka hii yote, and you can imagine aliamua achukue Raila Odinga kwa sababu ya heshima ya Raila Odinga kwa kuweza kuungana na yeye kuendelesha serikali ya Jubilee. You can imagine ni wachache sana ambao wanaweza fanya jambo kama hilo. Raila Odinga amefanya kitu ambacho nchi ama ulimwengu wote haungeweza kuimagine ya kwamba inaweza fanyika. And you can imagine our country is as peaceful as it is. Since the handshake, we are doing business. I know Guru will agree with me. The country is very peaceful. I know we are going to defeat William Ruto, and there will only be handful people in Eldoret town shouting, oh, nini, na mambo itakuwa imeisha. Because William Ruto cannot stage a demo in Nairobi. We know it's only Raila Odinga who has the key to the city and all these regions, especially when he calls us to order, we respond. And to summarize, I'll say this. Tuwe watu ambao tunakuwa na hekima. Mimi nakumbuka tukimtoa Raila Odinga airport. I was in that company, when Baba returns. Bana, naweza kukuambia ilikuwa ni siku ndefu sana. Kujikuta tuko Uhuru Park tunaangaliana na GSU, ilikuwa siku ndefu sana. Na mimi naweza sema namna hii, it's only Raila Odinga when he tells us jeshi saa imefika, ni mambo wakati ya kuweza kurespond. That is the only guy. So what we are saying is this: the country is peaceful, we are headed to the right direction. With Raila Odinga, we know that the country will be united. Hao wengine wacha wapige makelele, najua ya kwamba, na above all, tudumishe hekima kabisa. Na pia upande wetu kwa kampeni vile zimekuwa upande wa magharibi, tunafurahia kwanza ya kwamba Bernard, my county of Kakamega, Fernandes Barasa is going to be the next governor. We have a gentleman who is also kwa upande wa Senator Bwana Ben, kuna jamaa anaitwa Simbauni. and Dr. Lishenga, but I'm telling you Simbauni is also not si mchezo mambo pale, naona kutakuwa na kinyang'anyiro, so Boni Halwale ajue ya kwamba kutakuwa na kinyang'anyiro kabisa, na Kakamega sioni kama itakuwa rahisi kwa watu wa Kenya Kwanza. You can imagine what happened to kina Malala today walipofika Butere. You saw it was an embarrassment, addressing less than 50 people. Anaanza kulia, tungoje watu wafike. Ni hao wanangoja watu ama watu watangoja hao? So Kenya Kwanza, Musalia Mudavadi lost it. Amelusi hiyo kabisa, na nasikia anafikiria, kwa sababu imekuwa ngumu kabisa wewe kuweza convince watu wa mkoa wa Magharibi kuweza kusupport Kenya Kwanza. He was of the view that wamruhusu asimame kama Musalia Mudavadi ili watu wa Western waamini yeye. Hiyo mambo tulimaliza. Hesabu tulimaliza kupiga, imeingia, na sisi tunajua ya kwamba Waluya tuko ndani ya Azimio la Umoja. Na viongozi wetu ambao wanawakilisha Azimio la Umoja, tuko na CSU Jean Wamalwa ambaye anaongoza upande wa Trans Nzoia, tuko na the likes of Nawanga Machi, tuko na mzee ambaye sasa mzee Atwoli mwenyewe na Oparanya. Busia tunawakilishwa na kina Otuoma, lakini najua pia Busia County itakuwa ni kinyang'anyiro moto sana Bernard. Ujue ya kwamba sio rahisi sana. Tuko na mama ambaye ni women rep na anaenda wanagombea pamoja na Otuoma. That's an uphill task, but we pray that whoever gets the ticket aweze accommodate mwenzake ili tuweze kwenda mbele. Kwa hayo mengi na machache, nasema tuwe na mjadala wa kuweza kupeana direction nzuri. Asanteni sana and good evening.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mrunga. We appreciate it. Let's hear from Dan Langi. Bwana Dan, unmute the mic.
Okay, Bwana Bernard.
Yes, namna gani?
Jambo sana.
Good. Karibu, we can hear you.
Asante sana. So kwa kwanza kabisa tunaongea mjadala wa Ruto. Then kuangalia mimi na advisors wa Ruto, kwa sababu advisors ndio wana mislead Ruto vibaya. Ya kwanza, so far kama mdozi wako anaongea sio mzuri umjibu vile Ruto anamjibu Uhuru hivyo, kana kwamba anataka kuleta chaos katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. Sio mzuri sana, kwa sababu tulitoka kwa hiyo, tuliona jambo litokezea last time. Hatutaki kurudi hayo, ama tutaki kurudi hapo. Ya pili, kuangalia siku ya leo vile Ruto alikuwa anaongea huko Kwale, ako na chungu ama makasiriko sana na mkubwa wake mwenye anaitwa President Kenyatta, yenye sio mzuri sana vile sasa anasema sasa hivi. Kuangalia hata hako ana agenda siku ya leo ni bitterness and bitterness. Agenda yake ya leo tu ni kuongea kuhusu mambo ya president na mtu wa kitandawili. So Mr. Bernard, kuchangia hiyo kidogo tu, kuona mali tuko hata sasa hivi, mali niko ama mali tuko sasa hivi kwa Kenya, tunaenda palipabaya sana, kwa sababu kuongea machafu ama kuongea juu ya mtu ama kila mtu auze sera zake. Sio mzee wa kitandawili mara nani, hiyo sio sera. Tunataka sera. Ruto atuuzie sera zake, ndio tutampea kura. Na hii ya matuzi na hao vijana wake, Kuangalia jana Mr. Bernard nao vijana wake walianza hiyo mambo ya impeachment, kana kwamba wanawasiliana, wewe ndio kusema hii, wewe ndio useme hii, wewe ndio useme hii kuhusu mambo ya Uhuru Kenyatta. Kwa nini waweze uza sera zao? Unapata kama vijana wake ama wao wa vijana ama wazee like Mudavadi na Wetangula jana walikuwa Western, wanaongea tu kuhusu tu impeachment. Yeye alikuwa Kilifi jana, au vijana wake ni impeachment, kana kwamba hawana sera, wenye hawana sera ya kuuzia watu wa Kenya. Kazi yao tu ni kuchochea wa Kenya, kana kwamba sio mzuri sana bwana Bernard. So naomba sana Mr. Ruto apate kuuza sera zake na njia ya amani, sio njia ya kugawa Kenya. Yeye anasema ati Ruto ndiye anasema mimi na Mr. Kenyatta ndiye anagawa wa Kenya. Hapana, la shasha, ni yeye ndiye anagawa Kenya. Alafu tena alikuwa anasema kitu kingine ati sasa State House. Yes, naita watu wa leaders Karen wanamuongelesha. So kufika leo nasikia anasema ati mambo ya State House. Now all along walikuwa wanaita watu kwa State House kama walikuwa pamoja na Mr. Kenyatta, the president wetu. So Mr. Bernard, kwa hayo tu machache tu, wacha nipe mtu nafasi tena jadiliane pamoja. Asante sana Mr. Bernard.
Okay, thank you. Asante Bwana Dan kwa maoni yako, nashukuru sana. Naomba sasa tumlete Mark. Mark, namna gani? Bwana Mark, unaficha sura, sauti hatusikii. Iko nini? Yes, unmute.
Naweza nisikia?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, good. Thank you very much, Mr. Bernard, for giving me the opportunity kuongea kidogo hivi. Mimi naitwa Mark. I'm actually calling from outside the country. Ningependa kuongea kidogo juu ya mjadala wa leo. Kwanza kabisa ningeongea juu ya Atwoli. Unajua kwanza nilikuwa nadhani Atwoli was a joker mpaka kafikia nikapata huyu mzee akiongea vitu inakuwa true all the time according to the statement alikuwa anaongea juu ya miti ilikuwa inanichekesha, lakini at the same time it's a warning to the people of the Rift Valley to prepare themselves for a loss na hiyo politics is about perception sometimes. Na vile ameongea hivi, at least it prepares the people for the loss. Na amekuwa akiongea for a long time since 2013. So he's an elder, he's sending a warning, and ukiangalia is very strong. Every time huyu mzee akiita meetings, you see so many people wanakuja huko, like the Bokongo 1, 2, we have seen millions or thousands of people attending. Meaning is very strong. He's not even a political office, but akona watu So don't underestimate Atwoli. The second thing, power is very sweet. Since 1963, our country has been headed by 2 tribes. For me, as long as you win the elections, I have no problem with that. But the thing is, most of the Kikuyus and the Kalenjins, they're used to the sweetness of power. You know, vile moja wetu alikuwa anaongea, you drive in these AV cars, you know, Bendera, you get all these benefits. You give a list of the people that get prime jobs from your tribe. So these people are so used to power. Ndio maana unaona these two tribes, the youth and the people, they are easily incited. Like in 2017 walikuwa wanaongea juu ya mkate mzima. Hey, so mkate mzima, but when Uhuru won the elections, ikafika wakati akagundua kwamba Kenya, see, you know, it's not about two tribes, it's more than that. Ndio maana akaturushia kitu kimoja huko, Waluya wakapata kitu kidogo, wengine wa Coast, because Kenya should actually be headed by a president who recognizes all tribes. So history ya kusema sisi, you know, all these people that are against us, inciting the youth from the central province can be easily incited because sasa wanaambiwa, you know, all this you've been getting, maneno itabadilika, huyu mtu ni mbaya, he hates you. That's why you're having all this incitement, because they feel like they're going to lose the elections and the power that comes with it. Alafu, I will touch base with something that I heard yesterday. I was following, walikuwa wanasema sijui vijana wa Central Province wako na mashida kuliko wengine, sijui they feel like this, that's why they are bitter. No, I don't agree with that, because the problems that are across the country, actually all the youth, ukienda wale wa Coast, wale wa Kisumu, sijui Ukambani, they are facing the same challenges, but you don't see them bitter ama wakifanya vitu zingine. So it's actually all about inciting, Mr. Bernard. Ni sababu ya kuincite, watu wanakuwa incited, and the words that come from our leaders. You know, Ruto is very powerful. I respect him. He used to be one of my favorite politicians. Lakini unajua, because he's so powerful, his words do matter. Akiongea tu hivi, you know, that's why you see there is political instability in terms of, you know, the words and the language that we use, because he's so powerful. So we have to actually, I don't know what the judiciary, askari, what wengine wanafanya, because for us to have a stable country, a peaceful country, we have to limit such kind of utterances zenye watu wanaongea. Lakini it looks like no one is stopping him. Yeah, the president is not stopping him. The police, you know, they're actually escorting him, wanampeleka huko, you know. We see Kuria anaongea. Cosmo Choi, actually, who is my neighbor, we come from the same area. I know the family very well, namjua. Anaongea, and you know, looks like it's every time mtu akiongea kitu wanamuita, oh, come and write a statement. Alafu kesho yake, there's nothing that happens. So we should actually teach or educate our youth, the young people who are taken advantage by the leaders, to be very careful, because you know, you cannot lead a country yenye iko na shida kama like in you know, we have had watu wamekufa, watu wamepigana. So peace is very important. Another thing that I wanted to talk about my county of Kisii. Ukiangalia Kisii County, I don't know if there is one of you that comes from Kisii County. In 2017, you know, Raila Odinga is the most popular leader in Kisii County. In 2017, there was no single ODM member of parliament that was elected in the county of Kisii. Lakini ukiangalia, Raila Odinga was the most popular. He actually got probably more than 75% of the votes. But there was no single leader. Most of these leaders, they came from Jubilee, ukiangalia PDP, all these parties, ndogo. I will wish the whole country to vote like Kisii County, where people, they just vote on people based on their track records, based on what they can do, but not based on tribe. Because ukiangalia other counties like in Mombasa County, Kisumu County and other counties, you can elect a lot of leaders, people from the same tribe, which will make it easy for them to pass easy bills. But ukiangalia, they don't do anything. They just sit there, wafanye kazi. So I will advocate for most of the leaders to actually vote based on what you can do and not on the party that you do, because hawa watu wanarukaruka hapa akina Sudi akina sijui nani inciting our youths. Hata ukienda kukambenia mtu mwingine, you want to jump from one county, you go to another one kuongea juu ya mtu mwingine, it doesn't help. So let us look at our leaders, let us talk to our brothers, our sisters, mostly the young people, talk to them, tell them about having peace in the country, and let us spread the gospel, because the country is more important. And at the end, finally, let us respect our women, our mothers, tuwapende, tuwaheshimu. What comes out of the mouth, ikitoka tu hivi, huwezi ukairudisha. And the internet does not forget. So whatever you say, whatever you write out there, it will remain there. Na kuna hata ukiandika tu hivi within 10 minutes utoe, they always stay there for a long time. So I wish you the best, and thank you for giving me this chance, and have a good day.
Thank you, Mark, for your contribution. We appreciate it. We're moving on. Namsikiliza Wangira kwanza ndio tuende kwa Afem. Your name gives me problem, but I'll come for it later. Mr. Wangira.
How are you?
I'm fine. How are you doing today?
Fine. I've had trouble with my gadget. I had to look for a troubleshooter, but finally I'm back.
I'm happy that you're becoming the engineer that you are.
Asante. So today I'll just dwell on that one issue of William Ruto trying to talk back to His Excellency the President Uhuru Kenyatta. When I first read this story where it said that President Uhuru Kenyatta at State House Nairobi on Saturday said that William Ruto had planned to impeach him, it took me back to 1960s in a country called DRC Congo, where the then Prime Minister Patrice Lumumba tried to sack the president of the country then called Kasavumbu. And to those who are history students, like perhaps I am, will tell you what that took DRC Congo to be. So today I see a constitutional blunder that hopefully come Thursday, and hopefully that if BBI is okayed, we can think of correcting it. Because you can have a good idea, but the people who you want to be involved in that good idea are guys of bad manners. For example, when I talk of bad manners, for example, under our old constitution that we did away with in 2010, it was the prerogative of the president to appoint his vice president. And when the president was not comfortable with the vice president, then it was up to him to fire him on the spot. That was the constitution then. Today, we have another new set of constitution that tells us that to fire a vice president, you need an impeachment. So I'm just looking at the constitution of Kenya, and I'm just trying to look at what we call the functions of the deputy president. If you look at the functions of the deputy president today and the functions of the vice president in our old constitution that we did away with in 2010, they are same functions, because we are being told here that the president shall be the principal assistant, the deputy president shall be the principal assistant of the president, and shall deputize for the president in the execution of president's functions, which means per the Kenyan constitution, the work of the deputy president is only to be the deputy president of the president and to deputize the president in his duties. No other work. No other work. But again, despite the fact that he doesn't have any other duty other than to deputize the president, the constitution makes it very difficult for the president to do away with a deputy president who decides to become Kichwangumu, the way we are seeing William Ruto becoming Kichwangumu. And you know, the rain started beating us in 2013 when Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto presented what was almost a co-presidency. So William Ruto, in his mind in 2013, could have thought that he was equal to President Uhuru Kenyatta in some way, because we saw them appointing ministers half. We saw them wearing same shirts, wearing same ties, and William Ruto speaking as if he was the holder of the real executive powers. But now come 2018, and here was the president, Uhuru Kenyatta, who wanted to become president to enjoy his exclusive powers as the president of the Republic of Kenya. And there was William Ruto, who had been honored what I call the co-presidency, and having honored what is called the co-presidency, was not ready to leave it go. So when President Uhuru Kenyatta became adamant that he wanted to run the government as the head of state and head of government, and for Ruto to remain his principal assistant, what did we see in Ruto? You know, that's now where the rain started beating us. We saw a William Ruto now who wanted to sabotage President Uhuru Kenyatta because President Uhuru Kenyatta was then exercising his powers as provided for in the Constitution. John. So that's where now this scheme of William Ruto wanting to impeach President Uhuru Kenyatta comes in. So in short, in short, my brother Bernard, we cannot continue having this provision of the Constitution as it stands today, where sacking a deputy president is impossible, and then you give him the same role as the role of the vice president during the old Constitution, Constitution. Because if you are my deputy, then I must have a say on when I want you or I don't want you. For example, if you employ a worker in your own compound, you know, it shouldn't be made so difficult for you to fire that worker when you feel you don't need that worker. Because I see a situation, if we continue the way we are continuing, where the deputy president seems to be very powerful, especially as far as his sacking is concerned, then we are treading on a very, very dangerous steps, Bernard, and in future it could cause problems for this country. Because if the deputy president can become Kichwangumu, then by becoming Kichwangumu, like what William Ruto is doing today, can buy every member of parliament and every member of National Assembly and every member of the Senate and try to impeach the president. And do you think the president will just be sitting pretty, ready to be impeached when he's the holder of the real instruments of power? And that's why I've given you this story of Kasavubu and Patrice Lumumba. Those who are students of history, I want you to go and read what happened between Kasavumbu and Patrice Lumumba and where it took the Republic of Congo DRC. See, I just want you to read for yourself. So the president, the deputy president must remain subordinate to the president. William Ruto today is not subordinate to the president. He's talking as if he's equal to President Uhuru Kenyatta. That's not how countries run. Your deputy must always be deputy. In any organization, a deputy is just a deputy. A deputy cannot assume powers of the principal. And we are saying William Ruto here who wants to assume powers of the president. And you want the president to sit pretty and enjoy and clap for William Ruto and say hallelujah and say amen. That's not how things work. In fact, we have a very good president in the name of President Uhuru Kenyatta. We know incidences in Africa here where if you are deputy, you must remain deputy. Because if you are deputy and you want to behave as if you are principal, in Africa we know what the consequences are always. And they are not always very good consequences. And that's why I say we need to re-examine our constitution and allow the president to fire his deputy when he feels he's uncomfortable, to work with him. Because, as I've told you, under Article 147 of the Constitution, the work of a deputy president is only to deputize the president. So if I feel you cannot deputize me, I should be allowed to fire you and appoint somebody else, Bernard. Let me leave it at that, Asante.
Thank you, Mr. Agira. A very good point there that we all need to reflect on. I think that is part of the problem of the 2010 Constitution, which needs to be relooked at, because this security of tenure and security of office seems to be counterproductive if we have a wrong person in office. Madam Rose, unasemaje?
Mimi na support hiyo. President anastahili kuwa president peke yake, na deputy akuwe chini yake, na tuweke mkataba ati president ako na right ya kuvuta deputy wake, ndio deputy akuwe anaheshimu president wake. Hata kila kitu president anajaribu kupitisha, huyu deputy wake anasema no every time. So hapo mimi na support hiyo kabisa. Nitaongea time yangu ikifika, utaniita.
Okay, asante Madam Rose, we appreciate it, and Wakenya sasa mko na nafasi ya kuventilate on this. I believe it's important that we look at it keenly, although the constitution in itself may not be the problem. If we have a person with bad character will always emerge, even if the constitution spells it otherwise. Afemfuna, if I'm
Bernard,
yes.
before you call on the next panelist,
Yes.
you know, we must live within our own environment. For example, the Americans have had this system where the president and deputy president run on the same ticket, and because they are good mannered, it has worked for them. The question we should be asking of the people of Kenya is this system working for us? And if these are the first set of the people under the new constitution, and we are seeing them not working in tandem, do we need to have a deputy president who cannot be fired by the president? That's a question Kenyans need to examine, because we have a long way to go, and in future we could end up into serious problems, Bernard.
Thank you, Mr. Wangira. My giving on that is simple, okay? The deputy president should be an office that functions in itself, not to be a means to an end. The reason why we are having a problem with the deputy presidents in Kenya is they think that being deputy president is a stepping stone to becoming president. That is not the purpose of that office. The purpose of that office is for you to help your boss fulfill his assignment, and it can end there, or if you get an opportunity to become president later, you can. But don't run to be deputy president because you want to use it to become president. The moment you use it as a means of ascending to power, it inevitably result into abusing the office, and that is what we are suffering right now. William Ruto is abusing that office, making it look bad because of his missteps. He is overambitious, and he thinks that office is to be used to become president. No, you can be second and satisfied. You can be fulfilled in serving your boss and get into history books that you are a deputy president, you served for 10 years, and the government succeeded in doing this while you are deputy president. So many people needs to get this clearly. Even if you are deputy governor, you are deputy whatever, deputy speaker or deputy whatever, that deputy in itself is a function you need to carry out to the fullness, not to use it as a waiting lounge for you to ascend to power. And so you use it to maneuver and cut deals in order for you to have an upper hand against other people who will be vying for presidents in the next election. So I think if we have these things well spelled out and people in office understanding that, we wouldn't have a problem. So, but the law also needs to be clear on it, because there is no express way of getting this straightened out. Safeguarding somebody in office when he's not doing what he's supposed to do is wrong for any constitution to make that kind of provision. Thank you. Afem Funa.
Yes, Bernard,
Yes, sir.
how is everybody?
They look good. How are you?
I'm doing fine. Been trying to get here, but napotea tu, nakuja napotea.
Wewe karibu network iko hivyo.
Okay, so there's something I wanted to talk about. Number one, there are three things I'd like to talk about. First of all, I'd like to actually comment on what Mr. Wangira said. Yeah, about the work of the deputy president, according to the current constitution, just to deputize the president himself. And also, I also want to talk about your issue, just to comment on the last statement that you made concerning the same, that you should not that if you are a deputy or if you are supporting somebody, you also need to get something baadaye, wewe pia ukuwa unapata kitu. I think that is where we guys are getting it wrong, and that is where the deputy president is also getting it wrong at the same time. Yeah, the only thing deputy president did, he supported his friend, who is the current president of the Republic of Kenya. The agreement or whatever thing they had, everything do changes as time goes by. You know, when we are working with me, like when we are the two of us, when we are working together, maybe tumeanzisha kitu sisi wote tukiwa pamoja, then in between the middle, I've realized that your ways are not the same as mine. Like you always have different opinions concerning my management or concerning my leadership. The problem began in 2018 after the handshake, whereby the deputy president felt like he's being sidelined, like they don't want to see him. I think that is the same statement Kabogo said, and actually told him that hii kitu venye naona hivi wewe anza tu mkampeni peke yako, because hapa mbele ni kama iko sawa. Yeah, so it is something he himself knew, but at the same time, wakati sisi tumefika wakati wa uchaguzi kama huu, you know, you should always expect such. You should always expect almost everything, like whatever is happening right now. Yeah, the deputy president, like Mr. Mark had said, has actually mentioned, he's a very powerful guy, and he always means his words. Yeah, he actually speaks loudly and he speaks strongly, like someone who is, you know, kwa politics yake sahi, he is a very, kuna venye ako mature kidogo. You know, when we are talking about the president here, whatever president said yesterday, yeye alienda akaongea na wakubwa ama wale wazee wa Central, and he actually told them what might have transpired. But now Ruto here is now coming out boldly, like to tell everybody. And you see, you know, hii nini yake na hii group yake ni wale tu watu wa matusi, like everybody right now, mpaka hata Wetangula na kina Mudavadi sahii wameanza kuvaa hiyo kiatu yake. Yeah, they are talking like wanajaribu tu kuonyesha watu, you know, he also has fans, he has supporters at the same time. Whatever Ruto was trying to do, he just wanted to assure his supporters that whatever the president said is not the right thing. You know, I understand him. Mimi namuelewa sana wakati huu juu. This is someone, mtu ako na keki, maybe tuseme for example uko njaa, then uone kuna chakula pahali, because Ruto is very angry na ni mtu mwenye anataka power by force. Yeye anataka, ni kama ingekuwa hata ni Raila Odinga, ingekuwa basi ni haya, kama ni mbaya wache ikue hivyo, because that is, I want to get to the top, I want to get there. Like mimi kivyangu na akili yangu yote, I want to get there, whatever the outcome ama kitu yote kitatokea hapa katikati, I don't want to care. That is what is happening with him right now. Yeah, wakati alitoka, maybe tuseme for example, yeye alikuwa anajaribu anataka uongozi ndio, but then for example wewe tuseme uko njaa, you are angry, like you want food, then unaenda mahali unaona hiyo chakula, then someone tells you, huyu naweza mpatia hii chakula, lakini wewe naweza kosa kukupatia kwa sababu hii na hii na hii. You know, there is something amekuwekea kwa akili. Not that he's trying to block you, but at the same time akona feeling fulani kwamba you don't deserve to eat there. Maybe not now, but there's something you need to adjust. You need to do something extra. That is what is happening. Concerning the rallies of today, I actually saw Mr. Atwoli and the Azimio people, the presidential aspirant Raila Odinga. I think we people from Azimio, we also need to adjust. The people of Azimio, including the both the aspirants, we need to adjust. We need to like do something extra because nyinyi venye mnaona Ruto himself is not a joke. He's a very powerful and he's a very strong guy. You know where he stands. Yeah, we need to adjust. That is the only comment I wanted to make today. Like, let's just adjust. This is what was Azimio. Let's not just sit back and relax, then say, okay, wacha kila kitu tuachie wale wengine, they are going to finish it for us. Like watatusaidia, watatufanyia hivi venye tuna expect. I think Raila should also understand that, and his advisors should also make him at least push a little harder. Okay, because where we are going to, sio rahisi sana. Thank you very much, Bernard, and the other panelists.
Thank you, thank you. I would want to take you on that, but I will not for now. Let's hold on, Kiasi. Let me bring in nani huyu. Hesabu imeanza kunichanganya. Dickson.
Yes, hello Mr. Bernard.
Yes, namna gani?
Nzuri sana bwana.
Haya.
Yes, sasa mimi nimejoin nini kwa imesonga kidogo
Aha.
But I think I can make a comment on what I think is it a something. He has talked about where a president should have that powers.
Carry on, we can hear you now.
Yes, where he is talking about where the president should have those powers to fire his or a deputy. On my side, I would not support that idea, because one, we cannot say that maybe in every decision that the president makes, he is always right. Take an example with the issue between I come from Mount Kenya, and I think I've been following the politics between Uhuru Kenyatta and Ruto. One thing I know for sure, what has meant Ruto to manage to penetrate to Mount
Yes, Guananam. It seems you have technical issues. But you have, I think I get your drift. The issue of firing the deputy president, I think should be left in the power of the president. Because how does one become deputy president? How does one become president? You become deputy president by me choosing you to be my running mate. I don't even consult my party officials. Okay, it's me preferring you to be my running mate. You're not vetted by parliament. You're not vetted by any person. I don't think they even submit good conduct at wherever at IBC, whichever the case is. If a minister who is appointed by the president, vetted by the parliament, okay, is fired by the president without consultation, why should there be going to parliament, getting 2/3 majority to impeach a deputy president who has messed at the office? I think Nam is back.
Can I ask you just a very simple question? Take an example with the Uhuru Ruto government from 2017. Hello.
Yes, ask your question. I'm listening.
My question is this: I want to base my argument from how we've seen the Jubilee government running the Senate. So take an example, Ivato President Uhuru alikuwa na president, tuseme president kama venye tuliona alianza na majority leader akiwa Murkomen. We have seen within a duration of less than 2 years, tumeona manage to change the majority leader. This is the third time actually. So assuming now that was his deputy, how would the country be looking like when a president within less than 2 years he has been served by 2 or 3 deputies? Does it make sense?
It does, because why should I have a spare tire on my car that is flat? I mean, and you want me to keep it all the way? I need to be able to function, and so the replacement of the leader of majority was the government has to do business in the Senate and in the Parliament. If you are serving another person while you are the leader of the majority, why should I retain you? Like I said, how does one become deputy president? If it is easy for somebody to become deputy president, it should be easy to fire him. But if we are going to have deputy president to be impeached through parliament, then let it be that the deputy will run, okay, as deputy. I run as president, whoever wins, okay, so that the stakes are high. We are all elected by the majority, and we all ran the campaign. You won as deputy, I ran as president, I won, and so we are in this by the majority, and so we should be gotten out of office by the majority of the members of parliament in the impeachment process. But if mtu mimi nimemchagua tu akwe running mate wangu, alafu tukaran, then it becomes deputy president, then you make it like kutoa mtu kwa nini all the same. Yaani ni maoni yangu tu, mtu asikasirike sahi, okay? Ni muhimu tujadiliane tu kwa kina. If it is easy to become running mate, let it be easy for you to be sacked. Lakini kama ni ngumu kufanyika running mate, let it be ngumu kutolewa. So na endelea, tunataka kusonga mbele, mikono mingi.
Okay, Banan,
ni vile niko na
Banan, I've been listening, and I'll ask you a very simple question. President is a person like the deputy. Now my question is president always right? Does he have, okay, is the perfect person? Is he perfect?
No, is not infallible. He's not perfect, but he's the one charged the responsibility to function constitutionally. We are not talking about mimi nikiamka nikiwa kwa mood, I sack you if I'm out of the mood. We are talking about constitutionally. Like for now, the reason why there is a problem between the president and the DP is one person is not functioning constitutionally. Constitutionally, you're supposed to be serving me, yet you're now fighting me. So how do we work in the same office when you're fighting me?
Okay, Bernard.
Bernard, can I say something? Bernard, let me just say something.
We are coming. Ngoja nimalizane. There are 2 people with Namu.
Bernard,
yes.
The real thing in this country right now is the president has his personal interest, of which he thinks the deputy cannot protect. That is what he thinks. That is the problem we have right now.
That's an assumption from your side, because the problem between the DP, the president and the DP is not new, okay? And it dates as back as 2016, okay? There was even a spirited campaign to not have William Ruto as running mate in 2017. If you follow politics, The reason why he ended up being deputy president in 2017 is because the stakes were very high. The NASA organization was proving to be fierce, and then it will be they will not be able to make the momentum in 2016 to win 2017. So they said, let's leave everything where it is. Let the sleeping dog lie. Let us all do what? Do the campaign and win fast. But initially, 2016, 2017, there was an issue of, in fact, the elders were involved, okay? There was a campaign saying the deputy is making mtoto wao aonekane mbaya. You remember the one, there were too many scandals and all that. And so, hii maswala haikuletwa na handshake. Handshake is an excuse. From where I sit, it's all an excuse. The really issue was the problem of the scandals and the Uhuru looking bad because his government is dysfunctional. Things are not moving the way they ought to move, and then it's blamed on Uhuru. So the elders wakakuja wasema hapana, kama ni hivi, wacha mtoto wetu atafute mtu mwingine akuwe running mate. But because NASA was consolidating very strongly, it will be very difficult for Uhuru to win with a new running mate. So Ruto was alivumiliwa ili run tena. But now kuingia kwa ofisi, yeye akaanza scheme zake. Wacha tumalizia. My word is not fine on it. I'm only giving my givings. Okay, subiri kidogo. Wangire watu wa hii saying, tunarudi kwako Bwana Namu. Subiri hapo.
Okay.
Thank you, Bernard, for this opportunity. You know, we want to be very, very clear on this particular subject because we are using this Mutembei TV to educate the Kenyan audience. Because if you look at the Kenyan Constitution in Article 131 is very, very clear that the president is the head of state and head of government, and is also the commander-in-chief of the Kenyan Defense Forces. Then, when we go to Article 147, on the functions of the deputy president, the Constitution is very clear that the work of the deputy president is only to deputize the president, which means he does not have any other function other than to deputize the president. And now to my point, you know, the government, any elected government is the government of the president of the day. It's not the government of any other person. This government is not owned between President Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto. This government is President Uhuru Kenyatta's government. That's why if you read, they will tell you this is Kenyatta's government. They will not tell you that this is Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto's government. And that is why I go back to what I told you, Bernard, that we need to relook at our constitution. Unless we want to function like Zanzibar, you know, in Zanzibar, the president is obligated to appoint the member of the opposition who becomes number one, and that becomes his deputy president. That's Zanzibar. But in Kenya here, so long as we want a president who is a deputy president who is deputizing the president, this deputy president must be made accountable to the president. And the only way to make this deputy president accountable to the president is by reverting to the old constitution, where we allow the president to run as the president. You run as President Uhuru Kenyatta. When you are elected, you now appoint your deputy president. When you appoint your deputy president, he comes to the office clearly knowing that akileta nyenyenye, you fire him today and you appoint another deputy president tomorrow. That's how things will work in this country. But if we want them to remain the way they are, tuko na shida mingi as a republic, I can tell you. Asante Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Wangina. Yes, Rose, we are coming to you, Samuel. Hold on, Rose. Rose, you're still mute. Unmute, kwanza, yes.
Haru, tunaendelea vizuri and the debate is really good. Mimi yangu nitachangia hapo. President, tukichagua president, anastahili kuwa na maditi yake, achague deputy wake, to my opinion. Ndio deputy wake akimletea shida, anakuja again to the public, anasema huyu mtu nilichagua, tunapelekana hivi na hivi, na huyu mtu hatuwezi kupeleka serikali pamoja na yeye. Because now, tukichagua president na deputy wake, inafika mahali deputy anakuwa untouchable. Hata akifanya makosa yote, mkimguza watu wa community yao wanasema hapana, huyu ni wetu, mnamuingilia. Na ndio unaona President Uhuru ameshindwa na kufanya kazi, sababu akiguzwa kidogo namna hii wanandi wanatoka, huyu ni mtoto wetu, tulichagua na yeye. Hiyo maneno ni lazima. Kenya haitaki hiyo freedom, hapana. Kenya haina right ya kupata hiyo freedom, kwa sababu watu wa Kenya ni watu sijui wanaelewa namna gani. Kenya wanataka president, tukichagua president tunajua huyo ni president. Tukae kama wakati wa Moi, na ndio Moi aliweza kutawala miaka mingi bila maneno mingi. Sitaki kurudisha ile dictatorship ya Moi, lakini president akuwe ako na mandate, na hii maneno ya kutukana president ishe kabisa 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 kabisa. Hata kama ni president mwingine atachaguliwa, hata kama ni nani, maneno ya watu kutukana president, hiyo wa Kenya wamalize kabisa kabisa, wamalize kabisa kabisa. Na president akiwa na those powers, na kuambia Kenya itasimama. Lakini sasa president atachaguliwa leo, kesho kuchaguliwa mtu mwingine deputy wake akisimama pale, tuseme kama sasa BBI ilikataa kupita. Kwa nini? Sababu ya huyo Ruto. Angekuwa amechaguliwa ni Uhuru, singepita. Hatungepata ile shida sasa tutaenda kuipata baadaye. Kwa hivyo mimi ningesupport president akichaguliwa, wabadilishe katiba. President mwenyewe anatuchagulia deputy wake, anatueleza ndio huyu, na asimpatie mandate ati anavuta deputy wake, ati akifikiria tu mkikosana anamvuta. Hapana, enda kwa bunge, come to us, tuambie huyu anafanya hivi na hivi, na hatuwezi pelekana na yeye. I think hiyo inaweza kuwa vizuri na Kenya inaweza kuwa nchi nzuri, lakini sasa hatuna maelekeo.
Okay, asante Rose. Yes, Namu.
Yes, sasa Bernard.
Yes.
I feel like I should disagree with your point now, with your Rose. For one reason. You made a very sensitive point when you said Uhuru and Ruto end an issue in between 2015-2016 before 2017 elections. For which I don't want to disagree with that. Maybe inaweza kuwa kitu kama hiyo ilikuwa. I don't want to disagree and I don't want to anticipate. No. But if assuming if that kind of an issue was there and Uhuru felt maybe after 2017, immediately after, because issue ya na Ruto ilianza immediately after the elections. If that kind of an issue was there, I want to believe there was no way Uhuru and Ruto could have thought of merging the parties. Akijua at the end of the day, this person akona schemes za kuja ku overthrow my government. That's one thing. Kitu ya pili, the main reason as well, I come from Mount Kenya and I've been following the politics of Mount Kenya, so I know each and every step that either William Ruto or Uhuru makes within Mount Kenya region. One, I want to give you an example with two close friends of Uhuru Kenyatta. Kuna JB Moturi. That's a close friend to Kenyatta family. We have the member of parliament who represents Uhuru Kenyatta, kwa mbunge, Moses Kuria. Then there are the other close friends to Uhuru Kenyatta from the other side, which is now Mount Kenya East. Someone like Kidiki na Wambora. These guys were so close to Uhuru. But when you try to look at malisiasa imefika now between the close friends of Uhuru Kenyatta na wale watu wako hiyo mlengo ya yenye Uhuru anawaambia tuende, kuna kitu moja unaweza jua. One, serious story, me I don't know to say that Uhuru said it because ni kitu tunapata kwa social media na maybe kwa internet and everything. If at all it was true that Ruto wanted to overthrow the government, 100% sure someone like JB Moturi angekuwa aware about that. If at all it was true, Ruto and those kinds of schemes of overthrowing serikali ya Kenyatta, someone like Wambora, someone like Moses Kuria, those are the guys that I believe
wewe uko uda ukiongea maneno ya kuja hapo.
Ngoja Rose. Let me finish. Swali. Who says that they don't know?
I mean, let me first of all finish up.
Have they come and say they did not hear anything about that? You are speaking on their behalf. You are speaking on their behalf and protecting their ignorance of something that you don't have capacity to stop them from knowing or
And
deny that they did not know.
that's why I was coming. That's why I've said I've not denied. That's why I've said one thing, Bernard. I've not denied those kinds of schemes were not there. Me, I've not denied that. What I've said, one thing, Uhuru has not been available to the people close to him. That's one on if most of
I don't expect you from Central to speak like that. No.
Please allow one person to finish.
Order, please. Thank you. Take it easy, everybody. Okay. Bwana Namu,
Yes.
get to your point quickly, please. We need to move on.
Yes, my point was ile kitu imefanya Ruto kuwa amemanage win more, amemanage kuingia kwa ground more than Uhuru ni just because of the availability. Kama I've tried to reason out to interviews zenye mtu kama akina Zabina Chege wamefanya in most of their interviews, and I've noted one thing. They are in most of the cases they are complaining about Ruto alimanage kuchukua most of the MPs from Mount Kenya region, which was an issue according to Uhuru. Kwangu, I may disagree with that. Regardless of mnasema maybe I'm not talking as a UDA supporter. I'm working with what is on the ground. Ruto managed.
Now, Bwana Namu, I have a problem with what is on the ground.
Yes.
And you working with what is on the ground. Because Uhuru Kenyatta is supposed to serve Kenya as Kenya's president, and not a babysitter of Mount Kenya. So if you go expecting Uhuru to leave around the house and come to babysit Mount Kenya so that Mount Kenya feels that they have a leader who is closer to them, that is something that we are yet to find where it is provided for in the constitution. Secondly, the person in charge of Jubilee was William Ruto. Okay, he managed the process of merging of different parties, and then the nominations of 2017, and ensured that people who dance on his music are the ones that made it to parliament. No serious person from Mount Kenya made it. Now, from all the 2017 elections, why would that be the case? Even if it's coincidence, how can it be a coincidence that Kabogo did not make it, Kabando did not make it? Anybody who is seasoned in politics, there is only Igembe South? Is it Igembe South MP? It's the only seasoned politician that made it back to parliament. These other people were swept out. How is that possible? Okay. Now, without us speculating too much, let's do this. Okay. Let's do this. I want you to make your conclusion, tusikilize Samuel alafu turudi kwa Mama Selina tukirudi kwa Roba hivyo. Okay? I don't want us to turn this debate into Mount Kenya. All right? But we are discussing the president and the deputy president. But I am still of the opinion that the president should be given power to fire his assistant.
Yes. So what I wanted to say, me on my side, what I feel is that at the moment, it will be very hard, personally, Dixon, it will be very hard for Uhuru to manage to penetrate to Mount Kenya using the kind of tricks that he is trying to use. Let me call them propaganda, because at the end of the day, I've not heard Uhuru saying it himself. We are just seeing them over the Twitter and maybe over the nations. So, hello.
Yes, we can hear you. Conclude, please.
Nasema kwangu mimi ningeulizwa, ningesema sahi ile time Uhuru amekuja na ile story, anasema the main reason as well maybe they fell out with William Ruto, those sort of stories. I feel kwangu it is a little bit late for him to manage to give those kinds of stories, and the common mwananchi on the ground manage to buy that.
Thank you, Nam. You know, Nam,
yes.
Just to move away from there, I'm loving what Uhuru Kenyatta is doing with the mountain. and at least he's providing leadership. The kind of leadership you people want him to have is where you people run him. Okay, he is there to run the mountain, not the mountain to run him. You people want him to run scared that he cannot bring Raila Odinga in the mountain. He will bring him. Even if you don't accept Raila Odinga, he will still have gotten into the book of records for attempting to solve what has perpetually been a problem. Okay, so you people want to hold him hostage by telling him he should not tell you what to do. You cannot have him as your leader and refuse to listen to his leadership. That does not work. And so, as at now, you're free to follow whoever you want to follow. Mama Selina is here atatuambia kuhusu baba Mkate na baba Hasili. Wakati baba Wakambo si baba, waenga washasema. So, bwana Namu, tulia hapo tutarudi kwako baadaye. Wacha tumsikilize nani alikuwa na issue, alafu ndio turudi kwa Mama Selina. Yes. Chere Rice.
I'm Jambo. I've been listening patiently. I want to thank everybody for taking their time. Mine, I'll be so brief, to the point. I'll address the talk by the DP today. Purportedly, addressing the president. I still keep my stand, like the one I had yesterday, that DP should not have addressed this issue because, as one of the gentlemen there said, we don't know really. Me personally, I've not seen Uhuru saying that. It's reported. These are reported things. So yes, some people say he should address it. He was passionate and emotional, but assuming that the president actually said that, then if he said that, then I agree with the TP, when he said we should not use the State House to like do some propagandas like this and all that. The State House or the presidency should be held at a higher pedestal. I am sure you all agree with me, regardless of who is running it, it should be held at the higher level. Number two, the discussion here has been about Uhuru versus Ruto. I think it should go to the next level. We should be discussing about the real contestants for the 2022 presidency. That is Uhuru and Raila. Ruto and Raila. The discussion should be about Ruto and Raila, and what each of them is bringing to the table. Uhuru, we have tested him. We have voted for him 2 times. He's concluding his term. I don't see where he's contesting and where the contestation is. We respect him. He's the president. He's going to retire. Constitutionally, unless someone knows otherwise. But he's retiring. I think the discussion, you should steer your the discussion to Mr. Bernard, maybe beginning tomorrow, is to see the policies of Ruto versus Raila. Those are the people we are trying to hire. August 9. I don't know where this Uhuru did this to Ruto. Uhuru is retiring. Is constitutionally is retiring. We have like few months. There's little he can do right now, like to move our country forward. There's very little. Whatever he has done, his legacy will be solidified by that. So let's fight for the two. Raila versus Ruto. As for Raila in the Western, your earlier discussion about Raila in Western, it's obvious. Raila has always been dominant in Western. It's not news. It's not like, Raila against Western. Raila, at the beginning, even with my math, is winning Western. So anything that Ruto gains there is a gain. I'm assuming, my math, I don't know if I might be wrong, 30% at the max. Maybe he can get 40, but I doubt it. I still hold that Raila will win Western. And he has always won. It's not new. So what else? What else? What else are we talking about? The constitution. You're talking about the president should fire the deputy and all that. You know, we have to put in the context that we're coming from a history. You know, this 2010 constitution was created to address the anomalies of history. You know, we had the President Moi, who used to fire and hire his deputies like on the highway. He could stop for tea and then he fire somebody, you know, just because he did not pick up the orders from above call. So that 2010 constitution sought to address that. So we should, when we're talking about things for constitution, we should be taking it out of the contest, the competition we are seeing now. You know, because I see, you know, it's my opinion that most of you guys are taking it in the context of, okay, Ruto not following the plan of Uhuru, maybe on BPI or something. In fact, somebody said, no, BPI would have passed if not for Ruto. Ruto had nothing to do with stopping BPI. You know, BPI passed like 90% of the national county assemblies. It passed the parliament. It passed the Senate. Ruto could not stop that. That's the only way he would have stopped it, but he did not. So the BPI is stalled in the courts. Ruto has no sway in the court. So unless you are telling me he's loved in the courts more than anybody else, and then it's not even done. The BPI is headed to Supreme Court. They're yet to rule on that. So BPI is not actually dead. It's still in Supreme Court. They might, you know, that's the highest court, and they are yet to rule on that. So when they rule, then we know. So we should need to take our political emotions and allegiance into the discussion, especially on the constitution one. So we have to put that in context. So I stop there because a lot of people need to contribute. Asante sana.
Okay, thank you, Samuel. We should also not let it go without saying it is William Ruto that campaigned against the BBI. We can't say that he had nothing to do with it. The people that went to court,
he sure did, but I was saying, he had regardless, he had no power.
If you say he had nothing to do with it, when he led the campaign against the same,
I said he had no powers to stop
the same sentence.
No powers to stop it. He could campaign all day. He could sing on the house.
Hold on. I want us to report facts as they are.
That's
not
facts.
To lie and insinuate things that are not there.
Yeah, that's why I was putting you to the facts.
The DP was the first person to celebrate the ruling against.
Sure. Even me, I did.
Yeah. He must have something to do with it. Not influencing the courts. I'm not saying that.
I say he had no powers to stop it.
Samuel, can you please listen first before you rebut? I don't want us to have an exchange match here.
Okay, listen, and then you come back. I said, so you don't rebut me incorrectly. I said,
if you can't listen to me, there is no need of us having this conversation. Thank you.
BBI passed in the county.
Bwana Samuel, you are a mature person. I respect you, but the way you are behaving, we will not have it. You said William Ruto had nothing to do with the stoppage of BBI. I was just setting the records that he led the campaign against it, and therefore we cannot say he had nothing to do with it. Either he supported the team that went to court. That's part and parcel of having something to do with it. And let it rest there.
Okay, I said, okay, you're done. I said he had no power.
I say let it rest there. Thank you.
No powers to stop it.
Let's go to Mama Selina.
Penat, mambo imekuwa moto mpaka
amemute.
Watu wanafurahia ama kunaenda aje. Hata Penat kulingana na mambo ya leo ya deputy kuchipu rais ama rais anasema mambo yale imefanyika na deputy anachipu. Tumesema hivi. Na nyumba ile hata ukienda kwa familia yenye iko mama na baba mmoja akikataa kukuja chini, wote wakienda juu, hiyo nyumba inapomoka penalty. Nataka kusema hivi, na sijui kama tutakubaliana na wenzangu ya kwamba deputy president na rais walikuwa na wajumbe ya Jubilee pamoja cleverly, ama kwa uwakili ni kwamba wakati deputy president walikuwa nafanya election, yeye mwenyewe alikuwa na wajumbe wengi kusinda rais kwa ndani, wote ni Jubilee. But you know, hata Central, deputy president alimanage kuweka candidates wale walikuwa kwa upande yake na wale walimsupport. Sasa hapa vile watu wanaongea na vile rais amesema ni hivi, wakati deputy president kwa hiyo mrengo ya parliament kuna ilikuwa ya NASA na kulikuwa na wajumbe ya Jubilee. So in total wajumbe ya Jubilee wengi walikuwa wanaelekea upande ya deputy president. Wa NASA walikuwa kwa upande ya baba. So wakiwa parliament kuna motions na waliongea vizuri, ndiye Ndwale, ndiye kina Makurumen, kina Susan Kiika, wote walikuwa nafanya kwa upande wa Jubilee. But hao watu walikosania hapo wakati sasa ilifika kama kuna motions rais mwenyewe anataka ipite na chama yake, alafu unakuta MPs ya Jubilee wenye wako upande wa deputy president wanapinga serikali yao. So mkisema haikuwezekana, sidhani kama tunakubaliana. So in parliament, rais alipaki na wajumbe wachache, deputy president alikuwa na majority, na akawa hawezi fanya chochote mpaka wakati alililia NASA. Nje wajumbe ya NASA yote wakakuja sasa, wakashikana na Jubilee ile ya Uhuru Kenyatta ilipaki. And then that is where tumekuwa tukijua upande wa deputy president wanasema wako na 140 or 130 something members of parliament. Mpaka Uhuru wakitaka kupitisha kitu anaambia bring it on, bring it baby come. So hapo ukweli ni kwamba rais aliomba Raila usaidizi, akapatia wajumbe wa NASA ili waweze kupitisha mambo ya serikali. Na hapo sasa mambo ikatokea, watu ya Raila wakiambiwa left is left, right, hata wale walikuwa na tusi, hata kesa, hata wale walikuwa naita Uhuru machina, all of them walisikia maneno ya baba na wakashikana na Uhuru. So akisema deputy alitaka kufanya ama walitaka kupenduana naye, kuna siku Ruto alisema kabla Raila ataenda kuongea na Uhuru walikuwa wameongea wawili, alafu waliongea na Raila wawili kusema nini, wewe NASA uko na wachumbe, mimi niko na yangu, tushikane tufanye ile walitaka kufanya. Then Raila hakuamini deputy kulingana na vile anajua, na yeye amekaa na Uhuru tangu ya baba sao, hiyo maneno yao ya kusema nilikuwa na lea Uhuru. Ukisikia sometime Raila anasema nilikuwa na pepa Uhuru kwa mkongo, kwa sababu baba yake alikuwa vice president na ule mwingine baba yake alikuwa rais. So these are the people wamekuwa pamoja, wamekula pamoja. So wakati huyu mwingine ya nje aliingilia, I think that is where Raila to work with Uhuru ya kwamba okay, wewe Uhuru una nguvu, deputy amechukua watu yote na mimi ninakupatia yangu. Na Raila akasimama akasema ninapeana hii watu, lakini wakafanya kura. Sidhani kama kuna mtu ya NASA walichukua viti sao zile za opposition, lakini ile ya serikali walisaidia Uhuru. Kama hii nani alichukua hii mtu alitoka chusi ya Kiambu, anaitwa nani huyu, mwenye alichukua kiti ya ilikuwa ya wa Matangi. So ile kitu ilifanyika, watu ya NASA kama Uhuru anapeana mtu, watu yote ya NASA na MPs yake wanapiga kura yake inapita. So hapa ni ukweli, lazima tukubaliane. Hao watu wawili, the deputy president na president mwenyewe, kuna vile walikosana, na hii kukosana hakuna mtu anakubali. Ninaamini ya kwamba, ninakumbuka wakitoka Hague, nikasikia Makurumen na nikasikia wachumbe ya Kalenjin wakasema kwa nini tumeteswa. Kitau na Kinywa wakasema hao watolewe kwa ofisi ya rais kwa sababu walikuwa wameblock deputy president. Kuna siku deputy president alitoka na helicopter, sijui akaenda wapi, ikasemekana ameoverspend ofisi yake 2016-2015. Pesa yote LPO ya ofisi ya deputy president ilipelekwa kwa ofisi ya rais, na hao watu waliongea. Then Kalenjin sama watu yake wakasema, yeye mwenyewe akasema hapana, wacha tunyamase. So wakati walikuja kulia kina Makurumen wakisema kila kitu rais deputy president amenyang'anywa, walifumilia. Mimi pangu ni hivi, wakati aliteswa alinyamaza akingoja hii kiti ya president, naye Uhuru wakati walipishana na Ruto akaamua kufanya kazi. So these gentlemen walikosana kitambo sana. Ni ile ndoa ya kwamba tuko na watoto, mwingine analala bedroom, mwingine analala sitting room. Wakiamka asubuhi mbele ya watu wanacheka. Ilifika mpaka hiyo iliisha. Ile tulikuwa tunaona wakitembea pamoja. So kila mtu anatapika ile walikuwa naye. Shida ya deputy president ni moja. Uhuru anatapika juu hana hasara, anaenda nyumbani. Deputy president vile alifumilia the first days, angeendelea na kufanya kampeni yake, awache rais aongee na yeye afanye kampeni yake, Wakenya wangejua. Lakini sasa wakirushiana na kutakuwa ile ngumu mingi imefichwa. Uhuru ana shida na Uhuru ana uchungu. Umeenda kwa boma yake, umechukua bibi yake, umelisha watoto yake. Anajaribu, baba amerudi, anataka kutengeneza boma, lakini wewe unafanya nini? Watoto wamekusikiza kwa sababu umepepa mkate mara mingi mpaka inakuwa ngumu wakubali maneno ya baba. But still, nyinyi wa Kenya, sisi tumefanya siasa wakati hiyo Ruto tulikuwa na hawa 92, hizo vitu watu wanaongea. Tulikuwa Pokot, tulikuwa huko Kibaki akikuja Baringo kutaka kufanya campaign. Tulikuwa na ingine walikuwa naitwa Kipkanyila. Wacha niwaambie, tulifanya siasa kibiribiri. Mimi nasema hakika kabisa, nimefanya siasa na Wakikuyu kwa sababu nimekuwa Nakuru. Uwezi chua kura ya Mkikuyu kwa sahi, hata Ruto mwenyewe, he will come to regret. The last minute, kwanza, hawa vijana mnasikia, wananyamaza tu, wanakula pesa. Wengi wapiki kura, lakini wakati
Sorry, it's like she's thrown out by the internet. Let's listen to Roba before we bring in Sarah.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Karibu.
Okay, asante. Hey, I've been listening for a long time and I want to make my points. Bernard, don't cut me off. First of all, I agree with Samuel. The problem is not the constitution. The problem is the man who's the deputy president. I mean, if you just say we want to we change our constitution because of the president and the vice president are not getting along, then we are all dead. We are all dead, because this is the way I see it myself. When Uhuru and Ruto came in, if you remember, you guys also just remember what happened that time. I mean, the way they came in, they never came in as if they were friends, as if they wanted to form a government, or Uhuru had the power, or he chose him as a running mate. I remember very clear, and the clip is there, because some of us, we watch it from overseas. The clip is there. Ruto came and they said, unajua nini? Mimi, I'm going to be the vice president. Let Uhuru and Musalia Mudavadi figure it out who's going to be there to be the president candidate. That's where we went wrong. The Katiba, our constitution is right. We cannot change it. If there's a problem, that's why we have parliament. If there's a problem, that's we have some other boards where they can come in and just say, we have a problem. The reason why I'm saying this is, coming to the topic of today, I've been listening to people from Kwanzaa, Kenya Kwanzaa. I mean, I can't believe what they're saying anymore. I'm tired. If somebody like Wetangula, who was with Raila 2017, when some of us were okay, I've been supporting, to be sincere, I've been supporting Raila since 2007. But people like Wetangula, to come and say, since the handshake, mambo ya mafuta imeenda juu, vyakula imeenda juu, you know, that's a lie. That's a lie. Let's be sincere in politics. The problem where we have right now, where now this thing is going public. In fact, I disagree. I disagree with Mr. Ruto, him going public and saying, trying to lecture our president. I disagree with him. In fact, who respected him, he went and he had a discussion. We don't know what it was said. We don't know where it came from his mouth in a private place. But him, he comes out. The way he came out and started doing whatever he did, lecturing or telling us all these things. That's where we go wrong. Let me tell you something. Blame the Kenyans people. All of us ambao tunapiga kura. Tunapiga kura kulingana na kabila yangu, kabila nani, mimi Mkisii, like where I come from. We don't do that. I wish every Kenyan would vote the way we vote in Kisii, where I come from. I wish that's the way we fought to our leaders. Because I'm sick and tired of this idea. The reason why they came, and because, this is Uhuru and the Ruto. They came because of numbers. It's not because they wanted to run the country. It's because of power and numbers. If Uhuru wanted to come up and get somebody from a running mate from somewhere Teso, or from somewhere in Ukambani, or from Kisii, or other places, we'll be talking something else. But here, now the country is on fire. I mean, it's on fire. To tell the truth, we are very disappointed when I get somebody like here, somebody from Uganda was asking me, what's wrong with your president and the first president? I mean, somebody from Tanzania, the same thing. They are asking us, what's wrong? We can't continue doing this. We must respect the office of the presidency and the office of the vice president. Okay, just let me come to what's going on. Atwoli, man, before I never even believed him, even a single word which he said. But everything which he has said, I'm seeing it is coming on. Atwoli. I think I'll be listening more about him, because he said Ruto might not be a president, and I think it's going to happen. And that will be the climax. Then I think also when he said about the guy who was not going to be the senator from I think Kakamega, and that one has happened. I don't know what's next, but I think at this point right now, as Kenyans, I think there are 100 and something less than days left before we go to elections. I think the best thing is let's try to tone it down. Just like in public, we are exchanging words. I know the vice president and the president are doing it. Let's just calm down. Just calm down, and we just say, you know what? Nobody holds my voting rights. Ukipiga kura unapiga tu one kura. You know, when I'm very disappointed when people come here and they say, kwa sababu Uhuru amesema hivi ama Ruto amesema hivyo, that's the way you fought. Hell no. Fought on your conscience. Fought on what's right. And that's the way I believe. And this idea of just saying, you know, there are some things here also I can come and say about what's going on. The life has gone up. I mean, like the life living, everything has gone up. It's not only in Kenya. Let's get it. Some of us, we are overseas right now. I just paid gas almost 700 a gallon. 700 when it was like 200. When I see people saying it's because of Uhuru and RAILA shaking hands and all these things are going up, no, it is what's going on in the world. Let's be sincere about it. So the people from Kwanzaa, and I saw somebody from Gachau, so I don't know his name, I can't pronounce properly, Gachau. He was just saying, and you know what? The worst about it, they are saying that RAILA anataka kufunga makanisa. That's being dishonest. That's being 100% dishonest. What we are saying, and that's why some of us who support RAILA is just like, you cannot go and steal money, then the same money, you go to give people in church. Now they have turned around and saying, oh, RAILA is saying wanataka kufunga makanisa. That's why I said, you know what, I cannot stand them. I don't want to listen to them anymore because they have nothing to offer. So I'll just leave it that way. And as I always say when I finish, democracy comes from the people. You cannot impose democracy on people. Our constitution is good. Our constitution is there. Let us leave it the way it is. It's the people who will put there who are the problem, not the constitution. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Roba. Let's watch this before Sarah comes in.
You have commented on this, I know. I commented last night, and I would like to repeat the same thing, that we have no knowledge of this, and I cannot definitely say anything that affects a sister state. Which is an ever-increasing realization that the solution to the political, social, and economic problems faced by various nations is intimately linked to the level and situation of women who live in those countries. Specific ways and means of integrating them into the global region. The member states stressed the very important point that trade between our countries should build up, which we have all along been wanting to see, namely that if we can sell certain goods to Tanzania or Uganda, as we do at the moment, or Zambia, is far much better than they themselves importing goods from Australia or Holland or countries beyond the seas. And this is something which is very important. And also regarding communications, these things could be facilitated if roads, rails exist for us to sell our goods. As you all know, we sell meat to Zaire and also to other countries, which is very important for the welfare of the people of.
Wananchi watukufu wa Kenya, Chama kuni.
inform His Excellency the President that he has been nominated as the only candidate for the presidency. Bwana Makamo, Dr. Vice, Mambia, Bwana Vice, Mzee Jomo Kenyatta, anamtaka kiapo kwa uchaguzi na ofisi ya rais. Asante sana bwana.
Kabisa. Leta watu sasa hivi mzee. Mzee nitawaambia sasa hivi. Asante sana mzee. Na vivyo hivyo Mungu asifiwe. Kabisa mzee.
Something to ponder about as we reflect on the current state of affairs. Sara, karibu.
Asante Bernard. Jana sikuweza kupata nafasi because I was traveling. Kwenda kujenga taifa.
Asante kwa kujenga taifa. Karibu.
Politics is part and parcel of us. And then can I start with this the video first?
Yeah.
I think Mzee Moi was someone who could get information from the mwananchi huko chini. Not like now nikitaka kwenda kupata rais naenda kupeana mshene. Nasema Bernard alikuwa hivi jana na jana alikuwa hivi na hivi na wanaamini. But Moi could get the information from the ground. And I've been telling you day in, day out. Moi was president for 24 years. And with me, I come from Baringo Central, where he was my MP. And by that time, he was the president, of which he had to give us, the former mayor, late Mayor Chelagata, to be assisting us as the acting MP Baringo Central. So Moi alikuwa anafuatilia mpaka ground huko chini. Si kama ya saa hizi mshene yenye iko nikitaka kukata Bernard asipata chochote, nimekimbia huko asubuhi ama nimeandika message, Bernard alikuwa hivi jana, sijui nini, kesho unakuwa fired. That is the Kenya we live now, not the Kenya that we had in Moi's regime. Na Moi si mtu mwenye alikuwa anapenda upuzi. Ni ukweli wa mambo. Ilikuwa ikifika news ya saa saba kila minister ameinua masikio kama ni kuongezwa cheo ama kufutwa kazi. We need to speak these things. Tuseme ukweli vile kuko. So also Mzee was about the nini that thing, there was that channel of respect. Unaona, hakuna siku Moi alikashifu president, and the president also there, hakuna siku. These people walikuwa naheshimiana, lakini though walikuwa na vituko, watu the surrounding people walikuwa, they were fighting them seriously. I remember even the story of Moi akiwekwa kofi, but hakuna siku yenye president Kenyatta alireact. Hiyo vitu ilimalizwa na ikamaliziwa huko chini. That is why I'm telling you, Bernard, so many young generation right now, they are not following history. Kazi yake tu ni kuamuka na kulipuka kusema yenye iko kwa kichwa yake, instead of going to do some research about history. Hakuna, they talk. Wanawakifikiria hiyo ndio maisha. So let me come to the topic of today. Nimekuwa backbench. Watu wakisema ati Atwoli amesema miti ya Sugoi ikatwe. Let me tell you, miti hatujakata, tumeongeza zingine kupanda. Na mkae mkijua tumeongeza zingine kupanda, wacha ya kukata sasa. Najua vitu zingine lazima tuambiane ukweli. Kuna haja tudanganyana hapa. Mimi nasema kitu live, na kama unataka kunichukia nichukie, but I will speak the truth. And that is why I like talking the truth. Like what I've been telling you since yesterday. Deputy president should not respond to president. Cheraisi, you people, you are with the deputy president the other time in US. Did you tell him the truth? Because huko hakuna security anachungwa. Hapa Kenya hata enzi wezi zunguka hapo utapigwa teke na kina Faru. But you people, you are with him. Ulimwambia ukweli. So you need to tell us. I was even looking for you yesterday, but ulitoroka mapema. So it is good today you are here. You will tell me something. I will ask you some questions. Because I'm udadamu. Mimi ni mtu wa deputy president. Hata kama ninatoka Baringo. We have our own son. But I chose to support the deputy president because of my own reasons. Secondly, I remember people are talking here also saying, oh, Atwoli amesema, Atwoli, I think maybe Atwoli is a prophet, if prophesies, I don't know. I remember Atwoli in JK Live, akisema, Ruto will not be in the ballot box. Na baadaye akakuja akasema, Ruto will be there. You know, vitu zingine Bernard, we need to speak, tuseme tu ukweli vile kuko. Kila mtu atetee mrengo wake. Na mimi siwezi kubali uisukumie mrengo yangu chini ati na ninyamaze. I will stand shoulder high and defend the truth where it is. Na kama kuna makosa, I will also speak. Siwezi pigia makofi nikisema ni wetu. Hakuna mambo ni wetu. Kenya ni yetu sisi sote. And it is my vote that is making him to be in that office. I'm now his boss, not him being my boss. I'm his boss because of that one vote of mine. And that is why I've been telling you, Bernard, we need to give civic education to these people of ours. Si unaenda kupiga makofi ukipewa 50 shillings and you go for another 5 years. Na wanasema mheshimiwa, I'm the mheshimiwa, not him. And that is what I was telling them the other day. I have had another gentleman who was talking here akisema, sisi huko wakisi, tunapenda atufuate sijui nini chama. Even as in Baringo, atufuati chama. Let me be very specific and say the truth. Especially me, who I'm coming, because I know Cheraisi is coming from Mogotio. Me, I'm coming from Baringo Central. And I chose to vote for a MP who is coming on a ticket of Maendeleo Chapter. And Maendeleo Chapter is not in Jubilee. Ilikuwa ni kitu yenye huko nje. But we never voted the party. We voted the person individual. And I know Cheraisi knows very well. If we come from the Senate is Kano, women rep is Kano. You come to governor is Jubilee. You come to the MPs, we have an MP of Kano, MP of Maendeleo Chap, and these are the MPs from Jubilee. So we were not voting a party, we were voting an individual. And that is hiyo ni sheria yenye iko Baringo County. Ukikuja pale hata ukuja upigiwe makofi. Like the other day, mwingine alipigiwa makofi, mpe huyu mama. Sisi hatupeane. Tunapatia mtu mwenye amekuwa kwa kazi. Hii story ya mwenye mnaenda kujuana huko, mipango zenu za kando huko. No. Come to the ground, kuja patana na wananchi, mpango ya kando sisi hatujui hiyo. Kuja, face us. We see. You tell us what you've done and what you will do to the voters. Lakini story nyingine hii ya kutembezana hapa kando hii sisi hatujui hiyo. Tuambiane ukweli. Na hii maneno hapa mimi naonanga it is good. we talk the truth, and that truth will set us free. Because better you are our pastor, hii ukweli inafunguanga watu. Hata kama ni uchungu, wanasemanga ukweli ni uchungu ile hujawahi ona. Lakini it is good, that is a very good painkiller. Tuambiana ukweli. Secondly, watu wanasema ati because of this marriage of nani handshake of Raila and Uhuru ndio imefanya nini kuhai. Watu walisahau COVID ilikuwa. COVID was there. Na wengi walifutwa kazi. So many companies zilifungwa. What do you expect? Si maisha itapanda juu. Yes, tuambiana hapa ukweli, usikuja kusema hapa ati handshake ililete hii shida. Wewe lazima uende upimwe akili huko hospitali kama akili yako ni timamu. Usikuje kutudanganya hapa. Don't come and cheat us here, because even today I was traveling to my workplace. Ilibidi karibu nikose mafuta kwa barabara. Na kwa sababu hiyo kitu iko worldwide. I have even a cousin, we talked with him today before I entered the nini, akiniambia ameenda msituni huko Texas akitafuta mafuta. Then sasa hiyo ni ya Kenya peke yake ama ni ya nchi za mpaka nchi za nje? Tuambiana hapa ukweli, tusikuja hapa kupamba. Don't let us not pamper anyone here. If we are wrong, we are wrong. We are good, we are good. Hii story ya we pamper one another person, we disgrace another one. Here is ID. And I've been telling the truth here. My stand, that I will go with my stand till the last breath of my life. Lakini hii story ya kukuja kukudanganyana hapa ati tukae hivi tufanye hivi. No. Hii story watu wakati walitongozana, and then I said it yesterday Bernard. Wakati hao walikuwa naenda kukaa chini kusema wacha tu form Jubilee. Were we there? Did they inform us? No. Na wakati sasa wamekuja kukosana, wanakuja kutuambia nini hapa public? Let them go and iron out their issues there. Wamalizane huko nje. Wakikuja hapa ndani wakuja watuombe kura. Hii story ya kusema tu wote I think all these leaders are the same. Kama inawezekana wote tuwafagilie, wote watoke, tulete new blood. Hizi story nyingine tusibembelezana hapa. Because hata sasa unasikia mwingine anasema sisi tunaenda kusanitiziwa kwingine. So mwingine anasema sasa hizi ati wakati Wetangula amekuja hii mrengo hii nyingine amekuwa mbaya. So wakati ule alikuwa the other mrengo alikuwa mzuri. Tuambiane ukweli. I do work in Western Bungoma County, and I know the leading person there is Raila. He will get 60%, while Ruto will get 40%. Tuambiane tu ukweli. Even today I never work. Nilikuwa kwa mshene ya siasa nikisikia, because kusikia hii mambo inaendaje. Yeah, we play work and politics at the same time. So vitu zingine lazima tuambiane ukweli, Bernard. And then there's a time nani Waiguru said, don't do what? You will rent a Kikuyu, but you will not buy a Kikuyu. And I normally say, kufanya deal na Mkikuyu, kaa chini kwanza na ufikirie mara mbili. Think twice. Hiyo deal hata kama mnafanya deal ya pesa. Na nataka kusema kinyi yuko kwa roho yangu, because hizi vitu tumeziona. Tumeshaziona hizi vitu. Unafanya deal na Mkikuyu, ile pesa ikishatokea hivi, he will go to get another person aje akumalize na hiyo pesa imeenda. Tuambiane tu ukweli vitu zingine hapa. Tusidanganyane. Let us speak the truth. So Waiguru said rent a Kikuyu, but you will not buy a Kikuyu. And that is the thing which is there. Hata saa hizi Waiguru nafikiri we are renting her. Some few months utastukia ameruka pandile ngine kwenda kufanyiwa sanitization hapa hivi. Tuambiane tu ukweli vile kuko. Why should we cheat ourselves?
Is Sarah not profiling a community there?
No. Wewe uliongea yako ulimaliza, shut up, I clear mine, you ask me the question, I reply. What is the problem? Why are you interjecting me?
Ngoja kwanza, Wangira has a point.
Grouping
Bernard, blanketly judging them is not valid. Okay?
Bernard.
Mimi secretary wangu ni Mkikuyu. So Dennis Maina.
My boss also is a Kikuyu. I'm her deputy. But
thank you.
Musisikia uchungu tukisema hii ukweli. Mkale njini utafanya deal na yeye na hiyo siri hata itoboa mpaka umweke kwa shimo. Unasikia? Mluya ukimfinya atakwambia hiyo story kesho yake. Madam, mimi nilipitia hivi, nilikuwa ni shida imenipeleka huko. So tuambiane tu ukweli, what is there? That is, hiyo ni kitu life yenye iko. Mbona mnafichana hapo?
Bernard, that is profiling communities. We cannot allow that, Bernard. We cannot allow that.
Okay, let's sort it. Let's settle it. Sara, wachia hapo basi tusonge mbele
Acha
tafadhali.
niwachie hapo. Haya, munipeta nafasi. So can I continue or?
Tamatisha.
So what is there? I had not completed mine a submission of yesterday. Let me clear only one, please. Nimalize ndio nifuatilie baadaye. I heard when Mama Ida went to Meru, I think it was Meru where she was the other day. It is so awkward. Hii nchi ni yetu sisi wote. If she comes to Baringo, let us welcome her. She comes and say her manifesto, alete salamu za Raila, tumpokee, aende. Si tunajua mali tunapiga kura. Heshima ni kitu ya maana. Ruto akienda huko Nyanza apewe the same Mrs. Ruto akienda huko apewe the same respect. Lakini wamama hii ya kununuliwa na pesa 8 alafu wanafanya hiyo humiliation, it is the stupidity of the highest order. Respect matters a lot. In fact, hata kama sikutaki Bernard, ninakukaribisha kwangu, lakini roho sikutaki, but nitakupigia chai, nikupe story na uende. After all sitakupigia, lakini heshima ikue. Please. Hii ni Kenya sisi wenyewe tunahitaji. Because even me where I am now, I'm not in Baringo. I'm in Uasin Gishu County. And this is not my county. Hii ni county ya wengine. Na mali ninafanya kazi, ninafanya Bungoma County, county ya wengine. Why should we respect each other? Na tuheshimiane. So I rest my case there. Then I will follow.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. That is a hot one. Yes, Cherais. We can't get you. Your audio is off. No. You work on your gadget. Yes, Kenya.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Bernard. At least hata nigeuke kidogo kwa kiti. The debate is so hot. I think let me just say I wanted to respond something to Namu. I wanted to go to Namu. That's the person I was interested with a little bit. You know, there is something I want to say here. And for this one, I'm addressing my people from Mountain first. And other people like-minded who would like to listen. The moment, there is something I would like to say here. Between Uhuru and Ruto, those guys who are not together, everyone was running for his life. Then they met along. Then they saw, hii njia tunaenda juu tumepatana, tuko kwa shida, wacha tusaidiane. Na hivyo ndivyo walishikana, wasaidiane. For that purpose, watoke kwa hiyo shida walikuwa. Because deputy was going to Hague and the president was the same way. Alikuwa anaenda. So walipatana, watu wako na shida the same, wakapatana. Ndio wasaidiane. So the point of in Mount Kenya, tuanze hii story ya ati tutaonekana sisi ni waongo, mountains ni watu waongo. I think hiyo ni kitu ilipitwa na wakati. And the moment you call us for a wedding, we will come, eat, drink, but we are not going to manage your matrimonial bed. Our work is to come for wedding and eat and go. Then from there
Thank you.
Then from there you manage your house. And one thing I'm just saying here, you know, and I said that even the other day, I keep on saying this. First thing, you don't show your leader direction. Your leader should show you direction. That's the point. You cannot show your leader direction. He's the one to show you direction. Because if you really want to show your leader direction, there is no need of having a leader in your community. you should stay without a leader so that you do whatever you want. But because you have a leader, he's the one to show you the direction. Point number 2. I'm really worried about my people from mountain, especially where in Meru, the way Sarah said about the women who did what they did the other day. It's so embarrassing, such that someone like Madam Haida, someone by any chance, she might be a first lady. What kind of embarrassment will you get after doing whatever those women did in Meru? Then the following day, they find Mama Haida is the first lady. Those are the things that people should keep in their mind. Whoever comes on your way, you should listen and respect. And in Mount Kenya, let us not be led by the way of disrespecting our leaders. That's the point we should listen. Even if kuna kitu nasemanga, mtoto hata akiwa mbaya, mamake hawezi mkataa, hawezi. Wazazi hawezi kataa mtoto wao. Hata some boys, they do bad criminal issues. They get arrested. Something is known, but their parent will stand with them. Why we in Mount Kenya, we cannot stand with one of our own? You know, Mr. Kenyatta is the president of the Republic of Kenya, but out of presidency, it's our leader in Mount Kenya. Once he comes to Mount Kenya, we treat him as our leader. When he comes with duties of the presidency, we listen him as a president. So where the people in Mount Kenya who are trying to draw insult towards the president, I think they are people who doesn't have brains. They should respect the presidency and respect the leader. That's the only thing I'm trying to say. Sorry to say that I've said, but I had to say so, Mr. Bernard. It's so disappointing when I sit back in Mount Kenya, where my leader comes from, and he receives insult from the people from Mount Kenya. And those people, they are being ejected, the poison, because of politics. And at the end of the day, Mr. Kenyatta said this. The day he went for Raila Amolo Odinga, the issue was this. He has security. He has police officers in his gate. Mr. Deputy President has the security in his gate. All those people who didn't want the handshake, they have security. What about we, common mwananchi, who is guarding our property? Because their property are guarded. What about we, common mwananchi? And that's why Mr. President went ahead for the handshake. And if it wasn't for Baba, Mr. Kenyatta couldn't have done anything, because all MPs were aligned on one direction. So Baba came in to help Mr. Kenyatta to deliver. Then you hear people saying that handshake imefanya vitu zikaenda bei juu. Sarah said there, hiyo ni kitu ya upuzi. Ati handshake ndio imefanya vitu zikapanda. Nothing like that. Handshake ilileta amani na ikaleta biashara. In Nairobi on Mondays and Tuesdays, I don't know those days, tulikuwa tunalia tear gas, no work, no business. Alafu mtu anakata handshake. Huyo ni mtu hataki peace in this country. Without peace, there is no country there. And Mr. Kenyatta needed that peace. Just let us be open and look. Tunakuja Mount Kenya tunadanganywa.
Okay, Kenya, your message is home. Your message is home. Conclude, please.
Yeah, please, Bernard, give me time.
Bernard, wacha amalize.
Let me conclude.
Malizia tafadhali.
Wewe Rose, jamaa hapo.
Chochote.
Yes, kuna wenye wajasema?
No, watasema. So the point is this. You come in Mount Kenya and tell us that youth, the president ndiye anafanya tusikue na kazi. Not even in Mount Kenya, the whole of the country, people are saying that. But why is that much in Mount Kenya? Why is that in Mount Kenya? And that's living a lie. And that thing is what we are trying to eliminate in the mountain. And I'm sure it will work. Thank you. I feel so bad about people in Mount Kenya.
It's okay, Mr. Kenywa. Your point is made. Thank you. Your message is home. Yes, Samuel?
Okay, let me see. Is my mic good?
Yeah, it's good. It's good. Go ahead.
Okay, 1 minute. 1 minute. Okay, I want to tell Mr. Kenywa and everybody else. I think when they said the prices and everything is going up, yes, it's true all over the world. But I think the point is when the president and RAILA and all that focused more on BBI. I think it's a question of priorities. They should have put in perspective that there was COVID. You know, the priority at that time should have been to mitigate the COVID economically and all that. You know, PBI should have waited. Yes, we need to change constitutions once in a while. I think it's a matter of priorities. And then as far as like Mount Kenya, this is our leader. This is our, you know, I think we need to move away from like this tribal leader of our corner, of our side. We need to move away from that. You know, it will take time. You know, that's an ideal situation, but it will take time.
Samuel, you have lost your sound. You have lost your audio again. You need to restart your gadget. Yes, Rose. Rose, coming.
Bernard, tunaenda vizuri na wacha Samuel hata network yake ipotee, imefanya vizuri sababu alikuwa anatupeleka njia mbaya. Uchumi iko mbaya kila mahali, hata Europe mahali tuko tunalia hata sisi. Kwa hivyo hiyo network yako imefanya vizuri kuharibika, kupotea, ipotee kabisa. Wacha nirudi kwa Kenywa. Kenywa, oh, congratulations my brother. Abia akina Nyamo wafunguke macho, bado wana miwani, wafunguke macho, waone mahali tuko, wawache kuwa brainwashed, wafuate rais wetu Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, hawezi kutupoteza, na tena hatuna deni na Atwoli long life. Nimemaliza.
Thank you. Samuel, you still have issue with audio. Just leave, then you will come back, configure your gadget properly. But what you said about BBI is still, from where I sit, BBI is an excuse. There is no ministry that was suspended. Government project went on as usual. The secretariat for BBI was different from government operation. Any person saying BBI interfered with government operation, he's not being honest. And this dishonest is the problem. Okay? The secretariat ya BBI ilikuwa kando kabisa. Walikuwa wanafanya kazi yao tofauti, led by Haji and the rest of the people. It was not part of the executive in terms of even going to the cabinet and things like that. So I don't see how BBI was an interference with the DP doing his job and the president doing their job. So hii story ya kujaribu kutafuta excuse why things are not working, we can't allow it. If you want leadership, leadership is responsibility. Na responsibility natoka kwamba kuna COVID, tunabeba huu mzigo, tusaidie economy isianguke, tufanye mitigation na hii na hii. Haya, kuna shida gani ingine? Hii na hii. You cannot always be finding an excuse why things failed and you never own up of those things that failed. BBI has been an excuse for too long. Tuachane tu nayo. Abdul, namna gani? Abdul, upo?
Nipo. Thank you, Bernard. Hi to the panel.
We greet you. Karibu.
Asante sana. Let me start from where Cheralsi left. You know, the COVID issue should also not be used at people should have concentrated on COVID more than anything else in the government. One, nobody knew how long the COVID will be with us. So hakuna vile ati tutawacha kila kitu tuangalie tu COVID. The government had to stretch itself so that everything else works as we deal with the COVID situation. Well, Bernard, you put him straight the issue of BBI. There was a certain secretariat which was running the entire thing. So it did not like stop any government function happening. So let us leave that as ni siasa tu, as propaganda. Let me put it is propaganda at its best. Kwa wale wenye wanasema ati sijui handshake or BBI derailed the functioning of the government and all that, ni siasa tu, ni kawaida. It takes a lot to peel the mask. So ukipata mtu mwenye anaweza distinguish the difference, then that person ako na foresight, anaangalia beyond what anaambiwa. Well, I sympathize with Kinyua. Why? Because I understand exactly the situation that is at the mountain. As I mentioned yesterday, my wife is Kikuyu, so niko na ile inside mambo yanafanyika kwa mountain, and it is very sad. It is very, very sad. First we are Kenyans, then we are Africans, and there's one thing na Africa, when it comes to leaders and elders, haupatiwa heshima sana, and the mountain used to really respect their elders sana, tena ilikuwa yani lakini I don't know what has happened kwa hizi miaka, I think it should be 4 years something has really changed in the mountain. Yani hata you cannot tell kama kuna any leader huko sasa, because anybody can say anything about their leader. Hata kijana mdogo 19 year old unasikia vile anaongea juu ya the leader, you wonder huyu ako na wazazi. Okay, kuna this msemo watu husema unajua kuna tabia zingine mbaya ni kama hawana wazee kwao. Mtu yani ako na tabia zingine ni kama wana lack elders kwao, but this thing has gone out of hand. How I wish they could like sit back and they reboot, warudi ni nini imetufanya. Unajua they have to ask those difficult questions now. Nini imetufanya tukafika pahali tumefika mpaka sasa? Because if things continue this way, then Central has always voted as a block, but vile mambo iko sasa na ikiendelea hivyo, then they will go the western way, the way the Luyas vote. Unajua mostly they don't vote like in one basket au nini, or even Kisi also they have that tendency kidogo, at times they will vote pamoja kidogo wagawe, but Central wamekuwa wakiweka mayai yao pali moja, but wakiendelea hivyo watagawanyika and they will never go back to voting as a block. Itakuwa sasa kila mtu venye anataka, kwa sababu saizi unasikia mtu anasema hatubebewi akili, kila mtu ako na akili yake. True, kila mtu ako na akili yake, but at the end of the day there is that common interest enye inasaidia a certain community going a certain direction, and numbers ina help sana kwa achieve that common goal, mostly when it comes to politics, rather than you go as an individual ama mmeenda like mmegawanyika. That's why you see right now in Western there's a lot of complaint wakisema their factories imekuwa yani haifuatiliwi na even the government. Like every election cycle you will hear the story of Mumias and Zoya. It is always on the campaign agenda. Why? Because I blame it to their leaders, because if their leaders wangewaleta pamoja, then they will be very strong. Everybody will want to listen to them, lakini when every leader is going this way, the other that way, then kidogo inakuwa shida. So let me leave it at that for now. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. We appreciate your giving. The mountain is okay. Okay, personally, I'm from Western, and Western we have no problem. Husband voting this way and wife voting the other way. If that is what will help the mountain realize what they ought to do, the better for them. But at the end of the day, the elderly leadership of the mountain cannot be wished away just that way. So anybody thinking that he has surpassed the elders and is now with the people without the elders about the mountain is deceiving himself. That's a fact. At the end of the day, when the elders will gather and summon their people and give them direction, that direction is going to get, if it doesn't get everybody, it will still get the majority of the mountain. And that is why the revival of Jubilee, I was surprised that Jubilee has more aspirants in the mountain than UDA. Okay, now that means the recovery or the revival of Jubilee should not be underestimated, and the leadership of Uhuru Kenyatta should not be underestimated as far as the mountain is concerned, in my opinion. At the end of the day, the Utamaki leadership will still carry the day as far as the mountain is concerned. They may vote in protest, but not with the majority. They will vote, will have a few protesting, but the majority of the people, they will still be with the Utamaki. As far as I know the history of the mountain and how they vote. Wazee bado wanasei, wacha vijana hao wanakimbia hapa nini, mliambiwa wewe ukienda kuchumbia msichana alafu unachukua ndugu zake unawapeleka baa, unawanywesha, unarudi nao, unawanunulia mashati, unawapeleka shopping. At the end of the day, siku unakujia msichana, utaona ndugu zake, wazee ndio watatokezelea na maswali utajibu ya wazee. Utasema nilinywesha ndugu zao. Hebu hesabu hiyo, hapana. So at the end of the day, msichana wa Mount Kenya atakuwa handed over by the elders, not the brothers, not the cousins. So tusidanganyane, hata tukiwa na imani. Hii imani inafanya kazi kwa mpangilio. Mpangilio ni kwamba wazee wanaongoza, vijana wanafuata, hata mkikasirika. Now, naomba hivi nataka okay, Rose nakupatia nusu dakika. Alafu ndio Namu ameinua mkono. Yes, Rose.
Mimi niseme tu hivi, Wakikuyu ama watu wa Central, si ati tuko vile wabaya vile, tuko wazuri, but what we want, tuna make our promises of course, lakini pia tuna need kuheshimiwa. Respect us bwana, si ati sababu tumekuahidi sasa unaruka mbele ya kichwa, hiyo haiwezekani. Lakini ukirespect, unasikia vile president alisema, tukifikiria next time tutakupatia, lakini round hii sio sahi. Na hiyo maneno ya kusikia ati Central ati sahi tumegawanyuka ati tuko hivi, ngojeni tu. Tunangojea chama inaitwa Njori Njeke ya wazee waingie, mtashangaa nyinyi. Within 3 months mtajua sisi ni Wakikuyu from Central. Long life Atwoli.
Okay, thank you Rose. Naomba hivi Namu and Kenya, naomba ukue prefect for a few minutes. I'm coming back. Tuanze kwa Namu, alafu tukitoka kwa Namu turudi kwa Wangira. Sawa. Alafu Douglas. Wapi huyu? Namu karibu.
Yes, kuna kitu moja nataka kucorrect kwa Rosa. I've listened that Kenya
was kidogo Kenya. Kitaba unicorrect wewe Kenya.
Just a minute.
Mimi naona wewe si mtu wa kunicorrect.
Nasema just a minute.
Subirini tafadhali, let there be order. Sema kile unachosema.
Yes, there is what Bernard I want to
say. Personal.
I have nothing personal with anyone. Na tunakutumani nilikuanza kusema hivi Bernard. One thing with the people within Mount Kenya region, where I come from, they are so quick in making the judgment. Actually, I did he make my communication, and Rose was the first person to judge kuamini to UDM. There is one thing that I've noted between Uhuru and Ruto. As Erica said, in between 2013 marriage between Uhuru and Ruto, haikuwa just because of their friendship. Ruto was trying to sing that song, ametembea na Uhuru all the way from 202 na huko and everything. Kwangu ningesema from what I know, for Ruto to support Uhuru in 2013, it was not because of their friendship. It was just because of what was before them. That's the case in Eki. So, and during that time, Uhuru alijaribu kuweka Ruto so close to him even in government, because me, I know as a matter of fact, because anajua Rose, the way she is talking, anajua ni mtu amekuwa, maybe she may be so close to the government. In between 2013 and 2017, most of the press briefings za regional commanders, mingi kuna zilikuwa zinafanywa to Ruto. So it's like Uhuru alikuja akapea Ruto Ruto alikuwa na more demand to the government in between 2013 to 2017. He came with a lot of demand to the government, and Uhuru managed to give him that powers. Akakuwa wana operate in the same level. It's like it was you are in the same level with Uhuru. So when it came to 2017, it was a different. Inikava unakuja unapea mtoto wako first priority wako kwa nyumba, unapata anytime you have something that you want to do in the house, kuna ule mtoto unapea first priority, but anytime itakaa ni kama umeanza kumnyima ile priority, anaanza kuonekana unamchukia, unaelewa? So that's something that happened to Ruto before 2017 elections. It is something that came into Ruto camp, ikakuwa kama wanaona ni kama Uhuru is trying to sideline them in the government. So even before the 2017 elections, hakuna mtu anasema tuseme Uhuru and Ruto walikuwa pamoja in terms of
Samuel, your mic. Samuel, mic. Mute your mic, please.
Oh, okay.
Yes. So there's one thing that I do like kwa leadership ya Raila. For those who have followed the leadership in Raila Campo, all the way from 2002. Anytime there is a breakup, there is less talk between. Take an example, tuseme kama sahi ile timu ilikuwa kwa kambi ya ODM all the way from 207 to now. I think the only person mwenye amekuwa na direct confrontation mimi ningesema ni Ruto, after Ruto sasa kutoka kwa kambi ya ODM, but all other leaders from the ODM sijaona mtu amekuwa na that direct attack among themselves. So kwangu ningesema kwa between Uhuru now and Ruto after 2017 elections, kulikuwa na that via kwa Ruto camp. They believed, and that's what it is tunao mali Uhuru amekaa chini akanja Ruto direct like hata tuseme nile tunasikia tu, but in there is a communication either from Kioni, from Murathe, from whoever. No. Mi ningesema
president, sio?
Yes.
There would be nothing wrong with him confronting Uhuru Kenyatta if only he resigned from office. But if he's still in office and he's taking on to the president, that's where the problem is. Okay? You can't fight a government when you're inside. Huwezi sukuma gari wakati uko ndani. Ukitaka kusukuma gari unatoka nje kwanza alafu unasukuma. Lakini ukiwa ndani na unasukuma litaenda.
Iwezi.
Bas, so deputy president anataka kufanya the impossible, to be in the vehicle and push the vehicle at the same time. It doesn't work. So yeye akubali amepitwa na wakati. It was a good time. Hata akiresign saa hii it's too late. Angeresign mapema, ingemsaidia, na hiyo momentum ako nayo ya mountain, ingemsaidia a fly away, he could be president without much problem. But yeye hataki kutoka kwa serikali, bado ana fight hiyo serikali. Sasa serikali imejipanga. Saa hii Uhuru ameanza kukutana na wazee wa huku na huku, hiyo inamstua. Na yeye amekutana na wazee all along. Nini nastua yeye? Kwa nini? Siasa kita mizizi, amechukua makanisa, ako na mapasta, ako na mareverend, ako na watu, ako na Mungu. Why should he be shocked and shaken because Uhuru is meeting Durunjeke and meeting the elders? That's confusing to me. William Ruto is his own enemy. He's not the people of Kenya. He's not Uhuru Kenyatta. In my opinion, William Ruto hataki kuwa rais.
Very true, Bernard.
Yes.
That's why I've seen this, Bernard. If I got my point, there's one thing that I've said.
Yes.
The communication from Uhuru Kenyatta is coming when it is too late. That was my point.
No, this is the right time. There was no way Uhuru should speak while he is still in office. Alisema anangoja time ya siasa. So time ya siasa ndio sasa. Kama wewe unaona ni too late, then wewe ulikuwa unataka kuwe na ile tit for tat, exchange matches. Nothing will have taken place. So Uhuru gave a deaf ear to everything so that he faces the work. He has established his legacy. Now that his legacy is ready, he's now dealing with a political problem politically. So let William Ruto also deal with it politically. Kama ana msuli wa kisiasa, autoe sasa hivi. Akona numbers, azitoe sasa hivi. Sio maneno ya kwanza ku exchange is a lie, propaganda, inuendo. No, kama una msuli, toa saa hii. Kwa sababu saa hii ndio wanaume wanapimana uko na support kiasi gani. Tunaona vile Weta na Musalia wametumwa Western wakaguliwe, okay? Waone wana namba gapi, okay? Kabla warudi huku kusema atu wanataka kuwa deputy president. Nenda ufanye rally huko wiki moja, ukusanye, si tukichukua picha. Ukirudi na hizo picha kwa meza, tutaamua sasa nani atakuwa running mate. So umeona vile wamekuwa na watu 40. So hao 40 ndio wanarudi nao kwa meza. Watapumua. So msuli utolewe wakati wa siasa, kisiasa. Sio kilio. Hii vilio they are treating us, we don't need it. Thank you. Samuel, what were you saying?
Yeah, two points or three. Yes. Number one, about Mount Kenya. You know, a lot of people have said, oh, they've always voted a majority in one basket. The same will happen this time. Either way, so far there seems to be leaning to UDA. It might change, but they'll be voting majority in one basket, whichever way, you know. But right now they're leaning to UDA. Number two, I still insist Uhuru Kenyatta is not on the ballot, and all these exchanges about amekuja siasa sasa, you know, he's dealing with politically. It's my opinion. Uhuru has done his politics. We have elected him for 10 years. He's not a contestant on this election. So it's my opinion that we should not make him a subject of this competition between RAILA and Ruto. Let Ruto and RAILA compete. It will be one of them who will win. If it is RAILA, in my opinion, that's fine. He has tried since 1982. If he wins this one, the hell will not break loose. You'll come with experience. And if Ruto wins, he comes with the youthfulness. So one of them will win for sure. I don't think Abdu Badida will be a challenger. I think it's RAILA and Ruto. And one of them will win. Asante.
Thank you.
Ruto is supposed to be home. Anyway, he has served his 10 years.
Thank you. Samuel, you keep saying we should not make Uhuru the subject. We really try so hard, especially as a debate group. The only problem is that UDA people cannot let Uhuru rest.
Yeah,
they monitor Uhuru's moves.
Yeah,
why? Uhuru is an interested party as far as the 2022 elections are concerned, and he cannot be ignored. So pretending not to see him and see his moves is trying to ignore the obvious, in my opinion.
Well, you know, what I'm saying, I'm sorry to interfere. What I'm saying is, as far as the political competition is, Uhuru has come down with the, you know, the pronunciations we see from here or maybe even from other blocks. Amekuja sasa kisiasa, ameingia ground kisiasa. There's nothing Uhuru is competing with Ruto. You know, that's my opinion. It's Raila and Ruto. The kura kwa Mount Kenya, kura kwa Western, kura kwa Mombasa, itakuwa Ruto and Raila. You know, what I'm interested in, like when I see Ruto supporters in like all over the place, like the aspirants wanaweka picha yao na ya Ruto. You know, maybe it's good, but I'm yet to see, like in Central, for example, a contestant who is supporting, like Sabina Jege, for example, putting a picture plus Raila. You know, maybe it's a style thing, but I'm yet to see that. So the competition is between Ruto and Raila. So
Thank you.
Samuel,
that
that
is clear, but we are saying the Uhuru factor is a factor that cannot be ignored. And that is why the UDA cannot ignore what Uhuru is doing. Although Uhuru is not running, he's an interested party, and his involvement in the elections will have some consequences that are unbearable. Unlike if he would have kept quiet and not made his support for one candidate public. But the moment he went public, he's an interested party. He cannot be ignored. He will still be discussed until the day for the ballot.
And then I talk to my UDA people too. It is a point I tell my UDA people too. They are making a mistake. They're making
yes, we have got you, please, Samuel. Thank you. Your point is made. To sikilize Douglas.
Okay, go ahead.
Bernard, abia huyo mtu saida, huyu mtu wao Cosimo aliongea akatukana Mama Ngina Kenyatta, kura kama milioni 2 zilienda hapo chwa automatically. Leo Raila Ruto ameongea jana 500 zimeenda. Sasa hivi mkifaidika kama mko vende yake Mount Kenya na zenyu mtapata 3 million ikienda juu sana. Believe you me. Take it to the bank.
Okay, thank you, Rose. Naomba Douglas, please, order, please. Samuel, you have had your time. Let Douglas weigh in. We quickly go to Kamau and Jared. They have not made their contribution. Keep your mic mute, Samuel. Keep your mic mute. Thank you.
Thank you, Bernard and the rest. May I quickly start from where Samuel left? About having a portrait of Uhuru, a portrait of Ruto and the competitor, and versus what is not happening in Central Kenya. I want to inform you, Samuel, that that thing of having your presidential portrait in your own campaign poster, it is not about who you are supporting. Those are aspirants who are fearful that they will not be elected if they do not lean to somebody else. But when you are so sure that you've served your people well, and what you are campaigning on is an idea that people resonate with, you do not need to have Ruto's portrait on your portrait. So we must refute that. Number 2, there's something you mentioned, Cherais, about a kingpin, that we need to move from the idea of Mount Kenya having a kingpin. I do not come from the Rift Valley, but I want to give you some education about Rift Valley. For Ruto to be the kingpin of Rift Valley, there are so many people who are upcoming leaders that he has brought down. First of all, he started with the Kipkalia Kones and Lona Labos. There were people who were coming up very fast, but he crippled their wings in the ODM Pentagon in the 2007. Are you aware of that? Number 2, we had people like Franklin. Listen, we had people like Franklin Bet from Bureti. They were coming up also. The likes of Sally Kosgei, they were coming up. The likes of this chairman of ODM from Nandi. What was his name? Henry Kosgei. We had people who were coming up. We have this man from Bomet, Isaac Ruto. We have Alfred Keter, Joshua Kutunyi. If those people just try to oppose him kidogo, he uses his influence and the people on the ground to bring those people down. Why? Because he wants to remain the kingpin. And that is why in the Rift Valley now, there is nobody who is vying on any other political party isipokuwa UDA, which is aligned to who? To DP Ruto. So that means it is right for the people of the Rift Valley to have a kingpin, but it won't be right for the people of the mountain to have a kingpin. That is hypocrisy, and we must tell each other the truth. Number 3, you people, the KK people, took Musalia Mudavadi and Wetangula, and they said wamechukua Omwami Mudavadi and Omwami Wetangula, representing the Luya community. So they are saying the Luya community is in. So you want to tell people that in Western, it is okay to have the 2 kingpins, Mudavadi and Wetangula, in our camp, but in Mount Kenya, wacha upuzi ya kingpin. That is hypocrisy too. I want to move to the next point. I wished that Ross was here. There's something I want to...
Nico, hebu muulize aje.
Not Ross.
Ruto ameweka wageni state house, yuko anakaa sijui ni state house ama wapi for 10 years. Na sasa president ameleta wageni wake wameanza kasheshe. Sisi hatuna right.
Thank you, Ross. Thank you, Ross. I want to proceed. There is a notion, and Eric and Ross, those that come from the mountain, there is a notion in the mountain for these people who are supporting KK. They think they are more wise and they are more economically stable. They are more learned than us who have been supporting Raila Odinga, the 8+ million of Kenyans. No, listen, Namu, do not. I want to build a point here. You listen to my point, then you come with a rebuttal. That is right. They think that they are more wiser than us when they are saying now they have an independent mind. So us, we've not been having independent minds when we've been supporting a candidate from all these years. They are now lecturing us on how independent we should be, not to follow somebody like cows. You know, that is a notion that should not be, it cannot come to such a point. You want to tell us now you are more wiser than us. That is wrong. Number 3, these people feel agitated. They feel betrayed more than these other people have been betrayed. Let's go back to 1963. Jaramogi Oginga Odinga couldn't accept presidency without the release of Jomo Kenyatta. But after 2 years in the vice president position, he was thrown out. Nobody protested. Nobody said atutaki kingpin. Nobody said atufuati watu kama ng'ombe. The country moved on. Down the line, Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi, that comes from Chiraisi's place, throw the late George Saitoti under the bus when he endorsed Uhuru Kenyatta. Nobody protested. Nobody felt agitated. The country moved on. In the year 2002, Raila supported Kibaki in a wheelchair and ensured that he campaigned for him. He became a president. And 2002, 2 things happened. We that come from the Kisii community. If Raila could have stood with our son Nyachae, he could have probably won the presidency. But we did not walk away from Raila. We've been supporting him in 2007. We didn't protest. The country moved on. And Kibaki became the president. And Raila in 2007 decided to vie now. People, and then you know what happened in the year 2007. So when you are telling us that there was a political marriage, there was an agreement that was done in the year 2013, yangu kumi, yako kumi, and it shall be honored, the country must not stop because a marriage of convenience was not honored. The country must move on. And we must understand that in politics, we have betrayal. That is a must. And in politics, we have interests. People have their different interests, and they are fighting for their own interest. So anything that happened in the year 2013 to 2017 should not be brought to the limelight to make other people who support another candidate look like we are lost. We are not lost. The only thing is we are differing in ideology. Na Rosa alisema tuambie na ukweli, but kuna ukweli inaitwa objective, kuna subjective na kuna normative. So ukweli yako haiwezi kuwa subjective when you are not supporting another candidate, and it becomes objective when you are fighting for your own candidate. We must come clean. If we are fighting this monster called tribalism and kingpins, it must start from where we are, then it moves to the other parts. So I think that is my humble submission, that we don't want to make other people feel so special. the deputy president has made a mistake. He must acknowledge the mistake. You shouldn't attack your boss in public. He's still in office. He has not handed over power. So you should respect him to the last time that he's handing over power. And then who knows, maybe whatever you are doing now may be a step to your destiny or a step backward. So we must have that respect. And again, we must read from all sides of the coin. Si eti ikiwa upande wako unatetea upande wako, ikiwa upande mwingine unatetea upande mwingine. That is my humble submission.
Thank you very much. Hatuna deni.
Oh, okay. Rose, just a minute. Okay, thank you, Douglas. Bernard, are you back?
I am here, but it's okay. We are going to come out, Mama.
Yeah, let's go to Jared. We are going to
Yes.
Jared, I think. Jared came before Kamau. So, Jared, welcome.
Thank you, Kinyo, for, sometimes Bernard, sometimes he looks at names, he doesn't look at, anyway. Thanks again. I had some issues, I was on the road, so, but I want to give Alberto quickly. I think one of the people who have let us down, as I've said before, is the media. I think the media has not done us favor where they should be guiding us. For instance, UDA is used to propagate propaganda and only catches up rumors. We have media presence. They would be 15 people and they would say that it's 40 people defected. And the media is just reporting that way. You have seen it, they have been saying that they have more than 6,000 aspirants, even though the aspirants does not show who is going to win. But the truth, they cannot get those numbers. When the actual numbers will come, Jubilee will have more aspirants, followed by ODM. Then UDA will be way down. But they just propagate any propagandas. One thing I know, which ironically, I agree with Moses Kuria, is that those propagandists and Obiri was using the media and social media, just propagating everything. And that's the only thing they have now. But we are catching up with them. But coming back, there are things which we have seen the UDA keep saying. One, the excuses which Bernard, you put it very well. There is no way PI was impacting anything was going on. I never saw a budget for PPI, which was diverted from the normal budgeting. The government can do a lot of things. It does not mean when we are working on Nairobi Express road, that means that the rest of the world is stopped. So that's why we have different ministries and everything. So even if the government could have taken up PPI, unless somebody comes and says there was money which was diverted, which could have gone here, and it was diverted to do the PPI. So those are all the things they keep talking about. Also, there is something they talk about COVID billionaires, which rumors now are that actually it's in the doorstep of the deputy president, of those people who have taken a scoop on COVID. But if we really look at where our economy has been impacted, where is Alol and Kimarel? If those projects could have been finished, what the difference could have done? Because those are what direct impact where we would have food stability and those kinds of. I don't remember any project, and it's unfortunate that we with this tribal. I hope that people from Rift Valley could one day hold the deputy president accountable. I've not seen a flagship project for 9 years which he can say, I brought this to Rift Valley. It is after this handshake, that's when I saw Rivertex coming up. So when they were given Morel, and all they could not even start. That is, he could have taken pride as the son of the soil to make sure that there would be no corruption, to make sure that they have benefited those people. But all those people could not do anything. I wish those who come from there will hold him accountable. As we talk today, other dams have already been finished. Coming to, I think you saw Mudavadi today, Putere, we tried to go back where Baba was, and they could only say they are waiting for people. I've never had where a politicians going to someone waiting for people to come. So that was very embarrassment. Also coming to, I think is our friend, I think Sam, I don't know if he left, he was talking about leaving the president out of this discussion. In fact, the president is one of the people who the deputy president should be worried about. There is one thing people have to remember, that RAILA does not need 50% votes from Mount Kenya to get to presidency. What Mount Kenya have always, when they had one of their own, one of the strategies they had been doing is to make sure that they lock him out completely. So right now, he only needs probably 10%. And he can get 20%. 10%, that means it's around 10,000 votes in each count. Just imagine of this, that getting 10,000 votes in the 10 counties of Mount Kenya, that is 1 million votes. 1 million votes. So his part is very easy. The mistake that our deputy president did, he concentrated much on Mount Kenya, and they forgot these other places, the backup. Now going back to Western, he cannot get Western. I wish he could have taken advantage when there was a problem in NASA, that he could have got Kalonzo and Mudavadi. That's the time he could have taken them on board. But he kept saying he doesn't want these regional kingpins until he realized that Mudavadi and Wetangula are not the kingpins, but they are just individuals who were coming, because he doesn't take kingpins. So the president is the deputy president is somebody who doesn't know what he says right now and what he says next, because in everything comes out of his mouth, he thinks is just is the word is the final, and because he's used to where he cannot be able to be held accountable. That's why if you see in Israelis, is made in a way that it is not to hold accountable. He will just talk and go. Somebody was saying about the portraits people put. When members of parliament come, when MCAs come, these are personal, they have only personal interest under the ground intelligence. Look at the Kipchumba Murkomen. You saw his poster. He doesn't have the deputy president. Maybe he has gathered that if he put the deputy president, it might take some votes. So we should not look at that. What we're caring about, remember that there is Azimio. All we need is votes from Mount Kenya. If they come in Jubilee, if they want to put Uhuru Kenyatta as their portrait, but they win, that's all we care. A win is a win. That's all we will care at the end of the day. So to finish up on this KKA trying to catch up, I said earlier, Bernard, when I was before the internet was acting up, that what the only good thing which Deputy President has done, he has actually allowed Mudavadi to go with his fellow kingpin to test the waters themselves, and I think the results will not. I don't know what Marara will be saying. In fact, from the ground, there are many people who could have voted for Karwale, but now when he moved to the Senate, they don't see a reason of giving what he learned away from. So the strategy is not working for them. I hope, finishing up, that Asmio will do one thing. They would be able to negotiate with other parties within Asmio so that they can have one candidate to counter these people. Because the only way UDA can win most of the seats, other than, of course, they're going to win in the 4 counties in Rift Valley. But outside, they would only wish that the spread of this Asmio, then they can beat the cat. So I hope we can be able to solve our ambitions and see the bigger goal, so that we also present one person each, and then we would make the deputy president the Rift Valley kingpin. That's all, Bernard, for now. I'll rest my case.
Okay, thank you, Jared. Let's listen to this video before we go to the next person.
Are concerned that even though the next elections are more than 2 years away, elected leaders and politicians from across the divide have kept the country in an election mood, thus undermining economic engagements and sound socio-political discourse. We appeal to our politicians to observe good political etiquette and desist from toxic messaging and insults. In particular, we renounce the increasing pattern where all political energies appear to be directed to the Mount Kenya region, where some politicians appear or are constantly insulting the president with impunity. Kenyans are watching this political drama, and they should be conscious that the day of reckoning is coming.
The day of reckoning is coming. Mr. Kama.
Yes, Bernard.
When is this day?
Hello?
Karibu.
The day has come. The day is coming, and we have only 4 months to be precise. And I've always been saying this. After many years of 4 years of campaigning Mount Kenya, you will see the result. Because I think Deputy President has been a ghost worker in the government. He has not delivered anything. In fact, Matiang'i and the governor of Central Bank have a better track record than the deputy president. I don't have anything personal about him, because people think that sometimes when you criticize an individual, you have anything personal. But I think he's one person who has nothing to offer. And when you saw him today crying, it is because now the truth is coming out. And he never expected, maybe he assumed that the president would be quiet on some of the truth. If you put the president before Kenyans and the deputy president, many people will believe the president because akuangi kwa haraka wa kuongea, lakini Ruto ako na haraka ya kuongea. Kama kuna siku alisema Weston Hotel yeye sio yake, and everybody knows that. Eventually, when everything was getting thicker and thicker and thicker, he again accepted, and everybody knew it is his hotel. Now that we have been told that he planned and wanted to execute to be to impeach the president, it is true, because you can always find the person who wants to benefit. Because Raila could not have benefited. You know one of the things he said. He said he's not the one who wanted to impeach the president, but the person who wanted to impeach the president is Raila Odinga. But even if Raila did it, who could have benefited? Let's say, who could have benefited constitutionally? It is the deputy president. And therefore, the die is cast. We now know the character and the person who is actually running to be the president of this country. And I don't think we want to experiment that thing. I think even in his profession, he has done what we call plant ecology, or science, some kind of science. I think it is a PhD in plant ecology. And these are science to study environment and behavior of nature and stuff like that. So there are so many experiments you have to do when you are doing that kind of a course. And as Laida said today, this country does not need a scientist. It needs an engineer, because a scientist will come and experiment things that are not workable with us. That is why you see people talking about bottom up and they cannot explain it, because that is an experiment. You want to experiment things with Kenya, and it has never worked anywhere. They say it works in the US, but that's a lie. There's nothing like bottom up in the US. Everything, it is built from the resources of the people in the states and in the counties, whereby you make sure that there is a neighboring environment where people are given incentives in terms of, for example, you're given roads to transport your things, you're given electricity if you're doing welding and stuff. But this issue of telling us you're doing bottom up is actually a non-existent. It's a good word, but it is the way they use it as if there's nothing that is going to come from the government. They're going to use everything from the bottom, which is an experiment. So when I see him crying today, because he was crying, it is because I'm a Finua. The president does not, and he knows that we cannot afford another 24 years of darkness. Another 24 years of darkness, we might have our problems we have not reached, but I don't think we need where our pyrethrum is gone, our coffee is going. Munya is trying a lot. He's trying to build a pyrethrum, he's trying to build a coffee, he's trying to build milk, and we cannot just destroy that by appointing somebody who wants to experiment with the people of Kenya. So when I look at the contest now, it has been reduced to the people who will build from what Uhuru Kenyatta has done and Mr. Moi Kibaki, and the person who is going to destroy that, because that foundation is key. Kenya has now better infrastructure you can get from Busia to Garissa on a tarmac. It has never happened for many years. Now anybody can get to Busia, ingie kwa rami, akimbie mpaka northeastern afanye vitu zake. So that is what the enablers ambazo the people should build on. But anybody coming now to say that he is going to experiment, because those are experiments with those issues called bottom up, is not going to help this country. And I feel so sad when I hear someone like, I think Samuel, who was talking about a portrait. Portraits are neither here nor there. In fact, the portrait of the deputy president is a face of impunity. It's a face of corruption. It's a face of everything, name it. I mean, I don't want to get into details of the kind of a person deputy president is, because people think that you are accusing him falsely, but they are there. Even Google knows that the deputy president has never fought for anything in this country. He has always conned his way to where he is right now, and therefore we cannot afford. I think he's a leader, but I think he's supposed to be somewhere to be checked, because without checking him, you can see the bitterness he has right now because of Uhuru telling us the truth. And we in Mount Kenya now have decided, let us not talk a lot. Tumeongea mingi sana nini ati sijui rale ya Ruto ni kubwa imekuja mpaka Katundu, but we are going to vindicate that we are going to listen to the president, who is our leader, and he has told us we are safer with Baba, and not safer with the other person. The other issue of KK and Atwoli, I think it is true. Right now, Miti Zikatwe, because things are going to be so bad this week. I have a feeling that there will be more bad news for UDA or Kenya Kwanza, because you will find that so many things will go against them. Even the BBI, I think, will go against them. The way I look at it, even if it doesn't go against them, it's still not going to help them. But I can tell you, pesa ya Kimwareri imekuwa ngumu kuingia kwa Supreme. I think Supreme imeweka lock. Huko kwingine ilikuwa easy kwa sababu kupata watu waine huko wa street was easy. But I can tell you, things are going to be not good from now till the election day. Thank you, Bwana Bernard.
Thank you Bwana Kamau, nashukuru kwa maoni yako. kabla tumlete Wangira, wacha tusikilize huyu.
Na hakuna mtu mwenye ako na stake kushinda mwingine. Uhuru Kenyatta does not have 90% of the government. It is 50-50%. Na kama Uhuru Kenyatta anaona ni ngumu kufanya kazi na deputy president, hata yeye pia ajiuzulu. Na nataka nikuambie rais, deputy president hawezi toka kwa hii serikali. Siku ile deputy president atatoka kwa hii serikali, siku hiyo serikali itakuwa imekwisha. Na tutakanyaga hii serikali turarue mpaka chini. Tutaenda election ukicheza na serikali yetu. We tusi yeye, ambia mawaziri wako waende watusi yeye. Hawa wako level yetu, tutatuziana na hawa. Wewe nyima yeye hata kazi. We don't care. Hata magari nyima yeye. Hata pesa nyima yeye. Lakini usiguze roho yake. Usiguze yeye. So Uhuru Kenyatta fanya kazi na DP, kama utaki vunja serikali, kwenda nyumbani. Kwani unabembelezwa wewe sio Kenya? Kenya sio shamba ya Uhuru Kenyatta. Kenya. So wewe endesha hii nchi kikatiba. Kama utaki kuendesha kikatiba, kwenda nyumbani. Wewe enda Katundu. Moya alimaliza yake akaenda nyumbani. Kibaki akamaliza yake akaenda nyumbani. Wewe unataka kuzungusha sisi hapa? Unataka kuzungusha nani? This is our country bwana. Next year wewe anza kujipanga jinsi utaenda Katundu. Na hapana panga sisi, wanaambia sisi huyu atakuwa rais, huyu atakuwa nini, huyu wewe enda nyumbani bwana.
Hai Bernard, hawa atajua hawajui hawa tutadili na hawa.
So, Mr. Wangira, karibu.
How are you, Bernard?
I'm well.
How are you
thank
once again? Can you listen to that? Can you just listen to that type of arrogance?
God will help us.
That type of arrogance coming from the people who are supporters of the deputy president, who is supposed to be subordinate to the president, calling out on the president. Then you want to tell me that President Uhuru Kenyatta's supporters in Mount Kenya will clap for them and say hallelujah? I want to agree with my sister Rose there, who is telling them that watajua hawajui.
Watajua hawajui, believe it or not.
Watajui. They will know that they don't know. Let me tell you, all over the world, presidents are never played with. Even in the best and the best of democracies, including America, we saw Joe Biden was President Obama's vice president. You know, he was an old man who humbled himself. We are seeing this lady called Harris. She's the vice president to President Joe Biden, but she's a humble lady. But look at the Kenyan scenario. You know, the deputy president and his supporters are portraying a picture that the president and the deputy president are equals, you see. And you know, immediately you want to make up the president and his deputy equal, then that's where you now find the problems we're in as a country. And you know, I've been telling you here that, you know, over this second term of President Uhuru Kenyatta, especially over the last 2 years, he has been a man of very few words. You know, he has been speaking very little. Even what William Ruto is accusing him of having said, he didn't hear it from President Uhuru Kenyatta one-on-one. He has been told. So President Uhuru Kenyatta is not a guy who is talking too much this particular time. And we are told that still waters run deep, you know. For President Uhuru Kenyatta to have decided to become still, you know, he knows what he wants. He knows he wants to run deep. And I tell you, it's going to be very, very difficult for William Ruto. Very, very, just like my brother Kamawa said, it's going to get very, very difficult because President Uhuru Kenyatta, you know, is privileged to have the national intelligence of the country. He is the holder of the instrument of power. So he has everything that is vested on him until another new president is elected in this country. So, he's in control. He can even manipulate if he wants. He can do whatever he wants because he's the president of the republic. So for William Ruto supporters like that gentleman you have shown, to talk as recklessly as they are talking, unajua wanacheza na Simba wakidhani kwamba ni paka, and we have seen that now the Simba is coming out strongly. And just to agree with, I think, Kamau, what we saw in William Ruto today was actually a mood of panic. He has panicked, you see, because President Uhuru Kenyatta has come openly. He has told his people, we are not supporting this particular guy. He has told the elders to go back to the villages and tell the people the reasons why Uhuru Kenyatta is not supporting William Ruto. So that thing is making William Ruto panic. The guy is panicking so much, and we don't know the mechanism and the machineries the old people will use to reach the ground and to deliver the messages. But what I know is that as we move closer to the 9th of August, this message would have gone down to a good percentage. It could be 40 by 60%, I don't know. But the message will have gone down there to a point that will deny William Ruto the presidency of the Republic of Kenya come the month of August. So let me just conclude by just agreeing with my sister Rose that hao majamaa ikifika tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8 watajua hawajui.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wangira. And just for the record, the presidential is a race that is you compete for and win. It's not a reserve of anybody. Nobody should expect to get it simply because he has been deputy president. That is not constitutional. And the reason why it is open for people to compete for it is because anybody can get it. So let us work hard, campaign, get more votes, you win. You get less votes, kubali enda nyumbani. Mambo yaishe hivyo. So let's not make it do or die. Uhuru can promise, but he can't give you presidents. The elders can promise, but they can't give you presidents. You have to win the elections. So put up strategies and plans that will make you win. If your plans did not work, plan for the next elections. Mambo yaende hivyo. Twende kwa Romianza. Tuchanganye hivyo ili tuendelee mbele. And please keep everybody, if you're not speaking, keep your mic mute all the time.
Okay, thank you, Bernard. Mnanisikiza?
Umefika,
Bernard,
endelea.
nasikika? Asante. Nimengoja sana lakini hata mjadala umekuwa moto, ingawa kuna watu wametoroka, nilikuwa nataka niwapate kidogo hapo. Bernard, wacha ni shukuru kwanza. Viva Rose, wewe ni mtu wa nguvu, nafurahi sana na kinywa pale. Nataka nijaribu kurectify Samuel pale. Samuel, umefanya vizuri, umerudi. Samuel, you are telling us that in this contest we should not be discussing Uhuru Kenyatta and so on. But you are forgetting that the people who are making us discuss Uhuru Kenyatta is the UDA, because most of their meeting, they are bringing in the president. If they were discussing about Raila, maybe we could be talking about Raila. But since they are the one that are introducing the topic about Uhuru Kenyatta, what do you expect us to talk about? Because Uhuru Kenyatta is a person of interest in all parts. So you cannot castigate us and make us feel that UDA are always right when they talk about Uhuru Kenyatta. But those people who want to talk, who want to defend Uhuru Kenyatta are wrong. That is wrong. Another thing people should know that William Ruto has taken himself as a demigod, and I am sorry for him because he cannot claim to be a god. He believes that he is a god, and that's why he thinks that he is right. He's trying to be ignorance. He has chosen ignorance instead of reality. He doesn't like reality. I like the way Bernard you said the other time that he doesn't want to be the president. That's why he has chosen to be ignorant of what is happening. And such a person, okay, I'll tell people, let's learn to listen to him. As they think that he is doing what is right, in other words, is losing because he has chosen to. Mtu akiamua kuchukua njia ya kutoelewa mambo ama njia ya hiyo ignorance, vile nimesema, tutaachana na yeye, tutamsikiza. Lakini kutuambia kwamba yeye akikosewa ama yeye akiambiwa ukweli ni makosa na yeye akisema uongo ni sisi tushangilie, hapo hatutakubaliana. We don't have to be in that direction. Another thing, Samuel, why would you want Mount Kenya not to have their leader, but in Rift Valley or in Kalenjin Rift Valley land, you are following William Ruto? I am in Nandi Hills currently, and the current campaign that are going in Nandi Hills, in Nandi County, you will find that there's no any other political party, nobody. The nomination are going to be only UDA. And for information, even inside the Nandi Hills living, we are a cosmopolitan. But they will not even, there's a lady that tried to put a poster and she is from another community. But I'm telling you today at the stadium of Nandis, that poster was teared and I saw it being torn. It's because she's not a Kalenjin. Then here you are telling us that Mount Kenya need to be controlled with UDA, while the home of the king who claimed to be the king does not welcome other people. Where are we heading to if we have such antics? Another thing, the president has got the right as a Kenyan, in the capacity of a Kenyan, to choose whoever he thinks is the fit to be the president. He has a political right. He also a right as the president to lead the country. At the same time, having been crowned as the leader of Mount Kenya, he has a right to direct his people. I like what Kenya said. Kenya told us here that if you don't want to follow your leader, you want your leader to follow, then what is the need of us having the leader? Why should we tell the leader to follow us? That is what Mount Kenyans need to do, and especially the youth of Mount Kenya. I don't know what is happening. Hawa watu wa miaka 21 na miaka 19 hawa sijui ni nini imewaingia kabisa. I'm just worried with the kind of country where we are heading to.
Hawana
Youth
kula
of
wale
Mount Kenya being
wasikutishe.
led by Dickson Bowen. Ni sawa mami. Hao wakiongozwa na Namu. Namu, your argument does not even substantiate anything. It does not have substance. Because when I listen to your argument, Namu, it does not even convince me. Whatever you are saying is not convincing. Because you've also chosen ignorance out of reality. That is what, and I'm sorry to say that if I might be maybe causing some kind of pain to you, but I'm sorry to say that. But please, go back and talk to your fellow youth. Ask them, why has Uhuru chosen this person over this person? And we know the kind of enmity that existed. That we call it political enmity. Political enmity is not real enmity. And that is what we need to know. Sisi wananchi. We should not take political enmity to make us tuanze kupandwa na sukari kila wakati tunalala tukikonda bure. That is wrong. We should know that in politics anything can happen. There is change. And we should not tufai kukanyagiwa mpaka tunafanywa tukue kama watu tumekuwa kama matope. Kuna kitu kingine nataka niongezee Bernard.
Ukimalizia.
Nipatie nafasi yangu. Wacha nikimalizia Bernard. Nimekaa sana, nimekaa almost 4 hours. Bernard, unaona hapa Kenya tuko na shida moja. Na hii shida ni wakati vijana wetu wataacha kukua demonized na kurogwa akili. Tunaongea kuhusu mambo ya ati uchumi, ati handshake ililete uchumi ikaenda chini. Sasa saizi nikiuliza mali kama USA, wale watu wako States, wamesema life imekuwa ngumu. Sasa handshake ilikuwa US. Samuel ananiambia hapa ati wange concentrate kwa BBI, wange concentrate kwa COVID, waachane na BBI. And I like the way you're asking Samuel questions. Let's listen together. Kwako kama shida iko kwa nyumba, tuseme mlango imebomoka kwa nyumba, mlango imebomoka na ni nyumba yako, si ndio? Utaacha kutengeneza mlango uendelee kupaka rangi kwa nyumba ndio uendelee kuishi? I'm asking you, Samuel. You know, there's some things that we need actually to be realistic here. We don't need to be swayed with emotions. Some people are talking out of emotions here. And when your leader is being corrected, you don't have to bring emotions here.
Malizia atakujibu baadaye tafadhali.
Malizia, oh, okay. Aya, when you come to Western, mimi ni mtu wa Western, natoka Kuisero kabisa. Mahali penye naishi is just a place zinafanya kazi.
Bana Romians, na itabidi ungoje kama una introduce
okay, sawa.
Let there be response for what you have raised first. Aya, tunaanzia kwa Namu tukirudi kwa
aya, sawa, acha niwape nafasi.
Okay, real quick.
Unmute. Namu, you are mute.
Sorry. Yes. I want to ask you one simple question. I've heard him talk about the region, the regional politics. I want to take an example with Nyanza. I will take an example with Nyanza, Rift Valley, and Mount Kenya. How many candidates so far have we seen you believe which is really in Nyanza? That's my first question.
How many what?
How many candidates? Swali yangu nauliza hivi because nimesikia akisema in Rift Valley hakuna any other party which is enye nafanya siasa within Nande it's where maybe is from right now. Ningeuza the same question niulize Jubilee which is now in Azimio ama any other party which is in Azimio. You have Bas, Kiraito, we have Matakaru and others. How many parties from other regions which have filled a candidate maybe in Nyanza Luo? Second, Jubilee. I mean the truth. We have Jubilee which is still in government na imekuwa kwa nini kwa coalition na URP. Ni candidate wangapi leo tunaona Jubilee kwa within Rift Valley? So kwangu ningesema need to do the let's not ignore the fact that kwetu kaza hii tukisema place kama Embu kuna ile party hata ukipeleka candidate kama una support which candidate it cannot work. Someone like Wambora, there was no way he could have managed to survive in Embu politics if he was to get back to politics without involving the party which is on the ground. So generally, I don't want to say that it's bad if at all ODM build the candidate in but and I'm not against if at all anyone thinks of fighting for any seat and any party. But at the end of the day, politics is local. So anything to do with the Ruto Amerok, maybe Amerok Rift Valley, na Udam Amerok Rift Valley, na whichever the but it's the same case in Nyanza, it's the same case in Mount Kenya, it's the same case it's the same case in place like Mombasa. So me, I'm not against the kingpins and
wacha nikujibu. Wacha nikujibu Namu.
Please, let there be order. Okay? Romance way, I will call you to respond. So, Sawa, let's hear from someone. Ask your question.
Oh, it's me?
Yes, you're responding to Romance's claims.
Yeah, I'm responding to you briefly. Maybe I was misunderstood. I didn't say other places should have kingpins and centrals should not. I just said we need to move away from these kingpin things. We need to move to ideologies like economy, both sides, RAILA and UDA, whatever, or Ruto, they have economic plans they're selling. So we need to move from there. Like RAILA takes his economic plan to Central and see if they can sell, they can buy it. Ruto takes East to Central and see whoever economic plan is bought, let be. So I want us, especially in this group, to start moving away from this kingpin. I don't believe, even in Rift Valley, I don't believe in this kingpin stuff. But this is my ideal. Whether that's reality right now is a different story. But I wish we could move towards discussing, the economic policies those people have, and then their personal records. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying, okay, the Kikuyu land should stop having a kingpin, and then these other regions keep their kingpins. No, I'm just saying all of us overall should start thinking about stopping all this kingpin stuff. Okay, and then what else about the Nandi place having UDA alone and all that? I come from that region. No, you can run in a Vision Party very comfortably in Nandi, and any other party that's congruent with the bottom-up economic model and this Asla movement. So you can do Vision Party, you can do Chama cha Kazi, you can do Jipepe very easily, you can do which one? ANC very easily with no problem. You can do Ford Kenya with no problem. So it's not a monolithic area, as my president, the guy just wanted to say. It's not. You can actually, even Kanu you can actually do well. As the other lady said earlier, in Baringo, for instance, you can compete well as a Kanu guy, but Kanu is in Azimio, so it's not a monolithic region as you think. Asante.
Okay, thank you. Romians, you can respond in 1 minute.
Okay. For Namu, I'm responding to Namu. Namu, you mentioned UDM, and the reason why we are talking about UDA, because UDA are the one that are trying to think that they are better than others, because they are the one that have brought this image. If they could not have brought this kind of image, they would not be talking. So if UDA clear, vile tunajua Nyanza ni UDM wamebaki na UDM. Sijasikia ikisema sijui nini, lakini UDA wametoka mahali, wameenda, wanataka kuzimisha vitu mahali. Hata kama kuna chama inawasupport, wametamani wakwe kwa UDA. So mimi sina shida yangu ni moja tu, ni kwamba UDA wapatiane room kwa kamru mwai, na hata kama ni poster waweke kila mahali yenye inakubalika, kila mtu ako na mambo yake. Haya, nataka nikwambie Samuel, umesema unatoka this region. You're not coming in Nandi region, you're coming from Baringo. I'm in Nandi and I'm talking out of experience. So I'm telling you what is happening. Wacha nisiongee sana because naona Bernard ni kama sawa, nimejibu Bernard, nimejibu.
Romians nimekusikia, and I've had Samuel, I've also had Namu. The only thing we are avoiding in our looking at regional leadership is what you asked, okay? Why is it that the Rift Valley is comfortable with William Ruto's leadership in terms of national scale and leading the region? But when it comes to Mount Kenya, they say you don't need a kingpin, okay? Follow anybody who has come. Isn't that a way of wrecking my home to go and build yours? That is where the problem is. William Ruto is on record to have declared himself the kingpin of Mount Kenya. That in itself cannot be taken lightly. So if there is any reason why the mountain will revolt against William Ruto, it's that one. You can't come to my father's compound and claim to be the leader of our family. It doesn't work. And one thing that makes you a leader is when you acknowledge other leaders and work with other leaders, not to go and replace them with yourself. So those are political mistakes that William Ruto has made, and they will cost him as at now. He would have had a good sail into the presidency, but those grievous mistakes are going to cost him greatly, and they are already costing him. That is why when the president talks, he has to answer back, and he's answering back because he wants to save what he has been holding on, of which, in my opinion, it has already slipped from his hand because he mismanaged it. Because if we really wanted Mount Kenya, he would have gotten it through the right channel. Go to the elders, convince the elders, let them make you Kikuyu elder. Okay, then from there, move to another place. Get the darlings of those elders in different regions. Let them sing your song, buy into your ideology. That way you win the people. But you come and say, I'm your leader. There was no William Ruto in Mount Kenya before Uhuru Kenyatta brought him. Uhuru Kenyatta had to convince the mountain to believe in William Ruto. It was wrong for William Ruto to go to the mountain without Uhuru Kenyatta and say, I am now better than Uhuru Kenyatta. It doesn't work that way. So you have to tuzungumze mpaka kesho asubuhi. There is no way I bring you to my mother, then you come and claim you are better son to my mother than me. Yes, yes, Mama Rose. Wacha Mama Rose aongea alafu tusikilize Samuel tuende kwa Katwe. Yes, Rose, you're mute. You're mute. Please unmute kwanza.
Okay.
Yes. Ukosa, yeah. Una
Oh,
press tu mara moja. Yes.
Bernard, habari ya jioni, tuko wazima, tunaendelea vizuri, siasa mzuri, ndio tujenge taifa letu. Sasa mimi niseme hivi Bernard, mimi nichukue mgeni, nimpeleke kwetu Central, hujawahi kanyanga huko, nikwambie huyu ni bibi yangu, akupikie chai, huyu ni bwana yangu, hii ni shamba letu, nikuonesha huko kwote, alafu wewe urudi nyumbani. Nikirudi nyumbani nakuja kutembea huko na kukuta kwa bedroom, naangalia huyu ni nani, nakuta ule mgeni nilileta hapa, sasa amekuwa mwenyeji, hata anaendaka kwetu bila ruhusa yangu. Anakurudi nyuma huko, unasikia hata mahali unakaa, ameenda huko kufanya campaign, hata amechukua cheo yako huko, amekuwa yeye ni kingpin wako. What do you expect? Hata kama Uhuru sio mtu mzuri, Ruto anastahili kuwa hata amesaurika kama Uhuru ni wale watu wabaya, but thank God Uhuru ni mtu mzuri. Huwezi enda kwa boma ya mtu, unaingia kwa boma ya mtu, amekupeleka huko kama mgeni, siku ya pili unaenda huko, wewe ndio mjuaji wa huko, kuchukua tule tu vijana ulionyeshwa na mkubwa huko. Sasa tule tutoto tudogo ndio tunaanza kuwa turafiki toko huko. It is not possible. Huyo mtu hata stahili hata kupewa hata kura moja, lakini kwa bahati mbaya atapata. Kwa bahati mbaya atapata kidogo, lakini awe akijichunga sana. Hiyo si boma ya kuchezea. Anastahili akae huko kwao Nandi. Na wacha nikwambie Bernard, kuna kaukweli kadogo kale kakusasebei the president. Ukikumbuka siku wa Jege polisi walikuwa wameenda kwake, hatu wanatafuta bunduki, walikuwa wanatafuta nini? Na tukirudi upande wa siasa kidogo, utakuta Wanjege na huyu mtu wako close friends. Hata sasa walikuwa meeting na kina Kalonzo walisema huyu mtu msirudi kuongea akiwa hapa Wanjege, wakamfukuza kidogo. There is ukweli kidogo. Hii serikali ilikuwa inapinduliwa na huyu mtu. Na huyu mtu asahau, na hatuna deni. Hatuna deni. Tungekuwa na deni kama hangerudi kwa boma yetu bila ruhusa yetu. Lakini vile alijipeleka huko kwenda kutafuta wasichana wetu huko, hatuna deni, asahau. Na Atwoli aishi miaka mingi. Sisi hatuna deni. Sisi ni Wakikuyu na hatuna deni. Tunafanyaga vile tunataka na tunachagua ule mwenye tunataka. Akitufurahisha aende ajipange tena, maybe tutamfikiria. Lakini kwa sasa hatuna deni. Good night, guys.
Asante Rose. Thank you. Samuel, quickly please before we bring you Katwe.
Asante Rose. I always like when Rose presents, she knows how to do it in a funny way. I was going to respond to you, Chairman Bernard. I can call you Chairman. Anyway, ulisema maybe Ruto angeenda na elders, angeenda na sijui na ile. You know, they are different elders. You know, I'm very sure alienda na elders. Maybe the elders, the different elders from the ones who were in the State House. And number two, Ruto ajasema kuna mtu ako na deni yake. In fact, he came across very well. He said, Kenyatta doesn't owe me anything. You know, all he owes is for him to be a statesman and leave a good legacy and leave him face to face with Raila. Let Raila and him compete on ideological competition, and wacha kura iende pahali inaenda. You know, vile Rosa amesema hawatapea kura ama watapea kura, wacha hiyo kura ihesabiwe tarehe 8 and tarehe 9, right? So based on he has a bottom-up economic approach, also Asla nations, you know. And then Raila amesema sijui ako na economic plan gani sijasikia, but let them compete that way. Central, they will vote based on who convinces them well. You know, Central this time they don't have a presidential candidate. That's why it's kind of everybody's running there trying to get a slice of the pie. You know, Raila will go there. He will get, you know, whatever he gets. But so far, I know Bernard likes facts. So far, UDA seems to be leading, you know, in Mount Kenya. Things might change, but so far that's how it's going. You know, let them compete. Let Raila and Ruto compete on those economic, ideological backgrounds. Asante sana.
Okay, thank you Samuel. Want us to nataka tuende kwa Katwe mara moja. Katwe, karibu tafadhali. Na wale watu mnajificha nyuma.
Asante sana Bwana Bernard.
You're welcome Katwe, we can hear you.
Asante sana Bwana Bernard. First of all, before I submit, I just want to remind Mr. Cheraisi that when you're talking about bottom-up economic model, you're putting it as if it is something that has been confirmed and it has worked anywhere in the world, that there is something called bottom-up. I want to tell you for a fact that there's nowhere that thing has worked. Is either it is bottom-up, it is a trickle-down which has been confirmed, or the devolution that we have, because you guys have been unable to define between bottom-up and what we have as devolution. So that is the correction, that I don't put it like it's a principle that has worked anywhere. It has not worked anywhere because you do not have the methodology, you do not have the policies in place, you do not have anything to show us that it's anything that can be workable anywhere. So when you're talking about bottom-up, kindly, if you cannot define it, don't use it for now. So number two, again, I want to come to your point where you said that Mount Kenya seems to be heading to UDA a lot, to be on the side of UDA. Again, I want to poke holes to your submissions. That one, William Ruto has never vied any national seat. He has never been in the ballot. So what William Ruto has right now are crowds going to see who William Ruto is and his semantic antics, what he says in the, you know, William Ruto is a nice orator. So he will go, when he goes to any public forum, it's like, I'm going to give an example, but it is going to be like a figurative. Don't say that I've called somebody names. If you go to the market and you find one person selling a monkey and another one selling a goat, the crowd will move towards the monkey because probably they've never seen a tamed monkey. But at the end of the day, people will go home with a goat, and that is what Mount Kenya is doing right now. everybody is moving towards the day people are moving towards to see the monkey. But at the end of the day, the Kikuyu nation will not buy the monkey, they will buy the goat, and that is a fact. And somebody should tell, if you're close to any
Thank
blogger,
you.
if you're close to any blogger today, kindly tell him to tell William Ruto that he should be careful with those crowds, because those crowds is where Raila Odinga was in 2007. The stages of voting start from the crowd who come to see anything in public. The second thing are followers who are now being converted. All right. The third ones are now the real voters who now you can count on. The fourth ones are the disciples. Raila is on the disciple point. You should understand that one. These are people who cannot be swayed, who cannot be changed, even if you cut them from morning to evening. I've been a supporter of Raila Amolo Odinga from 2007, and I will tell you for a fact, as long as he has not changed his ideologies, even if you take me to Russia right now and bring back me, take me to Ukraine and round to the south of Limpopo, I am not going to change my allegiance, because he has not changed anything. But today, if you tell me to support Ruto, it's somebody who does not stand for at what time he's supposed to be taking his bath. Is it in the morning, or is it in the afternoon, or is it in the evening? Because today he'll take his bath in the morning, tomorrow in the afternoon. It doesn't have any consistency. So today he will say that that the government is going to steal his votes. Tomorrow he'll say I'm the deputy president and I'm not a madman. So who asked him if he's a madman or not? So it's something that you guys need to understand, that the schematics of elections are not that the same the way you think. I wish William Ruto could have tried vying, so that we can measure his strength by the paper, not by what people go around telling him. In Abagusi, we say that when probably you've started having some few coins, somebody will tell you that it's you alone. When we say, okay, I'm transferring it literally to Swahili, that it's you alone, so that you can start vying. And when it comes to election, enye ukweli ni wewe peke yako umesimama kwa hiyo line wakati kulikuwa na mlolongo. Utasimama peke yako, you and your family alone, like Joseph, the way he said that Joshua, that me and my house shall serve the Lord. So it is you and your house shall be serving your own ballot paper. So people, UDA should understand that these things are not that easy. First of all, go to the ballot. Let us measure you. Let us try you. Don't tell us just because you go buy some crowds to come and tell us that you've got crowds. My friend, you'll be in for a shock. Lastly, I want to finish by saying this, that today I've seen Ruto going head on with the president. I remember my good lady Millicent Omanga, she said, "Bring it on, baby." I'm just wondering if tomorrow again Ruto will start crying and saying, "Tafadhali Uhuru Songa." The way he has called for this war, let him take the war as a man. So last week we were talking about circumcision, and I want to tell you that those men that you are calling that are not circumcised were real men who resigned. Ruto, if he's a real man, let him resign and go home and attack the government from the outside, so that we can know that he's a real man. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Katwe. Hope there is no matter arising. Yes, someone?
Oh, just okay. Sorry, my mic was muted, as required. Oh, okay, Mr. Katwe. We have had all this since. Thank God you said you support Raila in 2007. Yeah, I did too. So we have had all this, from when I was in the team of Raila at that time. We were so bellicose. We good with words. Oh, utaona, when all this. But results came in 2007. I was there. We lost. And in 2013, the same thing, Raila, this thing, we're winning this, man, bellicose. The results came in, we lost. So the only thing we had convinced ourselves was like, oh, let's go to Supreme Court. came to 2017, same bellicose, same propaganda, same chest stamping. Oh, Raila's got this, man. Nobody knows who got this until August 9th. Even the UDA that I am in, I'll not come here and say we are winning, we got this, we're competing for it. Raila has
Samuel,
a chance, we have a chance.
Samuel, hold on. Alex has a question for you.
Okay, go ahead.
Samuel, I've been wanting to meet you every time I come to the panel. You kind of connive from me. First of all, thank you for being part of our panelists. But I want to be very quick because I'm driving and I have a family behind me, so I must be careful. But I had to come and check on you. Now, let's go to 2007. 2007, you keep on claiming that Raila did not accept the results. And I want to give you a clear-cut answer to that. The person who accepted the result was Raila Amolo Odinga, the person who was in the media constantly refusing the result. And we have been told even by Joe, who wanted even blood to be shed, to make it clear to you, was William Samoei Ruto. It is in the media, it is everywhere, and you need to check your facts. You stop lying here in the panel. Secondly, 2013, when it came to that, you know what transpired and how we went even to the Supreme Court. Even when the Supreme Court, now that Mutunga regrets the mistake he made because he went to the record to accept results that were not supposed to, because there was every evidence on earth. You ask every lawyer, including the ones who are allied to UDA, on technical, that the evidence was late. There was evidence, but he says it was late. Can't that even tell you that there was a problem? Come 2017, we went to court. In a due process, Magara said there was no election. And to prove the matter right, he said, open up the servers. Until today, Raila himself is accepting to go to an election with an IBC that did not even open the servers. How compromising is the man to a point that you don't even need to start arguing your points here? Raila has accepted results that were not even supposed to be accepted. We followed him, accepted results that we were not supposed to, because he's a peace-loving man. And let me tell you and make very clear to you, even the people in UDA, those who have been in Jubilee previously, you're going to speak because I was just responding to you, have come out, and I will tell you how many who have even told us that Uhuru did not win this election. When they are mad at their own luxury, they come out and tell us that Uhuru did not win this election. Within, even people who are within your part, they have come out and told us when they are mad with Uhuru that Uhuru did not even win this election. So you cannot come here and claim that Raila has never accepted results, because that is what you think. We must distinguish between the reality and the perception that Jubilee gave us. After 2002, Kenya has never held any elections, and we need to agree to that. 2007, that was not an election, and William Ruto was at the forefront. Even when we agreed, he was very mad. 2013, you know what happened. We don't need to go into details. 2017, you know where we were as a country. So don't come here to come and say that Raila has never accepted results. Use facts. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for responding to me. I really appreciate, especially when you are driving, with your family. Thank you. So you forgot 1997, Raila did not accept the results, although he was number 4. And we come to all those years you have mentioned. Yes, maybe there was issues which I don't dispute, because I was in 2007. I was with Raila, which I think he probably won. I honestly think that, because yet the majority of MPs, majority of whatever, you could not have lost you know, people would not have voted for MP and then vote differently for president. You know, there was a point there. The point that I was making is responding to Gatwe that in Raila's camp all the time, you know, we've been bellicose and all that propaganda. Hii kitu tumechukua bwana, you know, hii kitu tumechukua bwana, it's gone.
Bwana Samuel, you are not factoring what Alex said.
Go ahead.
You are still pushing the in fact, you're the one pushing the propaganda. If you want to be honest with the truth, you know that what Alex has said about 2007, 2013, and 2017 is not something that is imagined. It's not propaganda. Something that has been to the court of law, and the court of law pronounced itself on the same. Okay?
I agree with you.
So if it is been pronounced, if the court has pronounced itself on a matter, that matter becomes a precedent upon which other decisions will be made. One of the reason why, what is his name? The 2013 ruling, okay, was expunged from records of court and any reference in any school of law is because the ruling was done on the premise that the evidence was adduced at the wrong time.
Okay,
that means it was not the bragging of Raila Odinga or Raila Odinga supporters. There are facts that were presented before the court, and there was a tight case which was ruled wrongly. 2017, fortunately, it was ruled rightly. Okay? Now, if you say it was only bragging and propaganda, I don't know where you are standing, because Maraga is not an ODM member. I'm not sure he's an ODM member or an ODM blogger to go and push for the win of ODM.
No, I agree with you. I agree with both of you. Don't mistake me.
No. If you agree, then you state the facts. You don't, don't downplay what is factual.
The facts
because
are
what
here.
You're doing is getting a plain ground of Raila does not accept result or ODM brags and loses an election. Kivuitu is on record to say 2007 he doesn't know who won. And he was the chairman of the Electoral Commission. He doesn't know who won. You seem to know who won.
The
based on what?
Yeah, the facts are here.
So let's do this. Let's do this.
In a civil, give me a break, please. Okay, please. In a civilized society, we stick with the results after litigation, after whatever. You know, it was litigated as you said, and the court pronounced itself. And in 2013, 2017, you know, 2007.
And why did the court expunge that litigation again out of any school of law? My friend, in a civilized society, when you give us a point, you must also give it as a civilized person to understand. It was expunged because it was not civilized.
Okay, you're done. So we stick with what is on the record. What is on the record is 1997. You know, Raila was number 4. He did not accept the results. We come into
hold on. Was he the only one on the ballot?
No, he was
he the only one that had issues with the election results?
Not the only one. He was number 4.
And then Moi won that election with 32, was it 32?
35, 32, something.
35%.
Mm-hmm.
Then what are we talking about?
We are talking a record here. A record of like.
There is no record. You are looking for propaganda. That is simple. If 4 of us ran for president, okay, and then one person won, and the 3 of us had a problem with it, how do we make it Raila's problem?
I didn't say Raila only.
That is what you are saying. Is on record for.
That is what you have been perpetuating here, and Bernard wait, and that is what I wanted.
On the land.
Cheraini, before I continue driving, and that is what I wanted to announce you that even in these court cases, you have to remember some of the prominent lawyers that you saw arguing in the Supreme Court never unless in 2017, whereby Amolo and his group, previously like 2013, like Kathy Kilonzo, did not represent even the ODM and the CORD. They were civil societies. Why would even institutions take the government to court? These cases were not taken by political parties. They were civil societies. RAILA even was late to go to court in 2013. There were other societies that went to court before. Even in 2017, we were surprised that RAILA later on agreed because he had even said he's not going to court. Why were other institutions going to court before RAILA went?
Good point. Good point. Let me not take a lot of time because other people are going to speak. Okay. My point, I think I went out of tangent a little bit. My point was, it was for Mr. Gatwe. Let's not be so sure that, okay, our side is going to win. Chances are RAILA might win this one. He has tried a lot of times. And Ruto might win. They're so close. They're so close. They're so close. So that was my point. Asante sana.
Samuel, they are not close. That is a narrative that is also being propelled. Okay? The difference between Raila's campaign and Ruto's campaign is like day and night. The ferrying of crowds, okay, to meetings by the Kenya Kwanza movement, it's it's enormous. So you can't. It's good if you want to be of help to William Ruto and you are a UDA supporter, tell him the truth. He has miscalculated the presidential bid for 2022. He miscalculated by running it on the slide of Jubilee of 2017. You don't use the same trick in politics and succeed. So he's cornered. He can't change the game right now. If the mountain collapses from him, he's finished.
You are
not deceive each other here.
You are so right, Bernard. Let me give you one.
So to say that the election is too close to call, they are neck to neck. It is a fallacy. It's a fallacy in my opinion.
Only 1 second. Only one second.
Yes.
First of all, I want to give you one credit. And I wish everybody else is listening, including my people on my side. If you said one good thing, if mountain collapses under Ruto, you know what I'm saying? It's zero. It's done. It's completely done. It's cooked, done game. So if that happens, and then number two, your first point would have been true. You know what gave our side advantage a little bit? RAILA was going to clean this thing. Let me tell you, was cleaning this by 98%. Or if he did not latch and agabeba, minaitanga alibeba mangi ya Jubilee. If he did not carry this mangi of Jubilee, let me tell you, we will not even be speaking. We could not even be in this
debate. Samuel, if you even believe what you have just said now, then we will not be having this debate, okay? If the mangi of Jubilee was the main problem for Raila Odinga, then it should be the greatest rejoicing for UDA, okay? That the Jubilee mangi is now going to smell on this other side, so we'll have a walkover into State House.
No, you cannot walk over.
The Jubilee smell has become a huge problem for the UDA. Secondly, the mountain doesn't need to collapse. The mountain just needs to. They are not going to turn up the way they turned up in 2017. Okay, that is a fact. And if Ruto doesn't get 80% of the mountain, he's done.
Last point.
That is too sure. He will not do that. Let's hear Katwe twende kwa Abdul.
No, last point.
Ngoja kwanza tutarudi kwako. Then we'll come back to you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let me mute.
Yeah, I'm just responding to you. I just wanted to educate you on a very small matter that concerning democracy, is that rejection of votes is part of democracy. It's part of the constitution. It is part of your rights that you can reject the votes, but there is a way you reject them, by going to courts or by doing anything. So if Raila has rejected, for example, the way you're saying, all the 3 or 4 votes in the elections, he was within the law. So there is no problem with that. And again, Bernard, I wanted to say something on the comment section where the public is. There is somebody called Mason Sanders. I think he is a little bit out of order, because the allegations that he's putting over there, I don't think they are good for the public, because I've seen he's talking about Raila being the perpetrator in the death of Musando, and that is why Uhuru is blackmailing him. So kindly just put Mason Sanders in order, so that we do not get problems with
Katwe, you're mute. For Katwe, you are mute. Your mic is mute, although I got your point. This Mason Sanda have been following his comments, and they are not Sileti Shangwe. I've tried to tolerate him. It's like he's determined to go in that direction, and so
Can he be blocked?
we can't put up with him anymore. So we block him permanently. That is it. And it's evil for you to push your own imagination and turn them into whatever, a truth. Yes, Alex, tulikuwa tunaenda kwa Abdul. Abdul anapigiwa campaign hapa sana.
Yeah, I'm going out. I will listen from outside. Mr. Cheraisi. And that is why we have allowed Ruto, who has constituted a group of 50 lawyers before even elections, because it is his constitutional right. Nobody has ever come here to complain that Ruto has started refusing elections before we have had election, because it's part of the process. So if you can agree into that, never come in this panel and complain that we were exhausting our constitutional rights. It is very wrong.
Thank you. Twende directly kwa Abdul.
Thank you, Bernard, and hi again to the panel.
Hi to you, karibu.
Well, ni mzuri Katwe brought up something. We should be very careful na the comment section, kwa sababu kuna a lot of disrespect sana kwa watu wengine, and unfortunately it is coming from people supporting UDA. I wonder why, you know, but it will be very bad for that. It is distasteful. Anyway, let us continue. There's I don't know if you guys are aware that there's a word in Wasingishu by the name huruma. It is predominantly Kikuyus ndio wengi huko, and I think and kidogo other tribes. There's a Jubilee candidate there mwenye anataka kuwa MC. I think he's the only one from another party. ODM naona wali drop, wanamsupport yeye kama Azimio. That should that gives a sign. Why did those people, wale wenye wako huko and they are from the mountain, why didn't they choose to go the UDA way? Why did they choose to go the Jubilee way? I think they are telling their counterparts from the mountain something. They are communicating in a way, kwa sababu wanawambia kama sisi ndio tuko hapa pali ni bedroom ya Ruto na tunasema tuko Jubilee under Azimio. Why are you wenye muko sasa kule nyumbani kabisa muko munasema ati muko UDA? You know, it is not. So I don't know. For the political pundits, wengine wata read more into that, but I believe there is something they are communicating to their counterparts nyumbani. Nikirudi kwa Samuel, you know, 1997, and you know, this thing ndio kulikuwa na bitterness between Raila and Kibaki, because Kibaki believes Raila aliwa betray akisupport Moi after the election, you know, kwa sababu they wanted them to be together, wapiganie wamedhulumiwa nini, election imeibiwa na Moi, so they wanted them as opposition wenye wamedhulumiwa, they stick together. But Raila being you know, he's very smart politician, he know how to scheme. Akaona probably his interest is much better on the other side, and indeed he was been vindicated pre 2002. Alitoka na watu wengi zaidi from KANU aka form LDP, so you cannot say that hakubali election. You know, there's no way you can just refuse to accept the result if at all you have some basis. So let us not put that we've and that is the nini UDA is really running away from nini with that. Okay, wame stereotype Raila that he is one person who cannot accept any results. That's why you see wameenda America, they've said that he must like come out and put it to everybody that he will accept the result. You know, if it is indeed free, fair, verifiable, hey, why not? Huh? Why not? So it should not be an issue here that he has a history of the indeed, if there's a history that Raila has, he has that soft spot ya kurudi nyuma haraka haraka kuangalia the bigger picture. That is one thing he has. If you go back to even the 97 thing, ndio mambo people should forget. Election imeenda, Moi ameshaapishwa, let us go on with our lives. That is why he joined him, so that maisha iendelee. When 2007 happened, he had all the rights kukataa kabisa, so that we go back to conduct another election, but he chose to go the other way, the soft way. At least kwake ilikuwa ni ngumu, lakini akaangalia the bigger picture where Kenyans lives matter na property. So that is the strength that he has. And you know, some people are saying that strength is a weakness, but for me, no, that is something that you cannot get in anybody, just anybody. Not wachache sana wako na hiyo, especially if you are sure you have been wanasema, Waswahili wanasema kudhulumiwa. Kama umedhulumiwa, unafaa kupigania kabisa kabisa, lakini ni wachache sana watarudi nyuma. Yeye ndo amedhulumiwa, lakini yeye ndo anarudi nyuma kuangalia watu wengine wakuwe vizuri. So this is you know, as somebody said earlier, the UDA, they had there's that picture that they used against Raila in 2013 wakiwa Jubilee, and 2017 they really wanted to use it in this one also. You know, mzee wa kitendawili, you know, mchawi and all that, you know, those things is now stale. It is now stale. I don't know kama watu wengine wanakuwa, you know, it used to make people to excite people in other regions those times, but I wonder if it excites anymore. Imekuwa stale, so they should just sell their manifesto as is, rather than hizi side shows ya kutupiana majina hapa na pale. And also I can also say the Azimio part pia. You know, somebody once told me in our brothers from the mountain, ukiita mtu ni mwizi pia wao unawaita wezi kwa sababu wao wamekuwa wakiitwa wezi. You know, there is that stereotyping, Kenyans stereotyping that our brothers from the mountain, they acquire things, they don't care how they acquire things, unajua. So this is a brother from the mountain who told me the more people are calling Ruto mwizi, the more they are aligning with him, kwa sababu wanasema sasa wamefananishwa na wao. So you know, so also the Azimio people should not like to use the mwizi part so much. We should run away from kuita watu majina. Let us stick on ideologies and issues that we will go forward. Samuel, you spoke of people, at least we should now start kuacha mambo ya kingpins, we go the ideology way. I don't know if that will happen soon. I wonder. Ruto is really trying to kill that. Actually, he's one champion. He's trying to kill that so much. Lakini amekuja aka realize it cannot let go away like that. That's why unaona he went for kina Davadi and all that, because it is very difficult. Kenyans, we start there's ule mtu wetu, tunafikiriaga mtu wetu akiwa mahali then we are represented, you know. So it will take time. Thank you for that.
Okay, thank you, Abdul. Yes, yes, Namu.
Yes, kuna kitu nilikuwa nataka kusema about a comment that Katwe commented on it. And I don't want to anticipate on whoever wins on which regions, but kuna kitu moja nilikuwa nataka kusema. When we go back to 2017 nominations, let me be very specific on Jubilee nominations. I know Kenya comes from Mount Kenya. I would give an example from where specifically it comes from. That is Mount Kenya East. That is Embu and Tharaka Nithi. That time we end those candidates who are fighting for different seats under the Jubilee. Then it came let's say like three or a month before nominations, kuwa na propaganda mwenye alikuwa asimamie nominations za Jubilee alikuwa the former speaker wa Embu County, that is Kariuki Mati. So there's this guy by the name Lenny Kevuti. So Lenny Kevuti trying to reach out to Mutu, because by that time whoever was organizing the Mount Kenya East politics, it was JMB Moturi. So they tried to reach out to him to confirm kama ni ukweli Kariuki Mati was the one who had been given the slot to coordinate the Jubilee nominations within Mount Kenya East, for which by that time Kariuki Mati was and a candidate was, that is the city Mbalido when Yasaya nasimama under the UDA ticket. So but at the end of the day, the guy who was so close to President
Wananamu, inaonekana netu huko ifanye kazi vizuri. Yes, Sarah.
Mumeniweka nyuma backdoor ile mbaya sana. Nimekuwa on nikitafuta mpaka zingi. But it is good
Pole.
at long last nimefika.
Tulijaza room.
I want to add on something that I've been hearing from Kina Abdul. Some of us, I think tunataka ile nchi yenye iko na democracy, nchi yenye inaongozwa with we should have peace. If, for example, I'm a businesswoman or I'm a businessman, kama ninaenda kuleta mira yangu Meru, sina shida. And we want to kill this thing we are talking about at kingpin kitu gani? Hiyo kitu itolewe. Wacha nikwambie Bernard, kuna example I want to give you here. Unajua kwa kimila wa Kalenjin kitambo, and I think Cheraisi can attest that to me, and Mama Salina here. Kimila ya Kalenjin kitambo. And before I go to Kimila, wacha niongee yetu kuhusu Baringo. You know, I like giving out my own example of my home. Sisi, we cannot be imposted someone ati tuvotie huyu. In fact, 2016, 2012, 2013, 2017, ukina Uhuru came, anaweka watu mkono juu akisema mtupigie huyu kura. You know, we stood at na tukawaambia muombe kura yenu ya deputy na ya president. Kuanzia Senate mpaka huko chini, wachanene na sisi, hata tukilete kitu yenye inaitwa umbwa. So long as ataongea kwa parliament, we don't care. So hii mambo ya kusema ati mupigie huyu, wachana na hiyo ndio iko problem kila mahali. And I'm not saying even in UDA only, even in ODM, the Azimio. Iko hiyo kitu. Yenye mtu anaenda kuonana na wakubwa na kusema mimi munisupport. Hiyo kitu tukimaliza, nafikiri wananchi ndio watakuwa wanasema. Lakini historia kuimposiwa, like the other day we were in Baringo. Ati mnaweza patia huyu mrembo, tumpatie mrembo, kwani sisi hatujui watu tunavotia ni nani? We know the people we are voting for. So what we want democracy. Kuna mtu ameanza kampeni yake mapema sana 2 years 3 years ago. Alafu mtu amelala kufika kesho yake anasema ati munipatie kura, tumpatie kura namna gani? Hiyo haiwezekani. Secondly, kimila ya Kalenjin, kuna mahali wanasemanga, I think scientifically wanasemanga low I know Cherais knows. Sasa unajua sometimes kwa sisi kwa hii age yangu I cannot siwezi tamuka hiyo kitu. Yaani kuna wale wanaume hawana mbegu ya kuzaa. Unasikia? Lakini kuna vile system inafanywa. Paka huyo mzee anaenda kwa mwanaume mwingine anatafutiwa aenda amzalishe na atakeep hiyo watoto mpaka mwisho. So hii mambo ya siasa nani iko kama hiyo, iko kama vile inaendelea. So kama wewe huwezi hii kazi, mwanaume mwingine atakuja kukumalizia na maisha inasonga. Na jina inaandikwa hii kijana ni John Bernard. Wewe unasema tu ni kijana yangu na mbegu hata sio yako. So please, hii siasa si kitu ya kuchezea. Tuambiane tu ukweli vitu zingine. Unajua hii vitu tukisema hapa mnaona kama tunaota. Hatuoti. We know. Mimi nilimaliza shule. I voted karibu presidents wangapi? From Moi. Nimekuja Kibaki. Nimekuja au wengine wenye wako saa hizi. Mimi niliona hata Kenyatta. Lakini hata ukiuliza mtu kama Katu hata hakuwahi ona Kenyatta. Lakini sasa atakwambia history vile kunaenda. Ni kweli. Tuambiana ukweli, and we need to teach these sons of ours. Wasikuja hapa kukuja na kimbelembele yenye wajui, anasema tu history. Na ukimwambia what happened 1991 hata ajui, anasema hata nilikuwa bado niko kwa magoti ya mzazi. So vitu zingine tuambiana ukweli. And sisi wenye tumezaliwa huko mbele tuwaambie hao watu ukweli. Kina Mama Salina Adia, I think Cherais, nafikiri hata Cherais ni mdogo kwa mimi. Mimi ni mkubwa kwa Cherais. Afuate vile sisi tunasema. Hii mambo ingine hii ya kuja kutishana hapa
Sara, one moment. Unajua Sara umeanza kunichanganya kabla nilete Selina. Wewe umekuja ukasema maneno ya kingpin tupilie mbali. Tunataka demokrasia. Kila mtu afanye vile anataka. Tena unasema vijana wafuate wazee. Sasa ni ipi? Unmute kwanza.
Sikiza Bernard. Yeah. Unaona mtu kama Katwa. And I think you gave us a very good example. Wazee wako kila mahali. Si wazee wa Kalenjin peke yake. This guy can even go and act for yani mawazo kutoka mzee fulani kutoka Luya land. Hata mimi leo nimekuwa na wazee kutoka Luya. Naambia wazee hapa kunaendaje? They need to teach me. Si sasema ati nakuja kwa Mkalenjin peke yake. Ningetaka Mkalenjin peke yake ningekuwa ninatafuta watugen kutoka Baringo. Si hata mpaka huku Nandi. But lazima tufuate mambo ya wazee. Wazee palipo na pa wazee hapaharibiki nemo. Lakini mambo ya kusema ati kingpin achana na hiyo. Twende tu kwa wazee. Wazee watupatie huko juu tunaendaje. Lakini hii story ingine hii tunakarangana hapa, Bernard, tuambiane tu ukweli vitu zingine. Unajua hii ukweli inauma lakini inatusaidia. So we better tell ourselves the truth. Unasikia? And that is why I was telling Jerais. Jerais hajanimalizia swali yangu.
Wacha Selina amalize swali.
Kidogo nataka Jerais animalizie swali yenye nilimpatia saa ile. Mama Selina kidogo tu. Jerais.
Rudia swali.
I had asked you the other time, you were with the deputy president there in US. Team, you are there from all other tribes. Nyinyi mlikaa chini na mkaongelesha huyo deputy president because hapa hakuna security. Nyinyi huko ngambo mko na time ya kwa hapa, sisi hapa tunapigwa tege ile hujawahi ona. So tuambie hapa ukweli, mliongea na yeye. Mkakaa chini mkaongea na I've been looking for you seriously. It is good today you are in this. Hata jana nilifika ukachomoka. So nijibu tu leo.
Okay, so real quick, although it's looks like it's a private question, but I'll bring it in public since I'm a public. Yes, the deputy president came over here. He had a very fruitful meeting. He had a lecture in University of Loyola. He had a University of Kansas. He went to the State Department and he met the Kenyans. Did we meet privately? And yes, we met. He was very available. He was not restrictive vile umesema, and he was like hakuna security mingi vile iko kwa Kenya. He sat down and then we discussed. The key thing we discussed was about the diaspora policy, which he talked at length about the Ministry of Diaspora Affairs, because the Ministry as Foreign Affairs is there, yes, but we as diaspora people, especially diaspora USA, we have other issues which we...
No, leave about the diaspora. Sisi hapa hatuko diaspora. Tunataka uliulize story ya Kenya. What is it?
Okay.
No, tuambie ya Kenya, wachana na diaspora.
Thank you.
I'm getting there.
Samuel, go straight to the answer. Did you tell the deputy president the truth or not? So that we move on. Save time, please.
Oh yes,
and Robert, please wait for us. Wacha hiyo mkono yako kwanza. Ngoja kwanza tujibiwe. Wacha hiyo mkono.
Yes, we told him the truth and nothing but the truth.
Which is
we like his economic policy, the bottom up. If structured very well, as Katwa said, it's not very explained very well, but we like it. If what he's saying about the bottom up being like at Hansa, Upper Numa, the people who are struggling at the base of the food chain will be able to access the loans. Like you start like something like the CDF for the small businesses. Like CDF for right now, it goes wanapata like 40 billion a year all over the country. So he's promising another 40, or another 50 billion across the country in ikuje kama here CDF. Unajua CDF imefanya nini vitu vizuri sana, ilikata mambo ya mchango na nini, so he's promising that. So if that is implemented, hiyo itakuwa ukweli ya mambo. And then he's also promising another 100 billion to subsidize things like healthcare, fertilizers, and all that. So hiyo ndio ukweli tuliongea.
Order, Samuel. It seems like you are going down the campaign slogans for deputy president. Umeuliza swali vizuri na sana hapa. Ulimwambia deputy president ukweli, ama ulienda kumwambia ako right, ako njia mzuri, ako na support, muko nyuma yake, mambo inaendelea vizuri? If that is what you went to tell him and that is the truth you told him, then let it be there.
We told him the truth. We told him the truth that he's in the lead right now and he needs to bring more Kenyans together. And then
he's in the lead.
He's in the lead right now. More Kenyans. Like
order. Unajua spendange kuweka Mama Selina sana. Lazima
lakini Bernard apinia ndio utaka kunipatia nafasi.
Bernard, unipe ni umalize swali tu na mimi nikae nikingojea.
Order. Roba hujaongea?
Mimi sijaongea. Yeah, and Samuel.
Kupatia muda ukaongea tafadhali. Ngoja kwanza. Let's prosecute this. When we finish, we go to another person. Thank you. Sarah, what is it?
I want to reply to the question that I've asked nani na hajanijibu. And Cherais, hiyo swali hajanijibu. Because anasema
labda muonane nyuma ya tent.
Hapana mambo ya nyuma ya tent, hata siku ya kupiga kura hakuna nyuma ya tent ile ya kufichana, ni ukweli wa mambo.
Okay, be specific to your question then. Be specific.
No, sawa ngoja. Umesema mliongea kuhusu CDF money.
You are a Kalenjin.
Kidogo mama Salina.
Nikusaidie kidogo.
Kidogo tu.
Nakusaidia kwa hiyo ya
kabla sijasahau akili inaenda. Kidogo tu. Umesema Deputy President amesema ataongeza mambo na CDF, of which we will never have fundraising. Sindio?
No, I said you will establish a fund similar to
it
CDF.
Is okay from 40 billion to 80. You will double it. Sindio?
No. You might misunderstood me. On the bottom up, at the answer, a similar fund like CDF. Not that CDF will still stay, but we start another one for small business.
So let me tell you, Mr. Cherais.
Yes.
You are talking about CDF that saizi vile CDF imefika, there is no fundraising.
No.
In fact, listen.
What is CDF? Nilisema a similar fund. CDF to watch it. Let's not prosecute CDF. Nilisema you will with the bottom up, right? Small businesses on the constituency level, will have a fund similar to CDF.
But let me get back to you. He is the Deputy President of Kenya and the President Uhuru Kenyatta. They are the two people who are leading this country. Sinukweli?
Until 2018.
You are now telling me, pardon?
Until 2018.
You are now telling me, yes, you are now telling me about CDF. CDF that we get, each and every student in secondary schools, the highest CDF that he can get is 8,000 shillings. How much do we pay on school fees per term? It is around, public schools is around 27,000 to 30,000. Umesikia?
I pay school fees for a lot of kids.
It is okay. Minus 27,000 minus the 8,000 from a very poor background person. Will he manage to pay fees?
So CDF was not meant to pay all your school fees. It was not.
It was meant to assist the poor people and the orphans.
Yeah. Serikali kuja kulipia school fees yote alafu unakaa.
Ilikuja kusaidia orphans na wenye hawajisaidiki. Ni kweli ama si kweli?
Ni kweli. So unless you are an orphan, are you?
I'm not an orphan. God forbid. God forbid.
So it was not meant to clear school fees ya kila mtu. It was not meant.
Hatujasema ya kila mtu. CDF, I'm also a member somewhere of CDF. Hiyo pesa hata kugawa ni shida tupu.
Ni shida, ni kidogo.
Ufuti, ninyi ndio wenye muko diaspora mwenye mumeona mbele. Mumeona huko mbele. Mungekaa na deputy uambie sasa hii mambo inaendaje? Ninyi mtatusaidia namna gani? Because tunaumia hata saa hii wewe unajua hiyo what we are facing in our county. Cattle rustling. Muliongelelea hiyo mambo ya cattle rustling. Sisi wengine tunashughulikia wengine saa hii kwa ground.
We talked about that.
Ilhali nomination is on 14 na wanapiga debe saa hii twende tuwapigie kura. Will it make sense?
We talked about that, and then Matiang'i, I think Matiang'i is doing a good job on it, although it's not been perfect, but we talked about it.
He is not doing a good job then. Let me be very brief to you because I was there last week. No job done. Sisi tuko nchi nyingine.
Madam Sarah, Bernard is out, so I'm taking over for the time being. Kindly, wacha tusikize tu Mama Selina for the time being.
Ni nani anaongea?
I'm saying.
Nikatwa.
I'm saying,
Okay, wacha niingie.
Yes, I'm saying.
Nimekaa bariki wacha.
Yeah, Mama Selina go on.
Mimi nimekaa hiyo nyuma, kumbe ni mbaya sana. Kama unasikia watu na unataka kuongea.
Ni mbaya sana.
Umeongea mambo ya Kabarnet. Ukaongea mambo ya Pilimon Chelagat. Can you remember this, Selina? I was in Kabarnet anyway. Wakati Arab Kirui.
Wakati Arab Kirui na Mea wakitaka kuchukua kiketi. I remember you now.
Na mimi nikabaki na Paulina na
Cherono.
Timon watu wachache. And then the
Paulina
rest
Cherono.
walienda Arab Kirui. And then in the morning tukaenda Kabarnet
Kabara.
Hotel. No, Kabarnet Hotel. Msee akasema.
So do you know my father? My father was campaigning with you guys.
Who?
He's called Mr. Katoit.
Oh my God. Haya, tutapatiana namba. Anyway.
Sawa.
Unauliza Cheraisi swali kabla sijaingia yangu.
Okay.
And I want you to excuse me. I don't know how to make it in Swahili. Let me make it in Kalenjin. Maybe it will be fine. A little bit, forgive me. Cheraisi. Kateben Sarah, and I was thinking kita negatebe Sarah, kugita na jama meja atep kila. Ngo mi beauty president guya gimi America. Ngo bendo tiag lago gabi kebasa. Ngwane mi beauty president ne ibortin go lenjin magara ranyu amu akwegi oya no rori yege lagabi galak. Akwegi on the big like kebasa tai kut kumami ji ne busego. Anga moy walk. Nda ngut agondaya jita polinchi. Ndagi kanya tarabruta. Kuti nyebiga kuti tononos mureni kagi batu meteja jabaka kimika. Mureni kapsa jigi batu mjungo gerge kolejin rich kele girike kele magitogu. Songu ni komete jita ago metaji na gile baruk o metaji sudi o metaji magurumen. Atem guni yigago me kungonyago tameriga ingu yiginyo nika toto nono sibiga kolenjin ago gerchi sang mureni go leji kibeti te yono nyono la kweta kolenjin no wala tungale no wara buta matinye chine ndo chine maginga lol chine maga sengal jibo boy segi maga se jibo chito guli ameja mwaunja raisi amuinye tami ngololi ngasebe mago yijita no ngobu tera bruta ko butu ta ebi ga kolenjin amu ngoma gas jibo bigi kitoto noni ago bolji maego chita nambae agondo chiga lenjin yarago berberi tapsa ko subot ko werwerat ko rushek tera singwan ngalecha o tinye jikyoya imagosa amongo lol jiji joleji kagile gibendi mutya machigen kagile ngesete kagile sete taya katam agonda mamete gityon kongot ko matinye murene tagene mi taban ningo guskongule kole kale ne arnyo kole njinin ngebe kule
Mama Selina.
I'm sorry.
Saidia wa Kenya tafadhali.
Yes.
Yeah, make it brief. You must use vernacular.
Okay, I'm telling them this. Let me say it in Swahili Penat. I'm not saying a bad thing. I am asking Cheraisi. This is a very big man. He talking Rachel Kalenjin. He's respected man in Kalenjin. I'm asking him today, Cheraisi, what went wrong? Why are you all leaving this man to go alone? You know, when you are even to circumcise, when the men were going, they have elders. They have the elders, the very elders that they say, okay, this is how we can go. And this is how we do. After that, before, when our men was going out, can you imagine? They had men and they had the older men. Where are the older men for Mr. Ruto? Where are the elders that people can tell him today, we are not going out? The outside is raining. The women are out there. We are supposed to be home. We need tunataka kukaa. Munakumbuka wakati hata Wakalenjin walikuwa warriors. The Kalenjin being called warriors. Wakienda vita. Walikuwa na wasee wakubwa kidogo, wasee ya rika yake. You people, you people I'm telling you, I asked the brother and I say, why are you all those people doing this? Yes, you people, you knew the first in 2014, 2015, the Kalenjins, you knew things are not well between Ruto and Uhuru. What did you do? You could have talked to our son and say, listen, go slowly, even if it is painful. Be humble. See what he's saying today. He was in America, yes. Who was leading? Kamau Njoroge, Njerim, blah, blah, blah. Where were you? Why don't you take this man and take him in a house and tell him, this is what we want if you want to be a leader of Kenya? He is not listening. Keraisi, Ruto is not a good listener. He has to fail this time round. After that, he come home. You men sit down. The older men to sit down. The women, the leaders. We sit him down and say, now, get ready for the other time. In the Kalenjin, they say this. If you have your cows, if you don't have your son to go with the boy that is going to get the cattle, how do you know your cows get water? How do you know all your cattle are back home? Kwa nini nyinyi wa Kalenjin? Keraisi, Ruto will fail because he's a no man, he knows everything, and we will, as women, we will blame you. Because even the people who come in this platform, apart from this woman, Sarah, I like you, my dear, because you say the truth. When you dear are doing wrong, you say they are doing wrong. I have told them several times. I am in Asimio, but I can come and depend Ruto because I don't like when they come to lie. You are not assisting him. You are making him fail more. Can you imagine? You guys, Ruto could have get all the provinces, coast, get here. Now 4 years in Central, churches, children, everybody. How would you think Kimani Ichungwa? How would you think that small boy, that Kiaru, Kina Alice Waome, while the rest of Kikuyus are quiet, they want you to go out there. You use wherever you have. Remember the time they say Ruto has a lot of money and they had to change 1,000 shillings because you guys, you had money. I'm telling you this. I know you are a man. I know you can talk to him. I know you are here in a purpose to know what is going on, but tell him the truth that if he could have listened and go slowly, the way Moi go, he could have benefit. Can I tell you something? Ruto, when he slapped Chesire Rupen in State House, and Chesire, Moi had no home, but he was raised in Chesire's home. What happened to Ruto? He slapped him. I want to talk again. When Ruto was with Moi, what happened? You know, lazima to listen. We have to, you Kalenjin, you have to go down. Now you are making a lot of mistakes. Moi died without saying sorry. He did not do anything. We are thinking it is not happening. Now you are saying we don't want kingpins. Why Kitchen is not even allowed to talk in a place? He's our son. He's there. When Kitchen is there, Ruto is there, Isaac Ruto is there, you cannot go to war by yourself. And then when you want to ask something, you have to talk Swahili the way we have teach our children. Now, even if you want to tell your child, oh, don't talk, somebody, he say, what are you, unasema nini? And then now you cannot even say what you wanted to say. Or somebody want to kill you. Now we don't even have a word to tell our children like before. Because the child will tell you, Mom, what are you saying? What will you say? So we have made a big mistake, all of us. But if Deputy President could have listened, you Cherasi, you come here. I want you to talk as a Kalenjin man, because tomorrow, we don't know what will come tomorrow. We don't know where we will be. The Kenyans have decided. Where we were thinking, how will you imagine even Ruto? No, wait. How can Ruto imagine he can get 90% kuras of Kikuyus and their son is not there? Michuki told us, we don't want Moi. When Moi get out, he said now we cannot even change Katiba because we were doing of our own. The other day, the Kikuyus went there and tell their children, Raila is a good man. We were saying all these names because Raila was competing with one of us. Now, because we don't have one of us, we have to tell you the truth. So sisi tunauliza hivi. Sisi tunataka amani na Wakenya. Tunataka kukaa na Wakenya. We need to have peace with everybody in Kenya, especially the Kalenjins. Munajua what we have done before. You know the names that people have called us before. And again now, how can a deputy president? Moi was slapped several times in State House. Moi was done all the things. Mamangina and Lena. But Moi say he was so quiet, but he get what he want. Do you think today you abuse Uhuru and then tomorrow he can give you the sword? Can you say tomorrow we are coming to jail you? We are coming to put you in prison. One more question so that I stay. How many people do we have in army that they are the generals? That when tomorrow Ruto is the president of Kenya, he has Simon, he has Kipkoech, he has so and so. Why can't you even remember? How did that, I'm sorry to use some names, as now as we are talking, Raila has his own people, the generals, because he's the next head of state. That is why he was given. Even he say, okay, my mind is going home. If you want to take the country, we don't have anybody in police. We don't have anybody in Cheshu. We don't have anybody in army, all those sides of army. And you want to come and laugh and say you will be the president. Before you get there, you have to put your horn somewhere that he can look for you. That is what I want to say, because Cheraise is not a small man, Penat. This man can save Kenya. This man can do all what we want to do for our deputy president to be a good person. And the Kalenjin can listen. I'm telling you, Cheraise, if that is what we are going through, it is too late for us. But let the deputy president ask from now, because many things will come out. Let him shut his mouth. Let him be quiet. Let even the dogs that he has been using to talk, let them talk. Let Suti talk. Let Kimani Ngozi, let those ones say. And then Ruto, it should not be there when people are talking bad things. If you want to win the heart of people. See that man from North Carolina. Do you think how many people feel so bad? We have lost votes. The lady in Kirinyaga, in Meru, we are laughing, but people are changing. They say, they remember, and I don't know why. Remember, Moi, the last time of Moi leaving the country, nobody wanted to see a Kalenjin. Nobody wanted to see Moi. Now they are saying, we are going back, not even Ruto. They are saying we are going back 24 years. Do you think they are nobody loves us? Even me, I'm in Asimio. I'm with Mata Karua because I was in Kenya. I am in Asimio, but tomorrow when the Kalenjin are panning, I will be with them because I cannot change to be Njoroge. I cannot change to be Wamboi. I am Selina. We cannot change, but we need the truth. You have to be man strong. Sis, let him be quiet. 4 months. Let's see the change. And then, well, if we behave well, court will know. But to say we are getting ready for this one, it has already gone. Nobody will give you that thing. What happened to Raila 4 times? You think Raila was not a man? He was. But they were saying he's not ready. And even like Raila, they are giving Raila because they knew Ruto is very strong. No other man could have run with Ruto. So they say the only person who can stop Ruto is RAILA. They don't like RAILA too, but it is because they don't have anybody who could have gone with you guys. So Cheraisi, make sure you get all those who are says, and from now, let him listen to what says.
Okay. Mama Selina, thank you. I think the message is at home.
I'm sorry,
And,
but for today,
but
I think thank you. You give us that opportunity because sometimes we have been
Let me
listening.
let
I
me
don't
let me
want to talk
respond.
about Central, but I'm saying this.
Let
The
me respond
Central
to.
will vote the way Uhuru want to vote. They have
Let me
taken your
let me
money, they
respond
have
briefly.
taken
it's okay,
everything.
Selina.
Keep
Thank you.
repeating.
Let's do this. Let's do this. Thank you. I think that was
That was a long.
an elaborate message to Samuel and the rest of you. I think the remaining part of it is not for you to respond, but for you to apply.
No, I got to respond because she had a question initially.
Bernard.
You were not there. You were
Can
not
I
there.
respond to you?
Bernard, give Cheraisi to respond because so many questions went to Cheraisi.
A lot of them.
Yeah, but it's answering one side.
Ngoja kwanza Roba ngoja kwanza. I'm trying so hard to balance this. But,
I know.
a little patience, Roba. Samuel, respond as fast as possible.
Okay, I'll not
out.
respond to the long. I'll not go to the long. You know, she made a long presentation. You know, I just respond to a question when the question she said who was leading and who was doing that for DP. I'll just say this. You know, for the record, the deputy president has attracted a diverse following in Kenya beyond. In fact, he supported more outside his home comfort zone. So he has attracted a diverse support because of his ideology. I understand, Selena, you know, we might have some generational differences, Kidogo, which we can sort it out privately. But I just wanted to tell Selena, yes, yeah, the people you saw was diverse. You know, it was from Western, from Central, from Mombasa, from Northeastern. He has a diverse following. So I just wanted to emphasize on that. And I will not go deeper with the other answers. You can inbox. Thank you.
Can I now?
Okay. Thank you, Samuel. Let's. I think that's something we'll follow up later. Roba, what are you saying?
Yeah, I just wanted. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Serena. Let me answer your question because Samuel said when the tribute president came here in the U.S., he met Kenyans. He did not meet me. I'm in California. We Kenyans, we never saw him. But it's just like many people are saying right now. This is what we have been saying all this time. The tribute president is advisors. Where was advising him? We don't know. Mama said, no, somebody from North Carolina. The somebody from Carolina is my uncle. That's the people who are associating with Mr. First President. That's wrong. And you know what? Some you can see, you can say, oh, you can raise up your hands. The pictures are there. I can even call my uncle. I know that. I know that for real. What I'm saying is, this election is over. I want to tell you the truth. Do you know why? Some of the advisors of the vice president, I know them. I know them. The campaign is melting like ice as we speak right now. If you don't know what's going on, I know. I have the sources. Some of you guys there, that's what they are telling us. Do you know why? Because of what's happening. between him and the president. The thing is this, if I was him, you mama amesema vizuri sana, I will shut my mouth. This one is over. Maybe it might have a future. So, someone you can tell me the truth. This is how you started. What you never wanted to come out, like the people who have advised Mr. Ruto, nobody wanted to say, hey, you know what? We have been having two tribes being a president, and this time when the Kikuyus came there, the Kikuyu nation, which is, they did very well, they said, you know what? This time, sisa tuweke mutu, tumekuwa na ikiti. So I know from the way you advised the vice president was, make sure anything which comes on that Moi was there for 24 years, I don't know, 24 years, that one should not be. That's where things went wrong. And I know when, I can tell you the truth, when Mr. Kenyatta went to the funeral in Western Kenya, with Musalia Mudavadi, when he said, oh, it's time for another tribe to take our power. That one did not go well, very well. And some of you guys, the one who are advising the vice president, some of you have been giving wrong information, things which are destroying instead of building. Here's the thing. Mr. Samuel, when you say the vice president came here, where did he go?
Okay, you want me to answer that?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Bernard, I have to get permission from Bernard first.
Yeah, that's fine, because I'm here. Where did he go?
Okay. David President, when he came over here, the first place he was based, most of his meetings was in DC. And then outside DC, he went to Nebraska. He met the government of the state of Nebraska, who are very interested in coffee sector in Kenya. You know, they want to, they are net importers of coffee in Nebraska, and they do very well. They do a lot of maize production and all those, what they call it, they convert the corn, they call it corn into oil and all that. So it was just an economic meeting with the state of Nebraska. After that, he met the State Department officials, especially the ones who were dealing with African affairs. And then after that, he talked in the Carnegie Institution. And after that, he went to Loyola University. He gave a lecture there. After that, he did an online virtual talk with University of Kansas. University of Kansas does a lot with healthcare in Kenya, especially Nakuru, I think also Kijabe and all that. So they were interested in talking to him about healthcare versus the bottom-up economic issue.
Just hold on.
So, and
that
then
bottom up, Mr. Samuel.
No, let me answer your question. Let me finish your question.
No, you have answered.
Oh,
the
okay.
bottom up, that's what I want. The bottom up, this is something which Mr. Ruto decided he was borrowing from here in the US. The way, if you remember, Biden campaigning at bottom up. Bottom up here in the US cannot work the bottom up in Kenya because, you know, the standard of living is very high compared to our country. And that model cannot work.
That's your opinion. I was just answering your question because you asked where he went. And then you also said he did not meet me. I'm in California. He did not come to meet like individual person. I'm in Atlanta myself, but I was able to go and join the other Kenyans in DC, which was a very diverse group. It was about 500 people showed up. It was on Friday, a very inconvenient day, but people took their time and they mingled and asked questions. So he did not meet everybody. Kama kutana na wewe na huko California, he did not meet all the Kenyans.
No, what I mean is this. What I meant was this. You see, we were not invited.
It was open invitation. It was open invitation.
Okay, thank you, Samuel. Thank you, Roba. And that is water under the bridge. The deputy was in the US. He finished. He went to the UK. He came back to Kenya. Right now, he's vying for presidency. 9th of August, we will decide whether it's him or the other person. Let's not spend too much there. What Mama Selina said is very important. If Samuel wants to be of use to the deputy president, he should get the information Selina gave and lay it to the deputy president. And if the pattern that Mama Selina drew is not what UDA has used as a path to seek for presidents, then they missed, okay? If you had an arithmetic question and the question was on addition and you subtracted all the questions, is there any prayer you can pray in between here to change the answers? You can't. You still have to go back and add where you're supposed to add, subtract where you're supposed to subtract. So if you missed to interpret addition, you called it minus, okay? In addition, you called it the other way around. You missed the mark, you followed the due process. The Kenyan leadership is dynamic in such that there are so many complications around it. You don't just rise up in the morning and say, I feel like president, I'm going to vie for president. Vying, everybody's free to vie. But for you to have a winning chance, there are so many things you put in terms of balancing. The diversity of different communities, how they view different leaders, all those things must be brought on board. The aspect that William Ruto has more support outside of his community than his community, we have 9th of August to prove that. I will not even bring that up. But as an advisor to the deputy president, tell him the truth. The truth is, this country with elections and how things are looking, he's looking exposed. He's looking desperate. His outcries are not even helping, okay? The sympathy is looking for, he will not get it. Why? He has exposed himself too early. He went alone without having people who back him up. He has nobody to speak for him. He has to speak for himself. He has to hire Mdavadi and Weta to come and shield him on the national platform. It doesn't work that way. Vitu zinapangwa kutoka huko nyuma. Ili kitu kitokea kuna huyu anajibu na huyu anasonga mbele. But hii yenu mnasema sioni, lakini tungoje tarehe 9 tutajua kama William Ruto akona support nje ya Rift Valley kuliko aliyo nayo Rift Valley. For me, that is something I will dispute until on the 9th. Because I need to sign out. Bwana Themba, karibu. Kulikuwa na hitilafu ya mitambo, kwanza nimerudi tu kienyeji. My electricity began to dance like this, so I was left hanging. But thank God it didn't go off completely, so we came back to salvage the day. I want Themba to take over, and then who else? Duke is the only one who has not made submission, of course, with you. And then the rest can continue with the debate. And we see later on in the day, unless kuna swali lolote kwangu.
Hata mimi nataka kwenda.
So Sarah, unataka kwenda? Are you asking for permission to make your final submission uondoke?
Of course, yes, because I've got only 2, I think 1 hour. 1 hour and a half.
Subiri hapo. Kuna tape hapa nimeambiwa na due to public request I played first. So nipatie muda nicheze hizi tape alafu nikiondoka na ngatuka na sisi tunasonga mbele.
Nawili juzi alisema bwana yake akichukua urais atafunga makanisa ili anasema ni dogo dogo. Jana ameenda Meru, Wakristo ya Catholic wamesema hutaongea hapa, wewe ulisema utafunga kanisa mkiwa na bwana yako. Kwa hivyo uwezi tisha sisi utafunga makanisa alafu uongea wapi? Kwa hivyo Wakristo mjue, uchaguzi huu, the Church of Christ for once has a candidate ambaye ni mcha Mungu, ambaye anaheshimu kanisa. Na mjue vile moderator umesema tuombee kanisa, wale wengine wanatisha kanisa. Wanasema ni makosa kutoa matoleo kanisani. Alilete msaada kupitia mtu yake anaitwa John Badi kwa bunge, ati harambe ya kanisa ipigwe marufuku, tukakataa. Mjue kanisa ya Kristo itakuwa kwa hatari. Huyo mtu kwa bahati mbaya akibenyea pahali yoyote aingi, kwa sababu ukisikia bibi ya mtu akisema kitu, si wameongea na bwana yake?
Tumemsikia?
Yeah.
I
Ya
find it
rais
very
huwezi
difficult to
furahia
reconcile
hiyo.
that.
Tumesikia nini mangalicho? Neja
Ngoja
ingolani.
kwanza. I will play another video, but I don't know how politicians take us as Kenyans. Huh?
It's politics 101.
But from the look of things, I think they think we don't have a brain, or we don't think. They should think for us and tell us what they have thought, and we'll fall for it. Very sad.
Pena,
And I
the
have one
same
for you to play.
judges,
I have one for
wale
you to play.
walikuwa napinga constitution and they fail.
It is, yes.
I have one for you to play if you don't mind.
If I don't have it, I can't play it.
Where can I send it to?
You have a link?
Oh, it's not linked. I think it's just free. But
that even complicates it. It's on WhatsApp.
Yeah, that kind of WhatsApp.
Okay.
It takes time. Don't worry about it. It takes forever.
It takes forever to share on WhatsApp.
No, I'm saying I can WhatsApp it. I can WhatsApp it.
I'm giving you my number, you WhatsApp, and then we'll see what is there. If we can't play it now, we'll play another time.
Okay.
If it is open, huh?
Sure.
And then, yes. So on the private chat, I've put there my WhatsApp number. You can get,
sure,
and then you pass it over to me. Let me play this one as a reminder, and then I go. Niache nyinyi mkizozana. Hey, Wakenya mnanitisha.
Ukisema Wakenya, kwani wewe ni Muganda?
Huyu ametoroka zamani.
Tuko na wewe bega kwa bega mpaka tuone ya kwamba umeingia Ikulu, na wewe utaingia. Hata Mungu mbinguni najua wewe ni mtu wa haki. Juzi wewe ukachibu hakuna pesa yako ngam offshore. Sasa nataka uliza wajumbe pole na wapi kinena keka? Kanini keka ni kani? Toa mdomo. Poleni kabisa. Kumbe kaa chini sasa. Mheshimiwa kaa chini. Kumbe Kenya, haki ya Mungu tulichagua watoto haki. Tuanguke tu kwa ajili vijana wako viongozini. Mbona nyinyi bunge pesa inatoka kwa Kibaki na Raila 1.8 trillion inaruka mpaka 9 trillion? Nini? What are you doing in that legislation house? Mnafanya nini? Wabunge muko hapa, ona yetu wametoroka. Ona ya hapa hawezi kuja, wametusaliti. Kazi shambani tuna tabu ila hapana wezekana. Upeleke salamu zetu kwa His Excellency. Asante kwa kazi yake. Yeye ni mtu mtulivu, anasikia, anaweka, anafanya. Asante wewe kuunga yeye mkono mpaka mnasimamisha inji ilikuwa imeenda kwa maumbu. Asante baba, asante baba. Wewe kweli ni baba. Baba yako alisema Kenyatta tosha. Visasi ya sasa mnajua? Baba, mbona nyinyi hawezi heshimu huyu? Mnafikiri kuongoza inji ni kwenda Singira? Inji tatereza na kukwisha, na sisi yote tutakwisha. Mjue kabisa, inji hapana kunywa kama maziwa ile fresh unafanya lok lok lok. Hiyo inakunywa kama ile maziwa imekamatana pole pole. Huyu ndio natosha, na ni baba wa inji na nitosha. Na asante tena baba. umekuja hapa umetangulia, na sisi tulikuwa tunajua. Hata Wanandi the most silent hapo wa Uasin Gishu wanajua baba iko, wanajua baba iko hapa. Ile devolution kukuja inji hii bila wewe ulilala ndani mwaka 9. Nani tena amelala hapa? Wakati Kenyatta anachukua nani Kibaki anachukua ushukani ndani ya wilbaro, huyu alisema tosha. Si hawa wabwenyenye wote walikuwa na Moi. Ingawa Moi alifanya yake mzuri, ile tunashukuru kwa kazi ile amefanya, lakini hajasinda kazi ya Papa RAILA Amolo Odinga. Mtu amejitolea roho yake pamba. Asante watu wa Mount Kenya, mumesikilia. Waja ile wagora tu wakame hiyo ng'ombe, kwa maana hiyo ng'ombe iko na maziwa sawa sawa, anaweza pasuka na itakuwa sambi kama hapana kama ng'ombe. Wakame sawa sawa, lakini kura ni kwa hapa. Sasa waja ni waje siasa, waja ni kuje uchumi. Asante Torgos, Your Excellency. Uchumi ya hapa imesoroteka. Tulipochagua serikali ya nusu mikate, baba akapea kijana wetu ministry wa kirakacha kutoka chini, from the sweeper to the MD to the minister. Iligulwa waligula hey. Waligula mazito, haki ya Mungu. Haya, akapea yeye minister. Baba akaona anamaliza huku, akasweep, sijui zeli gosi aliingizwa, akaenda higher education. Baada ya kuunga baba 2013, aliona ya kwamba hawezi kamuleka, katoroka Bahala. Ndio Bahala Kenya sasa inakalia chameni. Where are we? Where are we? Where are our professionals? Wapi wale watu wamesoma? Mumesoma na musemi kila sisi tuko television na menjo tukilia. Sisi tunalianga kila siku kwa mahindi, kwa sukari, kwa maziwa. Sito yetu imechukuliwa. Ukienda menjo tukituma, anaambiwa na wale wenyenye bale, iko kesi. Iko kesi. Menjo, iko kesi. Haya, kebe imechukuliwa. KCC ndio hiyo. Serial amejaza ile vitu ya yao. Sasa mnataka tuishi aje? Baba, utoke na uokoe nje na usafishe.
Very good entertainment.
Thank you very much. The good entertainment with the lessons. Let the lessons be taken and enjoy the entertainment. Mr. Tempa, here we go. See you later.
See you. Asante sana, Chairman. Thank you for leading.
Who was coming next?
Let me be quick. That one goes a long way to show that, you know, those are two guys I know. I know Mr. Menjo very well, very great friend of mine for a long time. And the other gentleman, it goes a long way. You know, they're in Uasin Gishu, they're in Eldoret to be specific. So Eldoret, as I said, or Kalenjin, as I said, is diverse politically. Even Miss Selina Sego here, we diverse. We are not in a pocket. Atuko kwa mfuko moja or ati mtu atatupiwa mawe kwa vile ana support baba. No, that's a good democracy, and I encourage that. And I think Raila should use that guy a lot of times, like in his meetings. Very articulate old man, and it goes a long way to show that Rift Valley, Kalenjin Rift Valley, Nandi Rift Valley is
Do you know
diverse.
him? He was a member of parliament.
Yes.
Cheraisi.
Yes.
That old man was a member of parliament. Na ni msee anaheshimiwa.
Very
It is not
articulate
just
in
the
this.
street. He was a
Yeah.
member of parliament and he's a respected elder.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Katwe.
Themba, you know, when I'm seeing you, it means that the Kenyan people also should start packing and leaving. So I just wanted to pose a question to Cherais because he had mentioned earlier about the deputy president going to the US and promising them about how he's going to deliver in the next government. And one of the things that I gathered from him is that he said that the deputy president is going to give 20 billion, 100 billion, another 100 billion. Okay, personally, when I count all those money, the money is almost past the budget of the Republic of Kenya. Promises alone by Ruto. But now my question will be, how, because we have not seen any methodology statement or any document showing that how is going to get the government, because even as it is right now, the Kenyan budget itself cannot be funded by our own taxes. We are actually borrowing to fund our own taxes. And it will be very ambiguous for the deputy president to come and say that he's going to give 100 billion, G20 billion and all that. What is the methodology statement, since you were in that meeting? Because it seems like you are in very close communicado of the meeting. Can you be able to tell us now, did he give a methodology statement? Because, okay, he might say that in Kenya, it is very hard to give such a thing on a rally. Since you are in a closed door meeting, probably, did he give you anything to hold water to this? Because there's nothing we are getting. Thank you.
Sure.
And,
Okay.
and the Themba, bye, actually, yeah? I'm leaving because of work. But let me listen to his answer.
Okay, I'll be quick because you're going to work.
And Sarah, don't go before you give me your number. Sarah, please.
Okay, as far as the methodology, yes, we asked that question because even we were concerned with, like, when Raila says he'll be giving everybody in need like 6,000 shillings a month, which is an issue of a budget. It's a budget. The Kenyan budget right now is busted. It's busted. So as far as methodology,
point of correction, Cherais.
Oh, go ahead.
Point of correction, Cherais. Before you go, before you mislead the public, it is not 6,000 for every citizen of the Republic of Kenya.
No,
it
not
is
everybody.
6,000 to the families, that are living below $2. Okay, below $200. Okay, not $200. Actually, below $2. If I'm not wrong, below $2. I think those people cannot be able. And that statistics was brought by the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. That is on record, not something from the bush. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead. Anyway, so which is almost 90% of my constituents in Mogotio. Anyway, as far as the methodology of the bottoms up funding is about, it's very clear. It's explained very well. In fact, Dr. Ndi was there. The way they are going to do it, they are not going to get new money to it. They will prioritize the activities or the projects that's going on right now. They will go low on big budget items first, and to focus on the bottom. The Kenyan government so far has been big on big projects. which are good. You know, they have been big on like standard gauge and all that. So they will reprioritize the budget. They are not going to borrow new money or any new anything. They are not going to bust the budget, which is busted already. So they will reprioritize, and that is not billions or billions. The overall budget is less than 200 billion. So they will reprioritize.
Okay, I don't understand yet that one. At least it's good to have you here, so you can still hold on, stay right there, because I know there'll be many questions. But I know.
Thank you.
Sarah Carbon will be going in a minute. Sarah, do you want to speak, and then we allow you your time, whichever time you wanna go, you go.
No, I'm still with you guys until around 5:30. Mpaka karibu 5:30 huko.
Aya, wacha nilete Duke. Duke, karibu.
Thank you so much. I hope you are getting me. So for me, I want to start by commenting on the statement. I can't say it's the humiliation of the president or the rector of the president. I can say is a response to the allegations that the deputy president was having a conspiracy to impeach the president. So him responding to that is the right thing to do. Because if you are campaigning and there are allegations, you have to respond. Not like the president, when we heard about the Pandora box, he has never responded. So as a person, when your name has been mentioned, all allegations touching you have been mentioned, that is your duty to come out and respond. So if you keep quiet, we can assume that's the truth. Having said that, so if we assume indeed there was a conspiracy to impeach the president, then we have to talk about the impeachment. Is it a constitutional requirement? Is it a constitutional process? Yes. It's not something illegal. If it was to assassinate the president, then that can be something serious. But if you go to the Constitution, that is chapter 9, which talks about the executive, and then you go to Article 144 and 145. Those two articles talks on how the president can be removed from office. So removing the president from office is a constitutional process. It's not something illegal. And we are assumed if the allegations are true. So that's why I want to look about how can the president be removed from the office so that we can be able to have the context. So to satisfy or to see whether there were some grounds where the president of Kenya can be impeached. So if you talk about Article 144, it talks about the president can be impeached if he is incapacitated. He does not have the capacity to govern. That can be mental or physical. And Article 145 talks about the impeachment process. And the impeachment process is something which has a lot of steps to the extent that it cannot conspired in private or secretary, because there are a lot of processes which you follow for you to impeach the president, which are very elaborate. For instance, they talk about 3 grounds where a president can be impeached. So the first ground is about gross violation of the provisions of the Constitution. For instance, if the Constitution says we have 3 arms which are independent, and maybe the president is the commander of the armed forces, and then maybe command the army to prevent the judiciary from functioning, that we can talk about a grave violation of the provision of the Constitution. That's one ground. Ground number 2 is about serious crime against the international law. For instance, maybe the president interferes with the territorial integrity of other nations, for instance, which is the case in Russia. So that can also trigger an impeachment. And then the last one is what to talk about gross misconduct, where we have serious allegations like rape. We talk about murder, for instance. If Papawino was the president, if he shot somebody on live TV, you can impeach, you can bring about impeachment process. So considering all those grounds, actually there was no ground where a person can come with an allegation that there was a conspiracy for the president to be impeached. Having said those grounds, and then we go to the actual process. The actual process starts by where you find that a third of the members of the National Assembly will move a motion. It's not just like a appeal where an individual takes it to the speaker. There must be a third. And if we have, like in Kenya, we have 349 members of the National Assembly. So you are talking about 116 individuals. So those are the group of members of parliament who will go to present a motion that you want to impeach the president. It's not something like a appeal where one person goes. So having the second process then goes whereby if the majority says that motion can go ahead, the speaker forms a committee investigates, there is a voting where 2/3 passes it, it then goes to the Senate, 2/3, you see? So in short, it's a process which is very clear, which cannot be done in secret. So considering those procedures, it's not even possible for a Kenyan individual to contemplate to start the impeachment process. So that's what I can say. Then, having said that, I want to respond to or to comment about what some individuals were saying, that the constitution should be changed so that the president can remove the deputy president whenever he wants. Because they said that the president, if we assume yes, it's true, maybe the deputy president is a very bad person and the president is a good person. So the president can remove the bad deputy president. But the reason why the new constitution made the president to have power is, the aim of the new constitution was to reduce the powers of the president. That's why we have the checks and balances. Therefore, all of you were actually considering that it's the deputy president who's a bad person. But assume a scenario where we have a president who's a very bad person and a deputy president who's a very good person. So what happens in that scenario? So the president is wrong?
Duke, let me ask you a question. If you follow a constitution and constitutional provision, does it make you a good person?
The question is not connected with what I was saying.
I'm just asking you because you're talking about good and bad. So I'm just asking, if you say the constitution says that, I want to give you a different probably example. The constitution says, or the law, the act says that you reach a particular road, you drive at 50 miles per hour. Then you drive at 50 miles per hour. Are you a good person?
You're asking like those questions Jesus was asked about the, I think it's.
It's good can be relative. For instance, if you are good, you have to obey the provision of the constitution. So good is a broader term which can encompass many aspects.
For heaven's sake, you know very well Duke will not answer you that question. Even this, my brother here called his view, they know how they do things. He knows. He has explained here.
There's something I wanted Duke to respond to as he's making his case. Because hold on, yeah, just hold on. Give him time. And Duke, before you respond, just understand the question that I'm trying to ask. In the basis, Samuel, just relax. I'll give you time. When you unmute as you are talking, it brings a lot of irritation.
Now, Duke, my question was, you've talked the president a very bad person or a very good person. If you follow the constitution, does it make you a good person? It's just a yes or
Yes.
no. It
Yes,
does.
you are a good person. Yes.
Okay. Okay, go on.
So that's where I can use another term if you are disagreeing with me using good. I'm talking about you have a president who acts against the provision of the constitution. Maybe the president wants to extend the term limit, but the deputy president is against that. So if the president has the power, he can remove the deputy president and consolidate all the powers and then execute the illegal provisions of execute the illegal endeavors he wants to achieve. So in short, what I'm trying to say is this: the constitution was created to have a balance, checks and a balance between the deputy president and the president. So you don't consider just one example that maybe the deputy presidency is crippling the president or is making the president not to function. It can be the other way around. So if we find that there is a limitation of powers of the two, it's like they can be kept on tools to do the right thing. So that's what I can say. And I can oppose that we should not change the constitution so that the president can have the powers to remove the deputy. Then I will respond to the video. So the video which I've seen is just normal politics. You know, I've said here in this platform several times that in politics, for you to ascend to power or to have a position, you have to consider the circumstances on the ground. So even if you are very right and the circumstances on the ground are not indicating that way, you will not be able to ascend into power. That's why, for example, me as a person, I know Miguna is very right and firm, actually speaks facts all the time from my perspective. But because he's unable to align himself with the circumstances at the ground, that's why it becomes impossible for him to have a position or a political position. So all those which we have seen that the person was talking about and the other one, Gashaw was talking about, it's about politics. So they're trying to do politics and those people, all the individuals from the divide, they are educated. If they go to US, they cannot speak the same things, but they run the ground, what the ground wants to hear, and speaks them and mobilizes them so that they can have thoughts. So it's about dealing with the circumstances of the ground. And I end my submission there unless individuals have some questions.
I'll just make a comment before I allow some. I know Katri has a question, Selina has a question. You see, right or wrong is based on who is listening. You know, like for you, when you're saying the deputy president is very right in doing this, you're also talking about assertions. Assertions like, for example, the president wants to extend his powers, you know, his presidency through. Those are propaganda. But you guys are okay. I mean, it's a political season. You can come up with anything you wanna come up with. And in any case, which political party or which leader is not interested in power? The deputy president is interested in power. He wants to extend his powers. It is because of his interest in power. That's why even when he disagreed with his boss, he didn't step down. It's about power. So if you are deluded that anybody seeking presidency right now is not interested in power, that is a dream. You better wake up and smell the coffee. They are interested in power. Every political leader. Because what? Politics is about power. Gain the power and keep it. So if you're thinking that the Ruto has been said, counted to be now, like Gachagua is saying, now we have Mtu Mcha Mungu, you can even Frederick Chiluba of Zambia prayed a very long prayer. So loving God is something that you can tout and bring it out, but it doesn't mean you are necessarily not interested in power. So that is you can choose which side you wanna push. That's okay for you, but I don't think anybody coming in is not interested in power. So that is comment number one. Comment number two that I want to make in Kenya, we are busy talking about the president or the persons wanting to put power. I made this point yesterday. I want to put it again now for the sake of you and others. In Kenya, we are talking about individual keeping power. In developed democracies, it is parties keeping power. For example, in the US, the Democrats will want to keep power. They will not want to pass it or it to be taken away from them by the Republicans. Because once you get into power, you want to work to keep it. And in other democracies and other developed ones in the UK, it is the liberals versus the others. So it is about power. Get power, see how you want to keep it, and keep it. So Ruto is actually looking for power, which is not wrong. It is his political right. Now, in a Kenyan democracy where we have the constitution, we don't look at right or wrong. We look at, is it constitutional? Did the president do anything unconstitutional? Nobody has come here to say that, oh, the president went against the constitution in doing this and that. Nothing. So it's not about right or wrong, it's about constitution. What does the constitution tell you? If you have a problem with any provision, the population has a right to go back and amend it because there's an amendment clause. There's nothing wrong in amending a constitution. So for me, just a comment I'm making. You may argue about good or bad. When the constitution is made, it's not made. In fact, when you read that clause, there's nowhere it says that the president has to be a good person or a bad person. No. It just says that these people should come and follow the constitution. And when they're raising their hand, they don't say that I'll be a good person. No, it says I will follow the constitution. I'll defend the constitution. So do they respond to the constitutional provision? Those are the questions you want to ask. And indeed, the assumption is that they'll be having their way of looking at each other, and they will be together up to the end. And those are some of the things they bring across. So when you come and start talking about, oh, good, oh, Ruto is very right, what are you using to measure right? We need to look at constitution. Ruto is interested in power, and the other person is also interested in power. I want to bring in Katwe to ask his question, and then there's Dixon who is going also to ask a question. I think Selina stepped out. Richard also has a question or a comment. How many? Then Samuel too. So let's start with Katwe. Then you go to Dixon, then you come to Richard.
I think my brother here, there's a question that I was asking him when he was saying that amending the constitution so that the deputy president can be fired. So and he said that because now you see firing the deputy president will minimize that art of trying to clip the powers of the president and what have you. I think, in my opinion, Duke has forgotten that the deputy president trying to criticize the government is not by law. It is nowhere by law that the deputy president is supposed to be questioning the president. It is not within his particular line of duty. It is one, what you are saying, it is not legal, but it is logical. In the logical part of it, he can question, but there is nowhere he's supposed to check the powers of the president. The people who are supposed to be checking the powers of the president are the legislatures. Go and read your constitution very well. Go and check where the deputy president is supposed to be checking the powers of the president. How can he check himself? And that is the executive. It is not logical. But if this is the thing that you're saying, that they'll be just because the deputy president is talking in public and doing some blogging or something, that the president is doing 1, 2, 3, that is blogging and propelling propaganda. There's no way he's supposed to be doing that. So by clipping the powers of the deputy president, that law can be amended. And there's nowhere that the presidency will have a lot of power. The legislature is the one that is supposed to be checking the powers of the president. That is what I wanted to comment.
Okay, Dixon.
Yes, hello. There is one thing that I wanted to disagree with the Duke. He has talked about responses from the DP. One thing I want to comment on is now the president has managed to lay down several traps on the deputy president, and the deputy president managed to respond back to those traps. Take an example with the current issue that you have about the impeachment. I think that stories came up during the night on the Standard, and in less than 12 hours, Ruto responded back to that. When you look at the issue about the BBI issue, about the GSU security, about the Jubilee saga, and in most of the cases, we've managed to see Ruto facing Uhuru one-on-one, either on propaganda or on something that maybe Uhuru himself has maybe saying it. Yeah, mwenyewe. No. Something like there was that time Uhuru talked about Ruto criticizing the same government, and yeye mwenyewe ako part of it, and he requested instead of gonna criticize the same government that you are serving, it would be much better if you decide to resign. You criticize it when you are outside the government. When the same Ruto, when he was called in an interview, he said that he had nothing against the president. So on my side, I was thinking on either side, ningesema Uhuru was a source of failure. He has been trying to drag the name of the deputy president onto his issues, and that is what has caused the deputy president to respond back to him. So it means, and if Uhuru continues to be kama Uhuru ataendelea kuwa na hiyo nini ya every time and then he is trying to drag the name of William Ruto in kwa nini yake, ama kuseme on it, whichever the side he is taking on his political nini, it means at the end of the day Ruto will get back to him and respond. But I will not advise. I will not because at the moment, let us take an example with the Mount Kenya region. Mount Kenya region in most of the areas within Mount Kenya, utaliarize that everybody, hata tuseme mpaka yule mtu mwenye baby afuatilia mambo na mtandao nini na nini, ukimuuliza atakupea story mingi sana za umbaya wa Uhuru than Ruto. Unaona? But Uhuru mwenyewe kujauliza what was the main issue between Uhuru and Ruto, you cannot be able to answer that question. We shall just work with the propaganda going on maybe within the social media. Ama vitu Morathe amesema, most of them that you have relied on stories za Morathe, stories za Mtukaa za Binashege, stories za Moses Kuria, stories za Rigathi. So generally, I think it would be much better if Uhuru himself comes out clean and speak to Mount Kenya region, ama ongea na watu wake waambie, this is what happened between me and Ruto. Because there are several things that Uhuru has said on the ground, which on my side I feel that they don't end up. There are several stuff that on my side I would say, when Uhuru tried to say that the issue between me and there was another, I think it was during the BBI launch, alikuwa anaongea story ya giving out the handles Donald to Ruto, ikakuwa Ruto is running on the opposite direction. So generally, all those stories that if I do try to bring them out together, you don't get the sense in it. You don't get the main reason as to why
Dixon.
there was that fallout. Yes.
Dixon.
Yes.
Have you ever heard Uhuru mention Ruto anyway?
Yes.
Do you have that evidence?
Yes. There is that day when he was talking about the relay. That was one time.
No, that one.
Then there was that.
Hold on. Let's go slowly. Have you ever had Uhuru mentioning Ruto in his absence anyway in the rallies?
In rare cases, but it's not a must.
Wait, Dixon, the question is very clear. Have you had Uhuru respond, even mention Ruto? There's no way. Uhuru has never mentioned Ruto. He's never. He only talks about those people who want to be in government and work with me. Wakuja. There are so many people. He could be referring to anyone.
Let me ask you one question.
So it's not again fair for you to progress the propaganda that if Uhuru has responded to Ruto, he has mentioned Ruto.
I would also say this. In several cases in most of the cases, let's say Rigathi Gachagua has talked something maybe bad about the Kenyatta family, Ruto is requested to apologize on his behalf. Why?
Wait, Dixon, twende pole pole.
Temba.
Ngoja Fred, hold on. Hold on, Fred. Hold on.
Ask him a very simple question. Is he asking a question or a submission?
Yeah. He was asking a question, and I think he messed in whatever question. He was giving a comment. Dixon, there's nowhere. Okay, just for the record, there's nowhere Uhuru has ever mentioned Ruto anyway. But Ruto has responded to the president directly. So that is where I want to leave it. Let me give Richard a time to ask a question, and then we can allow Duke to then I come to Stoma.
I think, Themba, we are losing the plot here. Dixon is making a submission. You gave us an opportunity to ask Duke a question. So I think we are losing the plot here. I want Duke to answer a question here. And first of all, I want to inform Duke that the Constitution of Kenya is not cast in stone, number one. So if Kenyans today decide that they are going to make an amendment to the Constitution, there is no provision in that Constitution that prevents them from doing that. Most of the times I say, if you want to help, you should also try to give us a solution. We have seen the relationship between Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto being like staying in an abusive relationship, and everybody has seen that. So I want you to tell us today, when there's no synergy in leadership, especially between the president and the vice president or the deputy president, what would you want us to do as Kenyans? That is question number one. Number two, what metrics are you using to determine what is good and bad, or what is good or bad? Just two questions. Thank you.
Cherais, is it a question or is it a comment? I can't hear you.
It's a comment, so I'm not going to make it because it's a comment.
Okay, just wait then. Duke, go ahead.
Okay, I think I can even start from Richard moving backwards, because first of all, he has asked, I want to rectify. I did not say that the Constitution should not be amended. Before you came here, there was a debate of individuals who were saying that the Constitution should be amended so that the president can fire the deputy president. So I was arguing against doing that. I was giving details why the constitution should not be changed so that the president can fire the deputy president. I was arguing against that as a person. I did not say that the constitution cannot be changed. Then you ask, what is when the synergy between the deputy president and the president is not working? What can be done? The constitution is clear; it should be followed. Because one, there is an impeachment process for the deputy president or the president. So the constitution provides situations whereby a deputy president.
Duke, you're lying.
No. The constitution provides how the deputy president can be removed from the office. That's a fact.
Yes, but it doesn't say that when there's no synergy. Synergy is not part of the reason of impeachment.
Okay.
Duke, you read the constitution a while ago. Go through the process of reasons for impeachment. Just read reasons for impeachment.
Okay.
Is synergy one of them?
You see, if synergy was not in the constitution, then it means it's something minor. You don't see
how do you determine synergy?
Can I respond? No, can I respond now? Let us not talk about language. Let me respond in my capabilities. What I'm able to respond in my knowledge. Can I go ahead? What I'm saying is this. Individuals working together cannot be 100% agreed to each other. Even you cannot agree with your wife, everything. There have to be disagreements. But the provision of the constitution says we have a situation where it's not capable, for instance, if that disagreements too much, or there is one individual has a gross misconduct, which makes him unable to work. We have constitutional functions, not the functions which the president wants, those functions within the constitution. So if the deputy president is unable to execute or to deliver, he can be removed from the office. But if they have individual disagreements, those we cannot say that if individuals disagree, then that person should be removed.
Duke, there's no provision in the constitution that forces you to work with your deputy. There's no provision.
Yes, that's why when the president never wanted to work, the deputy president said, step aside.
Listen, go slowly. Let's not hurry, because we are also here to learn, all right?
Yes.
We are not just here to speak for the sake of speaking. It's okay for us to speak to something and also provide the constitution or whatever. The constitution does not force you anywhere to work with your deputy.
That's a fact.
The constitution creates a position for a deputy president.
Yes.
All right? Yes. Now, a political party that is going to vie, they need to provide the name of the president and the deputy president.
Yes.
Now, it is not, the constitution does not say that these people should be having chemistry or how they should be working. It is the party that will present those people to come. After that, the constitution gives the ways in which they can work, in the sense that the president will be assigning his deputy. All right. Beyond that, it gives the reasons for removal and the process of removal. Now, in reasons for removal, chemistry or synergy is not part of the reasons for removal. Right? It is not.
The question was asked here.
Hold on, Duke. It goes even up to the governor's post. Do you know this problem did not start with the president and his deputy? If you have been following politics in Kenya, it started with governors. You remember the Machakos governor and his deputy. That was the first one. They could not get along. But it was hard for him to remove him until when now he came for the second term when he changed. The Makueni case. So it is in such a way that even if you are not able to work with the person for as long as you are elected together, you are stuck together. Unless the constitutional threshold is met. And even if it is met, there's a process. That process has to be constitutional. So The question Richard was asking, in the event that these people are not synergistic, what happens? That's the question. So there's no constitutional provision. So it is a moral question. It's not a constitutional question.
Okay, let me respond. So, and I hope I respond. What I can respond is this. If there is no synergy between the two, the president can stop delegating duties to the deputy president. That's what Uhuru Kenyatta has done. Number one. Number two, maybe if the cause of the disagreement is criminal or illegal, then the due process should follow. It's about, that's what I can say, and I end it there. So the metric I was using is the Constitution. So it is what the Constitution provides. That's what I can use as a metric.
Richard thinks that there's a Richard, what is it?
Richard, it's your time. Okay, Richard wants me to proceed, so I think he's
no. Sorry. My computer has been on shida. So my question is this, Duke. You heard what Remember asked you, and it's a clarification that he made that I did not think about. We are looking at a pair, right? We are looking at a pair, the president and the deputy president. We are looking at another pair of the governor and the deputy governor. This is something that has been common. You can even remember the issue between Kiambu governor, former Kiambu governor, Waititu, and Dr. Anyoro, right? You can see this is something that has been there. It's a common thing in our arrangement. So my question to you is this: it cannot only be that when there is a criminal charge or criminal offense or anything to do with the violation of the Constitution, that we can initiate the process of removing a leader. My question is this: if they differ on policy, these are two people, this is a pair that was elected on one ticket. If they differ on policy and they result to, pulling to different directions, the government is pulling different directions. So what is your solution? What would be your solution?
Let me help Dr.
Okay, just 1 minute I respond, then I proceed. That's what I've said. For instance, there is one person who has more power. Remember, the president.
Yeah.
The president delegates powers to the deputy president, some responsibilities. So if maybe it's against some responsibility, you can stop delegating the duties to that person. That's what I'm trying to say. And from my side, what brings disagreements about somebody acting illegally in a bad way, and the Constitution and the laws of Kenya punishes individuals who act against the Constitution, who do things in an illegal way. So I'm talking about those two issues to follow the law and the Constitution. Simple as that. Unless you want to come up with my own. So if I was the president, if the deputy president is opposing me, I will stop delegating duties to him. Or if there is gross misconduct, I can initiate an impeachment process, because you can explain that to registration and the other parties concerned, so they understand. They are able to see this is a mistake. That's what I can say. Let me respond all to questions, then I move out. I can talk about Katwe. He's talked about how the deputy president checks the executive power of the president. All right? How the deputy president can check the power of the president. First of all, and they say that's a function of the parliament or the legislature. So what I want to say is that the executive and the legislature are connected. For instance, you have a deputy president, if he has a political party, he has a particular number of members in parliament who he controls, the same way the president has. So if the deputy president has a significant number of members of parliament or National Assembly members, he can use them to check the powers of the president, maybe to oppose, using the Constitution to oppose some policies which are illegal. So that's how the deputy president can actually check the powers of the president.
Okay, Duke, just hold on right there. I think just
Duke,
before you
stop
go
there.
on,
Duke, stop there.
hold on. Katwe, kindly mute. I want to bring in Cheraisi because they are on the same team. Cheraisi has disagreed with him. So Cheraisi, kindly comment, then I bring Selina. Selina has a point.
Okay.
Also, Selina, nimeona mkono yako, kaa tu hapo dakika moja, nitakupatia nafasi. Okay, Cheraisi.
Yes, I'll just clarify, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But anyway, in the checks and balances of the Constitution, it's designed in a three-pronged government. There's the executive, which is the president and the deputy as a pair. And then we have the legislature, which is the National Assembly and whatever, and Senate. And then the judiciary. So there's no provision where it says the deputy will check the president. It's not provided. It's not provided that way. And then there's no provision where it says the deputy has a legislature of his own, and then the president has a legislature of his own in the parliament. It's not designed that way. So if you think I'm wrong, any of you can correct me. But that's my thinking. There's no
Yes,
provision.
you are very right. Yes, somewhere you are very right. But
Hold
you have
on,
taken me.
Duke, relax.
You have taken me out of context.
No,
Can I
wait.
finish?
Duke, relax. Sam has helped you. You just accept the correction. He has given you direction. There's something.
Can I finish now?
Hold on. There's something that Selina wants to ask so that you finalize that we go round on with the others. Selina, Sama.
Yeah, thank you Temba. Unajua hii mambo ya parliament na mambo ya constitution inapatia kila mtu shida. One, I wanted also to say, kama ministers, for example, I want to take you a little bit. Ministers wanatoka out of parliament. And the parliamentarians were crying wanasema, if you call a minister, because he's not a member of parliament, he cannot even come. So it has been difficult for members of parliament to call the cabinet to come in the parliament to answer questions. And remember before, the ministers was members of parliament. And then it was easy for a member of parliament to be asked a question, and the constituency also will ask a question. So if you go to the deputy president and the president can allocate. Sometimes he has a lot of work. He wants the deputy to go outside or to do anything. He can do for the deputy president can do for the president, but not otherwise. Unless siku ile president alikuwa naenda 8, he had to hand over the presidency to deputy president because he was absent. And then after that, hakuna kitu ingine. Kama vile kasi ya deputy president, Uhuru alipatia Matiang'i, and the deputy president cannot complain because he delegated duties. So in this constitution, it is not only that the president and the deputy president are having problems, even the members of parliament, even the ministers. Can you imagine if they want to summon Matiang'i or any minister? Sometimes they fail. So that constitution we need to revisit and see, okay, kwa wakati ya Moi, alikuwa anatoa deputy president kwa street. But for now, again, a little bit Cheraisi, the deputy president with the powers, he feel like they are equals. The way he asimio that I'm the principal. So they are taking it like I'm also the principal. But one person is the president at a time. So hii shida ya kwamba, I think what we need to do, ukiangalia age, kukua age moja saa ingine inalete shida Temba. I wish these people could have a long way, but respect. Ile kitu nataka kusema, if you are the president or you are the deputy president, these people don't even respect the office. I thought they say it is not a person, it is the office of the president. and the office of the deputy president. So hapa hivi, they should have respect the office. Deputy president anastahili kuheshimu ofisi, si Uhuru. And pia the president, hiyo ofisi ya deputy president, both of them, they need to wangeheshimu. But for now, it's like we don't have the president, or they are all equals. The way Wetangula and Kalonzo and wherever they are telling Raila, with Raila coming with almost 100 and something members of parliament, and Wetangula being a Senate, one man in Senate of 47 or 60, and he was given to be the minority. And then ODM had to surrender for the laugh, because Baba said, give it to Wetangula. Can you remember when he was taken away? Alisema mutaona mambo. So all these things, watu lazima wakuwe na heshima. Ile kitu najua Kenya, na ninashukuru kwa sababu ni vijana, unaona hata sasa hii mambo inaenda. The young people with their qualification na hiyo mashule wamesoma, wamesahau ya kwamba hakuna kitu itafanyika kwa dunia bila heshima. Hata hii America, Cherisi, ukikumbuka members of parliament, tunaita what? Members of parliament in America.
Congressmen.
Yes. The congressmen. They are old men, very old women, and they are young. You remember the young women, they wanted to take Pelosi out. They say Pelosi was old, she cannot deal with Peter Speaker. But look what they did. The party say, no, you cannot just come as a young person. You have energy. You want to be the speaker. They say they want experience. We can even go back by America. We are people almost 80 years, 90 years, if I'm not wrong. But they are respected. So the only thing we need in Kenya is just their respect. Ukichaguliwa, like today, if the deputy president can be the president of Kenya, na vile amefanyia Uhuru, how do we feel when he's the president and people are abusing him? So all these things, give and take. If you want to be respected, show by you. I think that is what I can say. But constitution, it has a problem. We let people to do our constitution pila kuita watu wanajua. So ile watu walitengeneza katiba ya Kenya, they miss something. Thank you.
Well, let me make my last admission. I need to leave.
Teresi, what happens when you unmute when someone is talking? There's interference, and we don't get the person's comment. So kindly do not unmute until someone has finished talking. And I think we have exhausted that point of Duke. Let's allow some people who came in later, like Richard, to give his submission, and Julia is also waiting here. So Richard, karibu.
No, I have not responded to some questions. I was responding. I was halfway.
No, you can't respond forever. So just wait.
No, you have not even. That's not true. I was halfway.
That's allow other people. You don't have to respond to every question. And
I finished just 1 minute.
And the other people can also respond to those ones and ask more. So just be here. You'll be able to keep commenting. I think that's fair for everybody. Richard, karibu.
Ndemba, thank you. We rarely get an opportunity like this on this channel to have Duke and Cheraisi here, give us a perspective from the other side. I can sacrifice my time. I can sacrifice my submission to make sure that we question these guys here to tell us their policy. And so I want my 1 or 2 minutes to be sacrificed to whoever, Duke kama Cheraisi. Ajibu hiyo swali yenye ameulizwa hapa. We are talking about the constitution. We're saying, just a minute, remember. We are saying the constitution has a problem, and we all agree here. So we want you to tell us your solution, because we are saying the constitution has an issue, especially when it comes to a problem when there's a difference between like a president and a deputy president. And so instead of you saying telling us that we should not change the constitution, tell us what you are proposing so that we know this is the way forward.
Thank you, Richard. So, as before we come back to the two of you, Julia also came. I want us to allow Julia also to give a comment, and then we'll have that kind of engagement. Julia.
Thank you, Demba. I actually came because I wanted to ask Chair Rice's a question. I found him saying that talking about bottoms up, na akasema kwamba ati baba hajatupatia mpango ya penye atatoa pesa ya kupea the milk penye atapea 6,000. So baba already said he has done the evaluation of the budgetary allocations. Na ameona kwamba what we suffering from in this country is not that we don't have enough resources even to do such kind of financing. It's because a lot of our resources and capital and is wasted through corruption. Alisema hivyo. So Baba knows where he can get that money from. And for Baba is very articulate and very categorical. He's talking that he has specified the kind of people who need to be given 6,000 and how that money, he's going to get that money. So where Chair Rice's, I'm sorry, let me call you Samuel. I'm struggling to pronounce your names, bad manners to mispronounce somebody's name. So allow me to call you Samuel. Now, Samuel, you said that bottoms up. In fact, I was very excited when I heard someone talking about bottoms up. You said that bottoms up, they know where they're getting the funds from. So I would like you to explain to us where they're getting the funds from and who is being given these funds and how the government is going to recover these funds. Because if you are going to tell us that somebody is going to give Julia 100,000, what is Julia going to do with this 100,000? And is this money going to be recovered? And then we want to tell you which policies, which financial institutions that are not in existence that are going to be used by the bottom-up people. As you talk, before you respond, I want to remind you that we already have SACCOs. We already have banks that are giving low interest rates. And I want to take you back that before Kibaki became president, we could not access loans, even from KCB or even from Barclays Bank. But Kibaki was able to facilitate the financial institutions that now we began accessing loans. Now, I also want to remind you that creation of money in the economy is controlled by several rules that controls of the forces of demand and supply. So the central bank determines how much money to be in circulation through several operations, through the commercial banks and financial institutions. So when the central bank wants to increase the money in the economy, they will use several policies such as open market operations, bank ratios, and lowering interest rates. That is when they realize that we have less money in the economy. Now, there are risks of having so much money in the economy because we have too much money in the economy chasing very few goods. We're going to have what we call inflation, like the inflation that was in Uganda. So in that backdrop, I want you now to tell us how Ruto is using the so-called bottoms-up economy to pump the people who are at the grassroots or who have low capital, where this money is, he's going to get these finances, how he's going to account for it, how the money is going to be paid back, and how the money is going to be used by these people who are going to be given this money. So that was why I came in Denver. I was very excited to find someone talking about bottoms up. So if you give him an opportunity, I'll be glad.
Okay, mwandike hizo chini. Fred Kasutu, umekuwa ukiingia ukitoka. Tafadhali hata wewe pia kama una nini uongee, ndio sasa tuache open, tuanze kuuliza huyu. Mimi sitauliza swali kwa Duke na Chiraisi. Kama swali mmeshaulizwa, mkijibu we will be done. I see quite a lot of repetition. Okay, Fred Kasudi, how are you?
I'm fine, sir.
Are you alive?
I can see you are good messenger. I'm alive. I thank God, though. I can see you are good messenger.
Ndio tusikie maswali kwa hawa jamaa wetu hapa, tuone kama watajibu. Niko na watu hapa watauliza maswali, mimi itakuwa tu uko na jibu mengi, hata yashaongelewa. Sasa hata sijui utasema nini.
Hapa tunafanya postmortem ya yale yameongelewa. Unajua kuna wale
Haya,
wameongea vizuri, kuna wale wametuletea propaganda, so we need to put things straight here. Na nitaanza na Duke. Duke, nitaanza na wewe kwa kusema kwamba kile president alisema, this thing started the year 2015. Fallout ya president na Ruto ilianza 2015. You can go back and do your own research and then you will see. Akisema ya kwamba Ruto aliplan Fallout, aliplan kumimpeach ama kumtupa nje. The only thing ingelifanya sababisha hiyo ikuwe possible is to marshal numbers, and he made sure 2017 strongest people, members, aspirants of Jubilee from Mount Kenya, nobody entered in the parliament. Those who given Jubilee tickets were his sycophants, whereby once they entered in the parliament, 2017, now we are talking about 2017, he marshaled almost 160 or whatever, 160. Jubilee, how many members of parliament did Jubilee have all? It is 199, 199 or 200, something there. Are you getting the point? So to be able to impeach somebody, the first step you have to marshal numbers. It was all about the game of numbers. When he told the president that now you just focus on national politics, leave me for Jubilee, I'll take care Jubilee affairs. Hapo ndipo kitumbua kilingia mchanga bwana. Waja kusema hati hapa hakukuwa na nia, kulikuwa na nia na ilipangwa na kama sikosei, Kipchumba Murkomen alikuwa quoted somewhere in the year akisema ya kwamba you people you're claiming that handshake ndio imeleta hii mfuruko kwa Jubilee. No, Jubilee will fall apart the year 2015-2016. So rais akisema hivyo ako na uhakika and he knows what he is saying, whereby hiyo mipango yake ilikuwa thwarted with handshake, whereby kwa sababu alikuwa amebakisha kitu kidogo sana, and ask the parliamentary and watakwambia there was talks in the corridors of parliament. Tunataka kufanya hivi, will you play along? So the question watu mnafaa kujiuliza ni kwamba if that impeachment inge succeed, who was going to benefit on it? Who was going to benefit? Constitutionally, Ruto is a deputy president. Baba is nobody. So he wanted to marshal also the numbers from Baba's side to make sure to fulfill his game. And then when the intelligence learned to that, they briefed President, and then President went for handshake, whereby your plan ikakuwa thwarted. Nothing else. Business was not as usual in parliament. So that plan was there. Don't deny. Those plan was there. And I remember, I wanted to ask Madam Julia, do you remember the Sakana 2? Do you remember the Sakana 2? Whereby President came back home and asked the people, why are you claiming that I have not done anything, I have overlooked the mountain, and then he gave task to all members of parliament, women rep, governors. He gave them task to go and give things that they see that they're supposed to be given first priorities. Then when they met in Lamanta to put their grievances together so that they can present to president, ni jibu gani lilitoka kwa hiyo Lamanda meeting? They came out, they changed people who are there who are supporting deputy president. They said wamekaa Lamanta, it's in the internet. Kama hamuna habari na hiyo, mwende musikie. Even although paka nani CS Munya akakuwa summoned with the DCI kwa sababu ati walienda kufanya nini? Kuplot, kupanga assassination for deputy president. Hizi fallouts hazikuanza leo, ilianza 2015. So hii mchezo wa paka na panya, huyu amesema hivi, huyu amesema hivi, ilianza 2015. Na issue ya kusema ya kwamba tunataka, hata mimi niko mmoja wao wa kupikia debe, katiba lazima ibadilishwe, rais akuwe na uwezo wa kutupa mtu nje, cause uwezo ukakuja hapa wewe umepewa kazi, umeajiriwa kazi. Kwa sababu if rais hangesema ya kwamba let the deputy president continue to support me, and I remember very well 2016 towards 2017, the elders from Mount Kenya, they went to president and asked him a question. Huyu mtu anakudhalalisha hivi, anakufanya hivi, je, uko na uhakika unataka kuendelea na yeye? Jibu ilikuwa ni kwamba kwa sababu NASA ilikuwa imekuja as strongest as the forces to reckon with, akasema ya kwamba for now to change deputy president it will not be possible, so I have to bear with it. So Raila ameita tena wale wase kuja kuambia what transpired in between, mnaanza kusema ati sijui kulikuwa kukaenda. My friend, we know internet does not lie. Internet does not lie. Evidence is there. So if you want the evidence, go there. And you people, every day you come here, you take almost 2 hours, 3 hours lecturing people here, and then you don't answer correct. You are being asked a question and then you don't answer. My friend, people are very well educated. Wajinga Kenya waliisha. Wacha nitumie msemo wa baba yenu Ruto, anasema hatuna tuko na shortage ya wajinga Kenya, which is true. Watu wako enlightened, watu wako sawa. So nyinyi msikuja hapa kwanza kutuambia mambo ati alikuwa nayo, na hiyo ilikuwepo. Na ndio maana mzee rais amesema ya kwamba enough is enough, let me spill the beans. Na wewe umesema ati unatoka Eldoret. Ile mzee alikuwa anasema, mambo na kuhusu mahindi. My friend, I'm a farmer. Na ile shida tulipata wakati wa hiyo wakati wa Ruto, paka leo hii hatujawahi recover. My farm iliharibiwa na ile mbolea walituletea ya shilingi 1,500. Paka leo hii mahindi iliozea kwa shamba. Mahindi ile shamba ulikuwa unavuna mahindi yenye unajua mahindi takusustain, hatukufuna. Hiyo wakati hiyo walifanya hivyo ili tukose kuwa na mafuno ya kutosha, akaleta mahindi kutoka Mexico. Alafu huyo mzee alikuwa tu right akisema walikula, ndugu yangu, walikula cereal board zote. Tulikuwa ukipeleka mahindi huko unakutana. My friend, we don't want to go further beyond to deal with beyond what we have right now. So hiyo ya humiliation, Ruto kuhumiliate rais, ameenda further. Hata yeye naye amekuja sana. Hakuna mahali rais ashawahi taja jina ya Ruto, iwe kwa mkutano wa hadhara, iwe kwa mkutano ya boardroom, hakuna mahali. Lakini ya sasa yeye anaona ni vizuri. In fact, this allegation is a constitutional allegation. Kitu cha kwanza anafaa kuwa amerecord statement na DCI. Si ati kwenda kusimama kwa mkutano huko unaanza kusema ati na kujibu rais wangu, rafiki yangu. No, it is a constitutional allegation whereby anafaa kuwa summoned ama anafaa kwenda kurecord statement
kukubali ama kukataa hizo allocation through DCI. Sawa sawa. So wacha niachie hapo, kwa sababu nimekuwa mwanaume, nimekasirika sana nikisikia watu mnakuja hapa mnatuambia, mnatupikisha rock on around. Wewe ndio kucheka tu, lakini ni ukweli. Ni ukweli.
Okay, so asante Kasudi. Sasa we want to allow this gentleman to try, and I want to say this for Duke and Cheraisi. In this platform, we say you don't have to answer if you don't know. Okay, it's a platform for learning, and we know you come here not because you know everything, but as the questions come, you just respond to what you think you know. You don't have to make up an answer. If you don't know it, it's okay. I mean, there's no problem in not knowing. At least you know that you don't know, so that is a good place to start. So you can go research, then you can always come tomorrow and now respond to the question. So I want to, at least as you attempt to respond to the ones that you can. We don't expect you to respond to everything and to know everything. That's the fun bit of this debate. So maybe I'll start with Cheraisi. The questions that you think you can respond to, that's okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Temper, right? Yes. I was just going straight to respond to questions directed to me by a lady. What was your name again? Okay. Anyway, she mentioned about the bottoms up that I brought, and then that's something that like the other side have been like pretending to like not to know, you know, making it sound like it's some complicated jargon from us. Oh, bottom up is just a simple thing. It's just a simple concept. It's just saying we start our economy focusing on the bottom level of our economy, which is basically the informal sector, like border, mama mboga, all the informal sector, which actually forms about like 80% right now of employer in Kenya. All of you know very well that the formal jobs, like they're not there. It's not like 1960s where, you know, anybody who graduates from high school or whatever gets to the military. So the key employer right now.
Cheraisi,
yes.
Just a second. I just mute for a second, so that we avoid you repeating because some of the things we've already had. Now, question that I want you to take an example. Right now, what is existing? Equity Bank. When it was improving, they brought people together. These people went to Equity, they take loans, they go, they start their business. Right? That is existing right now. What is existing right now is there's a youth fund. What is existing right now, there is a women fund. They come together, they form chamas, they go, they are given loans out of their saving. They get their loans and then they do their work. All right. It's existing right now. It has been existing for the longest. It is something that is there. So I would want you, for the benefit of us not having the same repetition of OCG bottom up, tunaenda kwa mama boga, that has been said here many times, and it has been the same narrative. There's nothing different. So if you don't know anything different, is okay. But if you can give a different perspective, it will help our listeners and our viewers and people who want to listen to you. Just hold on, Cheraisi. If you listen to understand, you will get what I'm saying. But if you listen to respond, you will not hear what I'm saying.
My honest question is, to you though.
Hold on, Cheraisi. I want to give you time. Okay? I want to give you time. But if you unmute when I'm talking, there's I think I told you that. So you don't have to unmute when I'm talking. So for the benefit of our viewers, try and don't just say it's a simple thing. It's Aristotle that says that if you can't explain it to us a 6-year-old, then you don't know it.
So assuming we are people who don't understand, I give you the situation as Julia said, as it is right now. Kuna mama mbogas, they're already doing their businesses. They're already getting loans. Kuna mama mbogas na kuna circles za border borders, they're already getting their loans and they're doing that, right? So what is this you're saying that we'll be focusing on Mboga? What is that new thing that you guys are going? Are you going to remove the question that Julie is asking? Are you going to stop these people from operating because they're already operating? Kuna already Mama Mbogas wanna operate. What is this kind of will focus on Mama Mbogas? Have these people not been there since 2013 up to today, and even since 1990s? These people, Mama Mbogas, have been there. What is it that is going to be now the focus that is different? That is what we want to hear.
Okay, I'll request you to be patient. Okay, don't cut me because that's why I'm bringing the background. I'm just bringing the background and I'm answering the question she asked. So don't just jump in. Don't jump in. But if you want to jump in, if you want me to answer, tell me if you want me to answer. Because
Hold on, Cheraisi. I'm telling you that because we've had similar discussion. I'm just trying to guide you so that you don't have to repeat. There's no wisdom in repeating the same tired narrative that has been repeated here. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
All right, are you ready? Okay, you're good to go. So I was telling the lady who asked me, she asked two questions. She asked about the, she mentioned about the money going somewhere, whatever. So bottoms up. I agree with you. There's the informal sector, there's Mama Mboga, they have always been there. There's Chamas, they have always been there. I'll give you an example from where I come from. I come from Mogotio. We have those Chamas, we have the youth fund. The youth fund, as it is right now, it's like in Mogotio, for example, like it's about 25 million shillings per year. And the way they do it is that you go as a group. You have a group of 100 of you. You go ask for a loan, and they sometimes give you 100,000 for a group. For a group. So the difference between this, the difference between this bottoms up financial plan is it's going to build on that one, but it's not going to be like a group. We don't exist as groups. Like if you have a Mama Mboga business, you don't own it as a chama, you own it as an individual. So it's going to give these people who are unable to go to Equity Bank, they don't have collateral, they are unable to go to KCB, they don't have a title deeds or anything, it's going to give them more money, more money to be able to run their businesses successfully. The chamas you are talking about right now, I'm part of it. I support them a lot in my Mogotio, for example. But the problem is, it's too little for too many people. Like right now, it's a group-based thing. Like to qualify, you have to be like a member of like a group of 50 something. So this one is going to be it's going to capitalize, it's going to bring more money to it. As I said earlier, it's going to set up fund similar in amount to a constituency development fund. In Mogotio, for example, Mogotio constituency, we get about 110 million for the CDF. So if we had the same amount to fund these people, it will go a long way. The CDF, although it's 110 million in Mogotio, it has made the difference. It's built schools, it's built all kind of things. So she asked about where are you going to get the money? The central bank controls the money. No, they're not going to use new money from nowhere different. They will just reprioritize the current budget, which is more focused on big projects. We are more focused on the roads. We need them. We are more focused on like railways and all those big things. We need them, but
Cheraisi,
we'll prioritize. Go ahead.
A question to you.
Mm-hmm.
What this money, when you are giving it to these people,
yes,
do you now, as I'll allow you to answer, do you expect it back? what will be the guarantee that this money will be coming back?
All right. You mentioned about the youth fund. The youth fund right now is not free money, it's a loan. So these ones too will be a loan. But the loans they are dealing with right now, they're dealing with Shylocks loan, which is like 300% interest. These
You're
ones
not
will
answering
be
my question. You're not answering my question.
okay.
I didn't tell you to tell me the challenges of youth funds and the Shylocks. I told you to answer the question, will this money be expected back? And
Sure.
what will be the guarantee?
This money will be expected back, and the guarantee is the same guarantee that we have right now with the youth fund, which is 100%. It's almost 100% back. There's no default on those.
No, Charesi, it seems you haven't read the challenges of the youth fund, the challenges that youth fund is facing, and it is a challenge of all the circles all over. Is a challenge of all the monies that have been given. An example is the Grameen Bank in Bangladesh. Grameen Bank, which is you guys heavily tried to borrow from that concept of how the Grameen Bank came to be formed. The challenge they faced is people returning back the money. Okay, so because for them they had guaranteeing someone had to get a guarantor, they actually ended up there are so many defaulters. They had to take that money back, right? I mean, they had to take some of the things that belong back to them. It is a challenge of all the circles. So what you are saying is, these people, when you're giving someone money, because you have come here and say no, they are requiring you give this title deed, you give this, so there's no anything that you are holding. All right. So the challenge of youth fund, let me give you another challenge for the youth fund. As it is right now, people are saying money given by the government, ajagani ya kurudisha, you can owe the government till you die. The government will not take you anyway, right? So the youth fund has had that challenge, even with the guarantors and all those, okay? So now here you are talking to a point where you'll be giving people money and you're saying low interest, and this low interest, you're expecting this person to repay back in the same business environment that they're not making money, right? In the event that this money does not come back, how or what are you going to use? Because you need to think ahead. So can you tell us, now that you are here, in the event that they are defaulters, how are you going to deal with defaulters? You are talking about them returning the money with interest, low interest. That is imagination that this person, I give Duke 100 bob today, Duke will go buy tomatoes, and then he's going to sell the tomatoes and he's going to bring it with 10% or low interest. Duke goes and buys the tomatoes and he can't sell them. There's nobody to buy because another 100 people are selling the same tomatoes. So Duke cannot return their 100 bob, even with the low interest. What are you going to do with Duke? Back to you, Cheraisi.
All right. Thank you so much for a good question. As far as like the fear of not being returned and all that is not our big issue at the moment. Our issue is to implement this, just like we do higher education loan sport. We are not going to just paralyze ourselves and think like, oh, these people will not return the money, so we do nothing.
No, but we cannot be misled.
Can I ask?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes. First of all, it's true. Temba said that when you give money to people, there is no guarantee you get that money back. It's a risk. Even banks have bad debts. They are unable to recover money even when people have collateral securities. So it's a fact some people are not going to return money. But the key issue is this. If, for example, in the first year you give like 100 billion to across the country, maybe you return up to, say 80% as return, or let us say half, and you are unable to have the other half. So in that scenario, what happens is this. You will have like a rearrangement. What banks do, for example, if you are unable to pay your loan, you go and you say the reason why I'm unable to pay is this, and then they will restructure the repayment period. But because this is a government fund, for example, what the government can do is that it can be adding up, topping up each year. For instance, in higher education loan spot, students don't pay back, but every year students are given loans so that they continue to study. So in case
Haya, kaeni tu hapo muulize maswali. Hao watu wanauliza, wasitaanza na Richard, ikuje Katwe, alafu niende kwa Julia.
Ndemba, mimi nataka kuuliza Duke na Chiraisi hapa. Hawa wanaongea juu ya kutuma pesa mashinani, ambayo ndio ninaamini itakuwa inatoka kwa national government. The CDF is doing the same right now. Youth Fund, pesa ya wazee, pesa ya devolution, yote inaenda mashinani, inaenda kutumika pale chini, kwa raia pale chini. So what is this big difference yenye wanatuambia yao ni bottom up? Watatoa hizo pesa kama si kwa national government.
The difference is, first of all, the difference is this. Number one, most of the money which is going down as social security is for human consumption. You are giving individuals who are not doing business. But when you fund business, what happens is that there is employment opportunity which are created. So it's like it adds value to the GDP. More opportunities are created, more goods and services are produced. That's what happened. But if you talk about to all people are given 2,000, do you expect them to start the business with that money and employ individuals? But we have like a fund where individuals can access at zero interest rate. These individuals don't qualify for national bank loans. So if they have an idea, for instance, you want to buy a motorbike, you say I have 50,000, I want you to add me 50,000, I buy a motorbike. So you start doing money and you can return, you see? But it's like you are trying to give money to people who have ideas and who have businesses. So the business thrive. When the business thrive, they create more employment opportunities, more goods and services are created, the GDP increases, so the economy, more taxes is collected. So it's like there is a multiplier effect in every way. Even if that money is not recovered, still that money is circulating in the economy. You know, when there is individuals have more money, that is what we call an increase in the purchasing power. For instance, I gave you, for example, the reason why big companies are unable to...
What are you purchasing? What are you purchasing, Duke? Hold on. Now, there's another question. I'm just going to read the questions that are being cut with. There's a kuna mtu anasema, which differs with you guys. They say the guarantee is that, there's a guy who says that, I think Gigi Man, he's a UDA guy. He says, remember the condition for the government is youth to form groups. All right? I think that is what they're saying about these issues of how you're going to be giving the money. I mean,
business specifically, it's not groups. It's about business ideas.
Yeah.
The money is going to fund business or investment opportunities. You have an idea, you want to come with something. You are not going to give people who are poor, like what the 6,000 is going to do.
So it's not given to poor people now. Are you so you're saying that this thing is going to be given to rich people? So it is. Yeah, you guys have not made up your mind on what you guys are selling. Even the two of you cannot agree on what you guys are selling.
Temba, even the principal that said you know what to do. How could you imagine the people to know if the principal himself kama mwenye kazi mwenyewe ajui kuendesha tinga, ajui kushika steering? Temba, how can these people know? You know, Teresi is saying something, the other man is saying something, the big man is saying different, the women, oh my God.
So it's either
Selina, you see the confusion in this platform. This is the thing that, okay, acha nilete Katwe muuliza swali nilete Julia. Katwe.
Oh my God.
You know, one, I've got a lot of questions and Charais kindly mute because of the echo.
You can hear me?
Duke
Okay,
is a very Duke is trying to modify it, to trying to kuipaka mafuta ikae like something that is so good. One, you understand that the government has borrowed, has a lot of domestic loans. That is one thing you should put in consideration. Number two, where I asked Charais and he did not answer me. that our budget right now, we cannot be able to fund our budget as it is right now. We need an extra money. We need extra money that we are going to borrow. Number three, when you're talking about your bottom up thing, for example, Duke, I have 20 billion right now. I have a case of buying motorbikes in Mumias, and I have Mumias Sugar. Between the bottom up narrative, which one am I going to fund so that I can get the value of my money? Because if I go and take this more money to the motorbikes, do I have an assurance that my 20 billion will come back? Or if I vis-a-vis when I'm giving it to Mumias Sugar to start Mumias Sugar, so that it can start by generating money, and I have an assurance of bringing it. Lastly, I want to ask you something. You've not even considered the flooding of the market of the services that you guys want to do the startup. There's a reason as to why the banks do not give startup loans, because of the same thing that you're trying to do. You've these loans for motorbikes which have come. Are you aware that they've flooded the market to a point that the services have been rendered useless by these motorbikes? So just answer me the 4 questions so that we can start analyzing. We will help you on how you are going to draft your bottom up nonsensical thing.
Okay, let me jump in and answer you, because you said I didn't answer you. As far as you say there's no money right now, the government is struggling. That's true. I said we are not planning to borrow any new money. We'll reprioritize on what we are doing right now. And I think you talked about the Mumias, funding Mumias versus funding the small guys. Yeah, yours is you are typical top-down economist, top-down, and that's what we are not trying to do. We are trying to run away from that. You can fund Mumias, which we've been bumping billions and billions all the time. That's RAILA's plan. Ours is basically focusing on the facts as we speak. The informal sector. The informal sector forms 80% of the workforce right now, but they're struggling with capital access.
Before you make a public misguidance, point of correction,
go ahead.
Mumias Sugar has not been funded directly from the government. So point of correction, do not misguide the public. Mumias Sugar is a private entity and it was privatized. It has never been funded by the government. And the example that I wanted to give you, not even Mumias Sugar, take an example of Rivertex that the government decided to revive. How many jobs and how much money circulation have we gotten in the area of Kapseret vis-a-vis funding new motorbikes in Kapseret? Thank you.
Probably, that's, as I say, that's your model. You'll rather continue funding Rivertex. That's fine. We did not say we'll stop funding Rivertex. We said we'll focus on the 80% employer right now, which is the informal sector, who are struggling with access to funding. That's what bottom up is all about. Focusing on the informal sector who are struggling to get access to funding, and they want to do self-employment, like welders, like plumbers and all that. They have decided to participate in the economy of the nation, but they're struggling with the funding access.
Temba.
Let me add on that.
Yes.
Temba.
Go ahead.
Ngoja kidogo Duke. Nani Julia amekuwa akiraise mkono. Acha tusikie Julia, then tusikie Selina, then you guys don't know bottom up. Si lazima mjibu. I mean, I said
you people are forcing yourself to understand.
Teresi, hold on. I said, yeah, you don't have to answer if you don't understand it. That is what I said. But you see now the rabbit hole that you guys have dug yourself into.
No, it's not complicated. It's not complicated. It's you in your mind trying to make it so complicated. It's just simple.
Yeah.
On the small guy.
Listen. It is not complicated.
Not at all.
And listen, it is not complicated. That's why we are wondering why you guys are trying to come up with something new while it is not complicated.
It's nothing new. It's just focusing on the informal sector, which
Exactly.
is 80%.
That's what I'm saying. This is what you're saying, Cheraisi. Relax. Don't be in a hurry. It is not complicated. So we are wondering why you guys are complicating it.
No,
Julia.
you're complicating it, trying to intentionally not to understand something very simple. Something
No,
very simple.
you know, this is a phone, eh? So when you come and you start telling me it's a gadget that is so different that looks like a box, I'm just wondering, why can't you just say this is a phone?
Like the other day, I was
So
watching Raila.
that's what you guys are trying to do.
When he was talking about the hold on 1 second.
Relax.
Please.
Relax. I'll give you. You'll have time.
We are talking about bottom up. We are not talking about Raila. When we go to Raila, we talk for Raila. When we ask you about bottom up, tell us bottom up so that we can support it. But now, if we ask you questions, you say no. I hear yesterday Raila say we are not there. We will come for Raila later. Can we first finish this and then
go ahead.
that, tell us of that one?
Thank you.
Go ahead. Do you have a question?
No, just relax, Cheraisi. Don't be in a hurry. We are trying to. These people, don't be in a hurry.
It's 10:30. It's 10:30, so I'm trying to.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I told you. You listen to understand. Don't listen to respond. So just listen to pole pole. Relax, Julia.
If you have a question,
Cheraisi, I already asked you not to say anything that is already in existence. So by talking about things that are in existence, you are wasting our time. That is one. So please stop wasting our time on taking us back to what is already in existence. You've talked about the youth fund, and you are saying the same youth fund is going to be used. Don't go back there. So the problem with these people about the youth fund is because it's being given to that group. So there's no difference with giving to one person. The second thing, Kenyans are already accessing credit, even those border people, from Equity and whatever, with low interest, by the way. And SACCOs in Kenya are allowed to give interest as low as 1% through cooperative bank, not the commercial bank. Please go back and check your Kenyan economics through cooperative bank, not commercial bank, because cooperative bank negotiates low interest rates from central bank for SACCOs. So you have said the same thing. People are accessing loans. What Kenyans don't have is structures to facilitate their businesses. What Kenyans don't have is good roads to get potatoes from Kinangop in Nyandarua County to Nairobi, Marikiti Market. What Kenyans don't have is good roads in Rift Valley to get their maize from the farm to where they're supposed to be. So you are really wasting our time here telling us the same thing. I ask you a very categorical question. I ask you to tell me, where will be the funds? What is different from what we are having here? You have not said anything different. Now, and then something that is annoying from Duke and the two of you, you are saying that people can borrow money from the government and not pay. We are not going to have something that's not sustainable. After that, after we exhaust all the money, where will we get more money to give if we are not paying? Then you are also lying. Somebody lied here called Duke that people don't pay loan, higher education loan board. Let me tell you, Mr. Duke, hata kama ufike rika yangu na ulichukua help, unakimbizwa, uliza akina Themba, unafuata mpaka US. Do you know, for me to process my visa to change from one status to another in the US, the American embassy goes to the Kenyan embassy, and Kenyan embassy, the first thing they do to tupatie certificate of help. Mnadanganya wa Kenya hapa kwa nini? Even if you grow old, unafuata, because that money is supposed to be sustainable. See, ati tunaanza kujenga nchi where people go for money. That is what your boss has taught you, that we rob the public coffers and we don't return that money. No, we are looking for what is sustainable. And if we have to back our lower people down there, we have to create structures. We have to create proper structures. Kwamba Julia akipewa 1,100 atarudisha hiyo 1,100, so that Kasuti naye akienda kukopa 1,100 atapewa, na Mama Selina akitaka pesa atapewa. Si kwa sababu Julia mwaka jana alipewa 1,100 na hakurudisha because government money. Don't tell us such things. So in other words, I wanted to prove to you, Mr. Samuel and and Duke, that bottom-ups or bottoms down or bottoms wherever doesn't make any sense. You have not even sat down to decide where you are getting the money from, how the money is going to be allocated, how the money is going to be recovered. Now, you've not even thought how many people need this money. Are they going to pay back that money? What are they going to invest in? And so that you stop wasting these people's time. I want to read for you Baba's 10 points, and so that you please pay attention, please, my dear brothers. Baba's 10 points. Number
you are
one.
asking me questions. You're not. I was not asking you
Okay,
questions
wait.
about
I
Baba.
allowed you to talk, Mr. Samuel. You don't talk when I'm talking. Pay attention. So, I want to read for you what Baba planned to do. He's very specific and he's very categorical. And he said where he's going to get the money. So that is what we want UDA to do. Not to tell us bottoms up. We'll give you money from where? You don't know where you're getting money. How will you get that money back? I want to read for you what Baba said. So that next time you talk about Baba, you will be very careful and you know what Baba said. So Baba said, number one, he's going to do what we call Inua Jamii. He's talked about 6,000. He said, if he accounts for every coin that goes to the tax revenue, he can finance 6,000 because he knows most of our fund is wasted through corruption. Number two, he said this, Baba Care, each of us has experienced a lot of time constraint accompanying the ill health of our family. So Baba Care is talking about insurance for health and all that. Kazi kwa wote. Baba intends to secure the welfare of the people by generating avenues for productivity through job creation programs, investing in critical jua kali and other macro and microeconomic stimulation schemes. Uchumi kwa kina mama. This will focus on true multipliers of our wealth in our community, our women. The program will unlock access to financing for women-led businesses and provide support for women on other enabling factors, such as access to assets for production, land tenure. Pay attention what Baba is doing. Assets for production, land tenure, and proportional representation at all government levels. Number 5. Hashtag inawezekana. We all know that our youth are closer to the future than we are, but they are exploited as cannon fodder for bad politics. Now, more than ever, we need to invest in preparing our youth for the future. And how do we prepare our youth? Mr. Samuel, we prepare them by equipping them with the mindset and the skills and giving them funds and equipping them with the technology to enable them to innovate at par and even surpass their global counterparts. Hiyo inaenda maneno ya masomo yetu. Waste not a single child. Education is non-negotiable. Now, fukuza njaa, the aim here is not merely to feed. Hapo tutaongea juu ya dams kama Kimwarel. We'll try and boost our agricultural sector. We'll try and boost the places and make sure we get the places where we have climate problems like northeastern parts of Rift Valley and even part of Eastern Province. Maji kwa kila boma. Everybody needs clean water, Mr. Samuel. That's what Baba is trying to say. One country, one product. Now we want to produce goods. We don't want to sell or export subsistence goods. We want to export processed products. That is what Baba is planning to do. And number 10 is to make sure that we boost our industries. We make sure that our industries don't just produce that goods that we process or we use here locally. So Baba has a plan. Sasa nyinyi wacheni kutuambianga ati mko na bottom up. Mtuambie Julia akona shida ya kujenga nyumba yake huko Nyandarua. Niko na shida. Niko sababu gani? Sina, I can't access sand. I can't access cement. How are you going to help her? I need a good road. Okay? I need a cement factory at Nyahururu. So that niende ninunue cement hapo Nyahururu, niate kwenda Nairobi. You get it, Mr. Samuel? Please don't repeat what we already have. I beg you all. Thank you.
Aya. Samuel, I'll give you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, Julia.
Selina Sego, ngoja kidogo. Amechapwa kidogo. Wacha aongee alafu tuongee.
Okay, Samuel,
Yeah,
I
thank you.
was saying, Samuel, unaona vile Julia ametupatia breakdown ya vile baba anataka. In your bottom up, we want also, if it is in bottom up as 10 structures or 5 structures, tunataka uambie vile Julia ametuambia 1, 2, 3, 4. Alafu tujue, what is this bottom up? You know the problem ya bottom up, awezi unasema hii na hii, nataka useme vile Julia amesema. Hii pesa ikikuja, hii inaenda hapa, ile inafanya hivi, ya bottom up inafanya hivi, na hiyo pesa inatoka wapi? Is it from treasury? Ni pesa ya kukopa? Ni pesa yenu ya mkono yenu? We want to know that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let me applaud Julia for highlighting the 10 things that Baba said when he was when he was accepting responsibility to run for president. Yeah, most of the things you said as basically the same things we've been saying. Baba just tried to copy. You know, he was trying to move from BPI to trying to look like economic guy, but ever since he has never talked about it. He only talked about it when he was reading it as a script, a speech. He was basically doing like this.
Ndemba kama chiraisi ameshindwa kujibu swali.
But anyway, don't cut it. Don't cut it.
Okay,
You are lying. You are lying. You are lying.
Labda Duke atakusaidia.
So no, I was not reading a swali. I was not answering a question. I was just applauding Julia.
Okay, chiraisi.
Baba read it once na tumeshikilia Julia anasema, and everybody else can say it. So when Baba talk, we listen to it na tumeenda naye na ndio tunafunza wengine. It is not about he was reading. Amerudia everywhere he goes.
Wonderful.
No, you see, listen, Chiraisi.
Wonderful. Yes, sir. Yes.
This is what they say in law. When you don't have the fact, you pound the table. So you see, when you have the fact, you pound the fact. Now because you don't have facts, now you're trying to pound the table. Now you want to pound Baba. Sema Baba hata unaanza kuongea ati alikuwa anasoma akiangalia hivi. I mean, you see, yours is not written. That's why you have no promise or no nothing that will be given. Now, maybe Duke knows something. Wacha tulete Duke. Maybe Duke kuna kitu anajua. Wewe vile tumeanza.
No, before I go, let me waja niende niseme asante kwa vile ninaenda. I don't want to leave.
Yeah, of course, nilijua kuna kitu najua hapo.
I don't want to leave you unprofessionally before saying kwaheri. So bottoms up is simple. Supporting the 80% of informal sector. That is it. That is nothing complicated than that.
Will you come again tomorrow? Maybe utakuwa umeielewa zaidi.
Yeah, we want him every day up to election day.
No, we can wait.
We can wait every day.
We are not in a hurry.
It is simple.
No, relax. You know, you don't have to say it's simple. Just go. You can research, then you come back again. We'll be here tomorrow.
No, yeah, I have some things to do. You know, I teach at school, so I got to do this marks on paper. So let me say asante sana, nimeshukuru. It was very good debate. Very great moderation from Temba, Duke, asante sana, Richard, Julia, Selena, Fred, who else? Asante sana, nawashukuru.
Okay, see you tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
I'll be back.
Okay. Yes, Duke.
First of all, before I speak, I'm requesting you give us time.
Your audio. I don't know what's up with your audio. You wanna?
Yes. Are you listening? Are you able to hear me now?
Yeah, it's better now.
So what I'm requesting is this: whenever an individual affiliated to UDA speaks, you usually give him a hard time. First of all, I want to take this opportunity to thank Richard. Richard has been very listening and very cooperative, even if we are not agreeing to each other. So the problem which is here is that when I speak, or when an individual affiliated to UDA speaks, before one sentence ends, you interject, and as you are trying to mislead the person. So, for instance, Julia has spoken here. He has even listed 10 points. Nobody has interjected him. Even if I have like 10 questions of every point, you see, which he listed. So what I want us to tolerate each other. When I speak, give me time I speak. Because the 10 points I said, if I start to ask question every point, I can have like 20 questions each point, you see? So we have to be fair. If I'm speaking, I'm very sure I don't give malicious statements. You just tolerate, you listen to me, I finish my statement. So I can say that.
Let me come. No, hold on. Let me come in right there, Duke. You know, wait, Duke. You can mute Kidogo. I normally listen, and you know that I normally listen to you, and I give you time. It is the submissions that you give that raise the questions that you see. I gave you time and you talked. I mean, it's evidence from everyone that I give you time, you explain yourself. Ulimaliza mpaka ukasema, now I'm ready for anybody who can ask me questions. You remember that? Then after that is from your own questions, and you're misleading. You know, that's why I made the comment, and I said, you don't have to respond to every question. If you don't know, it's okay, you can go research. I do that personally.
That's okay. That's a fact.
Yeah, you don't have to answer.
You cut me before you can finish a statement. You see, for instance, Julia was speaking. I was swapping like 10 issues.
Okay, you made your point. You've made your point now. You made your point.
How many minutes are you giving me? I speak before you interject me. Give me like 2 minutes, 3 minutes. I mess up.
I don't give people time. I give you to say points. If your points are not making sense, I'll cut you within 1 minute. But I can't give you 10 minutes to repeat the same thing that has been said. I don't give people time. I give you 3 minutes. I can't give you 10 minutes. And then you are repeating the same thing. So you just say what you have to say, then we will decide. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you so much. So I want to use those 3 minutes to present and to respond to some questions. There is a question which Kato asked here. For instance, if you go and start a business, an industry, or you give people money, which one is better for an economy? And for him, we were suggesting that you start an industry or a company. But the key issue of any industry before it has started, number one, there must be customers. There must be people who have money in the pocket who can come to that industry. They buy goods and services from your industry so that you make a profit, and then you pay employees and your company continues. So if you set a company somewhere, people don't have money. They don't have money to buy food, and you are producing some products, clothes, etc. These people, that company will not make sense. It will close within a month because a company is sustained by making sales to people. That's why I went further and explained, for instance, the reason why we don't have a company like Toyota having a manufacturing plant in Kenya is because Kenyan people are very poor. 90% buy second-hand cars, which have been used in Europe and other continents. So Toyota cannot come here and set up manufacturing industry in Kenya, and then in cars are cost to transport cars to Europe to sell. So what I'm trying to say is this. Before a company comes in, individuals must have what we call buying capability, purchasing power. And all that's what we're trying to say is bottom up. Is like ensuring those people at the bottom who are the consumers, who are the software of any economy, are able to make purchases of goods and services. If you go, for example, those who have traveled, you go to a country like Denmark, if you go to save your hire, you can pay 5,000. It means that person is saving can have enough salary, he has a car, but here you pay 50. It means that person is saving you because there is no money in circulation. The poor people don't have enough money to buy goods and services at a reasonable price so that the economy can keep moving. So that's the bottom line. About bottom up is empowering those people at the bottom. So also a question which I want to clarify, which Julia said that help, I did not say that we don't pay help. I was saying that, like you have traveled, you have a visa, you have an employment opportunities. So we have individuals who have graduated, like 7 million of them. They have never worked anywhere. They have no work. They are just the way they graduated. So they cannot pay even 50. You see? So that's why every year the government gives money to higher education loans board, even if that loan is supposed to be repaid to continue sustaining the loan. But you find people are unable to. So in this, if you want to have, for example, the key issue of giving people opportunity to access business funding or capital to start business with zero interest, because it increases access. Julia talked about SACCOs. I'm in like 3 SACCOs. For you to get a loan from a SACCO, it's actually 3 times your savings in that SACCO. And you have to be a member of that SACCO for more than a year. So you cannot go to a SACCO and register and you're given a loan. So we have a lot of bureaucracy for individuals to access loans for them to start a business. So when like a fund like this is created, which has reduced bureaucracy, the interest rates are reasonable or zero, for instance. If you, for example, you talk, the reason why we have a lot of money lending platforms is because there's a lot of people who want capital to start business, and there is no proper avenues giving people that proper funding. As that, we have predatory institutions which gives interest rates per day. So some of interest rate, if you convert to a year, they go to 3,000. But the central bank average interest rate to be 12% per annum. But you find that an institution giving individuals a loan at 3,000 per annum. So that's what makes sense. So having said that, you are also questioning about funding. Funding is actually funded from the budget. For instance, in the constitution, there is nowhere where it was stated we are going to construct SGR. It's about if you become the president, you form the government, you come to manifesto the way you want to spend your budget. And that budget can be approved. For instance, the stadium, we have built roads, there's a lot of money. For example, it was COVID-19, some people were given relief, some materials were bought. So it's about the budgeting process, which is normal. So you can't say that RAILA will get 6,000 to give people, and Ruto cannot get that and actually, for instance, if you convert the amount which you give to 6,000, assume we have 10 million individuals who qualify to be given 6,000 per month. So per month is around 60 billion 1 month. You see, just convert, because you are giving people 6,000 per month. Take even 5 million and multiply times.
Ya bottom up, achana na mambo ya 6,000. Hiyo wito ukishindwa kuexplain bottom up, hiyo ingine utaexplain.
So, okay, let me finalize. My final statement is this. If those poor individuals are not empowered, it's going to affect every person. We have seen it in South Africa. We have seen in Nigeria. In Nigeria, we have very poor individuals. They are educated, but because they are uneducated. Yes.
Nimekupatia 100, 100 shillings. Without bureaucracy, without guarantee, without nothing. And I have told you, you are bringing it back with the 0 interest. Umeenda umenunua nyanya, unaenda kuuza. Na hii nyanya, ulipopeleka kwa market, ukapata Fred Kasudi pia ako na nyanya hapo kwa market. Ukapata Selina pia Sego pia ako na nyanya hapo kwa market. Ukapata Julia pia ako na nyanya. Richard ako na nyanya. After 1 month, ama hiyo siku ikiisha, haujauza nyanya zako uko nazo. Umefika jioni, na ngoja unipatie hiyo 100 uilete back. Haujairudisha. How do I as a government get my money back? It's simple. Hiyo tu ukijibu hiyo swali hapo.
Okay, that's it's true. It's not possible for all people to return money. Some individuals can even get profit and decide not to return money. We have a lot of cheap individuals. Even a bank does not return all the money it has given to people. That's why I was saying this. The government can, not all people will return, but as percentage will return. If
no, wait. You are not answering the question. The question is, bottom up mesema, naenda kupeana 0%. Okay? So you're giving people this is what you are selling. That's what you are selling. So the mechanism, this pesa ambayo unapeana kwa government, kwa sababu sisi tumewaambia challenges the youth fund right now is people, and all circles. That's why they have guarantors. That's why they ask for, something that they can hold on in the event that you default. So the question I'm asking you in broadly, how do you deal with defaulters?
This person that you are saying ako kwa unaita nini CRB na sijui Fuliza bado ako hapo. So that means that hata sasa bado ako na deni. Are you going to clear hiyo deni yake? That is question number 1. Number 2, ukienda so mpatie hii 100, hujaniambia huyu jamaa akikosa kurudisha hii 100 kama government, kwa sababu hiyo ndio mnauza. How do you recover your money? Ama bado mtaongezea, na huyu mtu hajauza nyanya, so that means bado ako na shida. Utamuongezea pesa ingine, utampatia another 100 kwa sababu hiyo pesa ilikuwa ya biashara, hajauza. So what are you going to do as a government? That if you can answer that question, tutaelewana. Stop talking this good. We are trying to simplify that so that you can make someone understand. Mimi ni mtu wa kawaida pale kwa village.
Okay, Demba, as you respond, what about if we all default? Mr. Duke, I'm sorry for disrupting you, but on a good note. Now, what about if we all default? This year, me, Selina, Fred Kasuti, Demba, Richard, Namewe, we are representing the many Kenyans who want this funding so that we start nianze kare kabiashara pale kwetu pale Nyahururu. And then, see ati nataka ku default. By the way, I may not be intending to default, but just because of the factors that Demba is saying, I am not able to pay back my money to the government. So if we all default, what happens next year to the same fund? I mean, how will the government get more resources to continue funding? How is this, okay, in short, how is this sustainable?
Sustainable this way. You know, when you give money to people, that money keeps circulating in the economy. Sometimes even the US printed money and gave it to people. So when you give money to people, it's good. It's still circulating the economy. Those people will not do and throw those money.
Wait, you're not answering the question. You are playing gymnastics all over. The question is simple. The question, go to the example we have given. Just answer the question as per the example we have given. We are hold on, Duke. We are trying to simplify what this big thing you are trying to. All of us here are in this government. We want this money. You have given us 100 shillings. Tumeenda tumenunua nyanya. Haya, huyu, okay, assuming like Julie is saying, mimi sikuwa na intention ya kukosa kudefault, lakini nimepata hiyo pesa nikasema hii sirudishi, si government ni kubwa. Government ni kubwa kuliko sisi wote. Unaona? Utashika huyu mtu, utampeleka jela. Aya, that is one question. There's another person, halinunua nyanya lakini kwa kweli unaona kweli hazikununuliwa, zingine zimeharibika. Akikuja kwako aseme anataka umuongezee pesa nyingine, utampatia pesa. Kwa sababu ya forces of the market that you talked about. Huyu mtu ameenda amenunua nyanya pale, so suppliers ni wengi wa nyanya. Biashara si lazima ati biashara, see, for every 5 successful businesses, 100 of them have zimeflop. If you read businesses zile zinaanzishwa per year, so many of them are flopped for only 5 to succeed. You know, you are talking like we are coming in all businesses that you see successful zote zina succeed. Na si kila motorbike rider wanga na make 100 shillings or 200 per day. So the question tunakuuliza hapa, just simplify that way. Umetupatia, wewe ni government. Wewe sasa ni government hiyo ya bottom up. Umepatia Richard 100, ukapatia Julia 100, ukapatia Selina 100, na mimi tumeenda tumenunua nyanya. Aya, Julia amemake profit, lakini na yeye pia ameingiwa na nini, akasema hii nitarudisha next year, ajarudisha. Mimi zangu nilienda nikashikwa na chakula, nikaenda nikatumia pesa kwa sababu pia niko na shida zingine, nikatumia hizo pesa. Haya, hao wamenunua nyanya, hawakuuza. Ifike next month, hatujarudisha pesa. How will you deal with us?
So also I beg so I finish. You know, if I state, for instance, if you are talking and then you say te, before you have finished the sentence, that te cannot make sense. So when I speak just one sentence, you don't cut me and say that's a wrong answer. Wait, I make my, like I say, I talk like a paragraph. And then you,
well, you see, you're going, we are saving you some energy because you're going all round, you're not answering the people question.
don't even remember what I said before you interjected.
I remember everything because you I want to go around. Oh, you see, forces, the money will be going around, will be circulating. You are saying money circulates when you buy something, and there's something that is being sold.
Just give me 2 minutes. I speak and then I finish because I cannot satisfy all answer questions. But where I'm able to do,
If you don't know, just say I don't know.
Yes, I am able to answer where I'm able to answer. So give me time my answer. When you give money to individuals, you run individuals' money. You are not doing that. There must be procedures and requirements. This is a fund which is going to fund business ideas and the functioning businesses.
Duke, you didn't understand my question. I asked you a question. Just answer the question. Tumetupatia pesa, tumekosa kurudisha pesa. Utafanya nini? That's what I've asked. Just jibu hiyo. Wacha story mingi. Hakuna guarantee. Wewe ni UDA government. Umetupatia pesa, tumeshindwa kukurudishia. What will you do? Bado tuko na shida, tunahitaji pesa. Utatupatia pesa nyingine?
No, let me respond. I finish. No, I cannot give you more money. First of all, if you give like 2 individuals and they don't return that money, and then you continue giving them, it's like you are encouraging them to not to be productive. So you have to return. For instance, what I'm proposing, for example, you come to that institution and you want to buy a motorbike, and then maybe you don't return the money. So you have to give an explanation. They can even confiscate that motorbike. So we are talking about zero interests, but not returning the money. So if I give you 100,000, you return that 100,000, and I'm very sure not all of it will be returned. That's what I'm saying. That's the government will keep on refunding those institutions every year. The way they do
Nimechukua pikipiki imeharibika, imepata accident, imeisha. Nimechukua nyanya zimeosa. Sasa na wakati alinipatia pesa, kwa sababu mimi ni maskini, sina kitu, nilipeana kipande peke yake. Na sasa hata vile watanipatia, mimi naishi Nakuru, Kaptembwa. Karibu Kaptembwa tuko watu 20,000 kwa ward. Sisi Kaptembwa tuko na wamama na tuko na vijana. Ni UDA ukikuja Kaptembwa ward yangu, utajuaje ni nani anataka hiyo pesa, nani ana qualify? Ni chief kwanza nataka kujua kitambo upeani hiyo pikipiki, kwa sababu sina kitu, siwezi hata nyumba yangu ni ile ya matope na vitu yangu ni ile, hata ukikuja kuchukua kila kitu kwa nyumba yangu yote iwezi kukupatia hata 2,000. So nimekuja nimechukua 100,000 ama 50,000. Nikaenda, pikipiki ni 75, ndio nikachukua pikipiki. Kwa bahati mbaya sijui kuendesha pikipiki, nimekimbia nimechukua, ama nimepatia kijana, imeharibika. Now pikipiki hata ukirudisha utauza. Nyanya nilienda sokoni, siliosa yote. Sasa penat, mimi nakomboa nyumba kwa sababu mimi ni bottom up, sina kazi, sina chochote ya kurudisha. Hiyo atanifanya vile umeuliza, ni swali rahisi. Mimi kabla nitaqualify kama nimefanya nini? Mimi ni maskini, sina kitu, na mimi ni UDA, nataka pesa juu nilikupigia kura.
First of all, this money is going to fund specific business ideas. Before a loan gives you money, a bank gives you money, there is what we call risk assessment. So you don't see that the government will stay giving every person money. No, it cannot work like that. We have what we call risk assessment and investment prospects. That's what a bank does.
Okay, thank you. I think
but mumesema pesa tunatoa kwa matajiri, tunakuja kuinua bottom up, ile mtu ya maskini ya chini. I don't have anything. Na serikali yake amesema anatoa pesa, hataki mtu ya juu apate. Mimi sasa ile nimekufuata, mimi ni mtu ya mkokoteni na sina kitu penalty. Na hii ni serikali yangu alisema sasa pesa inaanza huku chini. Kwa nini tena muna assess nini? Saa ile mnatuambia bottom up ni ile mtu maskini ya chini. Now utakuja kuniassess aje na umesema pesa haikui kwa tajiri inakuja
Okay, Duke. Just hold on, Duke. Hold on. Thank you. I think we are not going anywhere with this. Duke is not understanding. He doesn't understand it, and he will not understand it. And by even himself, he doesn't understand. He's confusing himself. Mara itapewa sijui business idea, mara itapewa watu wa chini, mara sijui itatolewa. It's just confused system. It is. He doesn't even know. He himself is even trying to understand it here. Vile unauliza swali ndio anajaribu kuielewa sasa. So there's no standard thing. So I think we can have Duke another time together with his friend next time, but we can close. I think I'll give you 1 minute tuendelee tukimaliza. Kwanza Richard, Julia, Selina, Kweli Kasuri. Haya Richard.
Mimi nitaanza na kusoma hii comment hapa. Hii inaenda kwa Selina. Kiprotich ngeno wanasema Selina, nyanya za sokoni haziozi, zinauzwa zote. Lakini saa hizi kwa sababu ni Ruto mnasema nyanya zitaoza. So Duke ametoroka, ametupatia very wrong statements hapa akisema there is a statement amesema that the reason why we don't have a company like Toyota in Kenya. Oh Duke, welcome back. You say that the reason why we don't have a company like Toyota in Kenya is because people are poor. I think that is misinformation, because when you drive in Kenya, every vehicle in front of you is always a Toyota. So that's misinformation. I would like to say this. Yeah, you can check it out. I'd like to say this. If I give you 100 shillings today, present value 100 shillings today, unirudishie hiyo pesa ikiwa zero interest tomorrow, 1 year later at 100, zero interest, hiyo pesa haitasaidia mtu mwingine. So you have to come up with a policy ambayo ni sustainable. If you're giving people money now, una expect tomorrow you will need to invest in another business, then you have to tell us how much interest you're planning to give this money out with. So that business you're telling us ya zero interest kupeana pesa kwa mashinani is not sustainable. Nikimalizia, hizi vitu zote zenye umesema hizi za kufund, there is still a program right now ambayo inafanya the same thing. So bottom up is a scam. And simply because you can't explain it, then it is a scam.
Okay, thank you. Julia. Alafu kabla Julia wange, Ben unasema the moderator is biased. Yes, I'm biased and I proudly wear my biases. I support Azimio and I have no tolerance for someone who repeats things that they don't understand. If I declared my biases here very proudly, and I wear them with pride. So if you have issues, but I listen to anybody. I mean, everybody I do. I listen to Duke, but I cannot tolerate repetition on things that. And I say here clearly, if you don't understand it, it's okay. There's no harm in not understanding. My problem is when you try to explain what you don't understand. That is now where we are getting into this trouble. But yes, I'm biased. I'm Azimio, and I have no regrets for that. Even you, if you are a UDA, wear it with pride and try to understand what is it is selling, so that when you come here, you sell it with pride. That is what we expect, like Duke is doing. Hata kama ajui anang'ang'ana tu, hata kama ajui, hata kama anakuwa confused anang'ang'ana tu. That's a good thing. At least that is something. So Julia.
Okay, I will be fast. Now, when we finally asked Duke how they were going to make sure that this fund is sustainable and these projects are sustainable, he was tongue-tied. When we finally told him that if we didn't pay back the money, what would happen the next money? He came back to what the banks are doing. He said that before you get the money, you'll be assessed on your credit ability. I mean, your ability to pay credit will be assessed. He came back to what KCB is doing. He came back to what the SACCOs are doing. He even talked about someone's bodaboda being repossessed. That is what Equity Bank is doing. He came back to what is already happening. So, in other words, in summary, Duke, you didn't tell us anything new. And I want to tell Kenyans who are watching, bottom-ups doesn't make sense. There are no structures for bottoms up. If it's about giving the low-income earners any funding, any finances to start their businesses. It's already happening with the financial institutions, but still we need structures for that. Now, my summary about how to improve the lives of Kenyans is what Baba has said. Baba has addressed a few things. I just want to highlight, I won't read. Now, he has talked about health. If I am assured that someone can take care of my health, if I'm assured that by only paying maybe 500 shillings per month, I can walk into Kijabo Hospital and get attended to, then I think I'll be a very happy Kenyan. If I'm assured that my child can walk to school without paying fee, even high school, I will be a very happy Kenyan because I won't have to budget for education. Kama mimi naishi Kinangop, if I have a road from Kinangop to Nairobi to transport my potatoes to Marikiti, I will be a very happy Kenyan. Now, if my potatoes are processed, I don't have to sell them as raw materials, processed and exported to the US and Britain and Great Britain, then I will be a better Kenyan. If I'm growing coffee in central Kenya and I don't have to suffer in the hands of the middlemen and I get better prices for my coffee, I'll be a happy Kenyan. Now, if my aging mama, who may be, or my grandmother is 90 years, has some fun to take care of her when she's aging, I will be a very happy Kenyan. In other words, Baba is addressing what we need. I need my children to go to school without me having to worry how much I'm going to pay for their fee. I need to walk into any hospital without having to worry about my health or how much I'm going to spend for my health. I need food, just ugari na skuma. I mean, how do I get that? If we improve our irrigation schemes, if we make sure we fund Kimerel Dam without eating the money that was planned for that dam, if we irrigate Northeastern Province, if we irrigate our Lower Eastern Province, if we irrigate Nyanza and part of Western Province, we shall have enough food for this country. Then that time we can talk about funding businessmen. When I have food in the table, I have a place to sleep, my children can go to school, and I can go to the hospital without having to worry about hospital bills. Thank you, Mr. Themba.
Thank you, Selina.
Hey, thank you, Themba. Now, wacha niseme kidogo tu. Nimetoa mahali nilikuwa na wamama grupi yenye waliniongelesha. Wakasema, Mama Selina, utupatie 50,000. Nikawauliza, hii 50,000 mnataka kufanya nini? 15, msichana yangu anaongoza. Nikamwambia nikiwatafutia hiyo pesa mtanirutishia pesa yangu aje. So wakaniambia wanapeana pesa mara mbili kwa mwezi, on 19 na tarehe 1. So nikawaambia nitawatafutia pesa, lakini lazima mcommit. Kila mama akalete 3,000 Themba. Alafu wanakuja kwa nyumba yako kabla pesa itapeanwa, wanaangalia uko na TV, uko na vyombo, uko na nini, yenye ukishindwa kulipa hiyo pesa, wenyewe hiyo wamama wanakuja kuchota vitu kwa nyumba yako. I give them that money. Wamama wameenda sokoni na wanakuja, mtu anakuja akikuta kama ile pesa alichukua 5,000 na amekuja 19 na ana hiyo pesa, anakuja analipa ile yake yenye anatakikana kulipa na interest, na anaambia wamama ingine ikifika Saturday mimi narutisha ile pesa alichukua. They have worked for 7 months na inaendelea vizuri sana, kwa sababu usipolipa kuna kitu wanakuja kuchota kwa nyumba yako. Wamama ingine wataambia bwana yao. So unaona anakaa sana. Sasa kama hii poto mabiao unasikia vile nacheka. So uwezi kuja peana pesa tu hivyo. Hiyo ni wamama 15 na saa hii pesa yao niliwapatia 500. Hiyo ni 50,000 Kenya. As we are talking today, they have 500. So nilipeana 50 na wamechaa mpaka 500, karibu wanafika 1,000,000. Na ilianzwa tu kama mchezo, lakini ni nini utafanya? So kama huyu poto na sasa unaona wanakuja kutuchanganya, women are doing it themselves, wanafanya, lakini lazima wakuwe na commitment. Na sasa hii kama wangekuwa na kitu kama hiyo tungejua. Kuna hiyo ya pipi yake ya deputy president alianzisha, imesoroteka wamama, na ilikuwa imefika mpaka karibu mamilioni, lakini imeisha kwa sababu wamama walichukua pesa, wengine wakakataa kurutisha, wengine sijui akafanya nini. So mambo kama hii, wakati serikali inajaribu na anatuambia ile watu ya huko chini, kama hiyo mtu unampatia pesa na ana commitment na achauliza kama anataka, na sasa wanakuja kudanganya. I think they could have come with something else. Kama hiyo ya baba ya 6,000 amesema kama jamii hawana chochote, walala hoi yenye chief anachua, ile watu ya nyumba 10, si tuko na ile watu ya nyumba 10, they will notice kwa huyu mama hawana chochote kabisa na wanalala njaa. Hawa watu wanapatiwa hiyo pesa, hawarudishi, lakini mmoja yao akipata kasi, hiyo pesa inastopishwa, inapatiwa jamii ingine. So kama hiyo ya baba inajulikana kwa sababu hawezi enda kwa barabara na kupeana pesa. Amesema ile jamii, na hiyo jamii ni nyumba 10. Kwa chief wanaandika nani kabisa ile wamama wanapotea, ile kabisa hawana chochote, wanakuja kwa neighbors, watoto wanalala njaa. Hiyo ni kitu inajulikana. So hii wanasema wanatoa bilioni sijui ngapi huko chini, wanakuja apeana 100 million. Who will you give it? Unapatia ile mtu tajiri kwa ama nani? So vitu kama hiyo tungetaka wakuje na program, waseme yes, tukikuja kama hapa tunapeana hii 100 million kwa Nakuru ama 50 million, lakini Nakuru muko na watts ngapi? Tuko na 15 karibu. Kwa 15 watts, what London watt for example, ni watu wengi maskini, lakini watatafuta ile masikini zaidi. But kama hiyo ni hiyo ya baba, hii ya biashara ya wamama ya kwenda sokoni, hiyo ni pesa utaenda peana tu, kwa sababu lazima ukuwe na kitu umeshika. Hata kama mtu ana title ana nini, kuna kitu utapeana. Sasa hii yao tunataka tuambie hao wamama waliregister, pole, waliregister kwa social services. So niliwaambia kama mumekutana wakaenda kwa social services wakakuwa na certificate, wamefungua account, wako na chairperson, wamechakuana na members. So hakuna vile watapotea. Lakini hii yao kwanza awaambi wafunzi watu katai, wanaweza kuwa na maono mazuri, but they don't sit down. Hata mwenye anapeana ajui. So hiyo ndiye tunawauliza, wakae chini, watuambie what they can do. Na hiyo pesa kama treasury haitapitisha. Haya, watu wenye wanaambiwa ni asolas, ni karibu kila mtu. Who will you give? Who will you deny? Hiyo ndi vitu tunawauliza hiyo watu. Wakuje tu watuambie, wamama tunaangalia hivi, vijana tunaangalia hivi. Then you can understand Temba. Hata ukiwa hapa kwa hii Mtembei TV, hata wewe unaweza usa, kwa sababu wewe unaweza ambia watu we are seeing this thing is better. Tunaweza usa ile kitu mzuri UDA wako naye, na ile ya baba ile mzuri hata hao wanaweza usa. Lakini sasa ukikuja na propaganda inakuwa ngumu sisi kunyamaza, kwa sababu tunakujibu kwa sababu tunaona unapotea, tunataka tusaidiane. Ni hayo tu kwa leo, otherwise tunashukuru, tunafunzana na tunaomba wakuje kila siku. Nafikiri masomo darasa kama vile Amerika, unajua kama wewe ni nurse ama assistant nurse na umeenda shule every 2 years, Temba, you have to unarudi kwa darasa. Na wewe ni daktari, hata daktari ya Amerika alimaliza kosi ya udaktari, but every 2 years lazima uende ufanye. Uwezi sema wewe ni daktari ulimaliza zamani. Every 2 years you have to repeat it. 6 months. Ni kwa nini? Na wewe ni daktari na ulipata certificate. Haya, wale watu ya Amerika wale walipatiwa hii pesa, wanasema hawezi kuja, wanakuja kwa duka yako, wanaregister. Muna register, inajulikana, munaenda social services. Ukipata hiyo pesa, serikali inajua na itakufuata. Thank you so much.
Asante Selina. Fred Kasuri.
Acha niseme kitu hapa. Nimeshinda sana nikiinua mikono, nikipiga kichwa. Julia, kuna mtu anaitwa Korir ama Mama Selina, if you have it happen, umekaa Eldoret, kuna ward inaitwa Huruma ward.
Najua
Ward,
Huruma.
it is purely 100% Kikuyu. 100%. Na it is the only ward saa hivi tunasema hivi, wale wamekataa kusubscribe on Potomos app or UDA subscription. Only that ward in Uasin Gishu. Kuna kitu wanajua kile Mlima Kenya haijui. You have to consult kile wanajua kile hawajui. Alafu huyu mtu akasema, mimi personally I have worked with the deputy president closely, my personal friend. Kuna yale tunajua, yale watu wengine hawajui. Ule Richard amesema hapa, hii bottom up, it's a scam. I support him 100%. It's a scam. Kwa nini? Huyu Ruto huyu deputy president wetu huyu amekuwa na kampuni inaitwa Amaco Insurance. Okay? Magari zote, comprehensive insurance, hizo zingine zote, all insurance. Unaenda, unakata, unakuja unauziwa insurance. For example, wewe umenunua kale kagari Kenya amesema hapa, ka second hand ama kanye kametumika, umenunua. Umekuja umepewa hiyo lugha tamu ya na watu wa Amaco. Umefanya nini? Umelipa hiyo insurance. Kabla binifu hiyo gari ipate shida, ikuwe knocked off, ikuwe nini, kutoka hiyo wakati mpaka leo hii, millions of Kenyans are demanding compensation funds kutoka Amaco. Amaco iliingia mitini. Who was the CEO? CEO is Deputy President William Samoei Ruto. So, how sure are you ya kwamba kama hizi zote zimefail, how sure are you ati ya kwamba atakupea pesa yake akutoe? Hii ni pesa, hii ni insurance. Kumbuka umechangia, umetoa pesa yako, unalipia na akupatii. Sembuze ile pesa yenye hujafanyia kazi, hujampelekea, alafu una expect atakupatia. Kivipi? How? Imekuwa alleged ya kwamba when he say I'm giving you 5 million, anakupea hiyo 5 million, alafu anakuambia milioni moja ndio yako, milioni 4 nirudishie. This is not a person you can trust with this. Okay, now a very simple. Wewe ulisikia wapi kwa that world countries ati bottom up inafanya kazi? Kwa sababu before in our constitution or in our government, kwa sababu tuko pale, trickle down, hiyo ndio model yenye imekuwa existed na kumewekwa structures kutoka huko mpaka mahali tumefika saa hii. Sasa wewe ukiniambia ya kwamba mnataka kuleta bottom up, inamaanisha mnataka kudo away with all structures ya trickle down, so muinvoke ama replace with new structures ambazo hamuna uhakika, hamjui zitatoka wapi, hamjui mtafanya nini, hamtaki. My friend, don't be cheated. Wacha niwaambie tu ukweli. Hata kama wanasema sikio la kufa halisikii dawa, lakini Duke wewe umesikia sana kwa hii. Kila mtu amekuambia na tumekuambia ukweli. Hiyo mnasema ati mlienda kubenchmark sijui US. US nani amewaambia inafanya? Uliza watu wenye wako huko kama hiyo bottom up inafanya kazi huko. Mlienda kufanya makati wako huko, alafu mnakuja mna waste pesa zetu nyingi, alafu mnakuja hapo. Hizo watarudisha. Wacha nikuambie ukweli, chini ya jua hizo hazitaenda bure. Hizo kwanza ndio itakuwa ya kwanza. kurudisha, kwa sababu mimi siwezi nikawa nalipa ushuru alafu at the end of the day watu wanaenda kufanya catwalking kwa streets za Los Angeles, za LA huko, alafu wanakuja kutuambia wameenda kubenchmark bottom up. Bottom up ulisikia wapi ama uliona wapi? So Duke, kwa ufupi tu ndugu yangu, usikuwe mmoja wa wale waliopotea. Enda ufikirie vizuri, kama CEO mwenyewe hakulipi, hakupatii chako kile umempea, sembuze ile ati hakuna collateral, hakuna chochote. Pole sana ndugu, wewe subscribe hapo, lakini najua ya kwamba kuna shida. Bottom up, it is bottoms up, the other way around, not bottom up, because we know one thing, trickle down, kalas. Na unaweza wale watu wenye wamefanya kwa industries. Mimi nimekuwa kwa horticulture industry for so long, so kutoka kwa input ukuje kwa production, ukuje mpaka kwa processing, ukuje kwa dispatch, ukuje mpaka kwa consumer, from field to the fork. So hakuna hapa kitu katikati hapa mnakuja kutuambia sasa tubadilishe itoke kwa fork ikuje kwa field. Haiwezekani. Huyu mtu anataka apande ndiye apande hiyo nyanya zake, anatakana alime apate shamba. Kwanza uko na shamba, kama huna shamba komboa shamba. Unatakana ulime, kama huna kitu cha kulima lazima ulime, utafute mbolea, umalize, upalilie, uongoje ikuru, uharvest. Na kama hakuna kampuni ya kununua ama hakuna watu wa kununua, utauzia nani? Ndio hiyo, ukuje, ukishanunua hivyo ipelekwe kwa factory, ikuwe processed. Ikishakuwa processed, ikuwe packed off, ikuwe kama ile ya kutumwa nje itumwe, ile ya kukulwa ile inauzwa local ipelekwe sokoni iuzwe. Alafu sasa wewe unaniambia ndugu yangu, wewe utoke tu from nowhere, no structure, no anything, hakuna uwajibikaji wowote, ati unakuja wewe lini mnapeana hizo pesa pia mimi nikuje? Hizo nataka sana, hizo I need it. Kitambulisho peke yake hiyo nataka kabisa. Ama Themba, wewe hiyo pesa utakataa? Tuseme tu ukweli, unaitiwa pesa ndio hii hapa.
Tosha Kasudi.
Malizia hapo. Naambia Duke, hiyo mtuambie mnaanza kupeana lini hizo pesa tukujie.
Tosha. Duke, dakika zako za mwisho tumalize. Twende.
For me, what I can say is this. Individuals have different opinions and perspectives, but you should not treat your perspective or your opinion as a fact, and that of your and the opposing opinion as a false claim. So we are all giving opinions, and it's not that there is one side of facts and not one side of false claims. That's why I always say here that if all of us were to think the same way, we will not survive as human beings. We need to disagree and we need to think differently so that we can survive. That's why, because a person needs several needs. You need clothes, you need a house, but you have clothes, but you don't make any clothes. There's a person who thought that making clothes, who loves making clothes, and they ventures into that. Also, you venture into something different. So when you exchange, it makes you survive. So we cannot only have one opinion, or that this is the only person who's good. That's why President Obama, when he came to Kenya, he said that a democracy means there is a person complaining every day. Even the person you did something good yesterday, today is asking, what have you done to me today? So that's the basic definition of a democracy. So don't force individuals to vote to one person. Maybe let us form opposition. If we cannot win, we can be part of opposition, so that maybe if Raila makes some mistake, we make noise, and then Kenya continues. For instance, if we take another scenario of Russia. You know, Russia is like a monarchy. So if it was a strong democracy, for instance, US cannot say, Biden cannot say, let us invade Canada. He can even be impeached because of that. It is because we have several people with different ideas, and those people with different ideas also have power. That's why that cannot happen to Canada. But when we have a scenario in Russia, where we have 78 representatives voting to say, let Russia invade Ukraine, all of them, that we cannot have a country like that. So even if Raila win, let him win a small margin, so that we can be making noise. We keep him on tools to work hard and continue to improve, because he's a human being and nobody is perfect. But in conclusion, what I was trying to say, I was not saying that the constitution should not be changed. We are trying to oppose that article which says that which gives the president the deputy president some protection and some power not to be intimidated or easily removed by the president. It's good. So, for instance, let's say 2052, we would have a dictator who wants to turn Kenya into an anarchy. Then we have the deputy who is very good. So if in 2052 we have a dictator, and that dictator can fire deputy president who is very right, and they can extend the term limits, it's a mistake. But if we have an independent deputy president who is strong, who has some following, and it says, no, that's wrong, that alone can deter the president from doing a mistake. So it's a two-way traffic. So it applying, maybe the deputy president is not working with the president, then it may be happen, well, you have a president who want to do something bad to Kenya. For instance, let us assume Ruto becomes the president, and maybe he's a very bad person. You want to extend term limits, and there is this weak deputy president you can remove. But assume maybe you have something like Raila, who's the deputy president, and they have a half of parliament members. He cannot do that. So that is what I mean by that clause is good for Kenya. I end my submission there.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Duke. Thank you, Richard. Thank you, Julia and Selina and Kasuti. It's always indeed a very good time coming here for us to engage and also to participate in the debate. And as we are trying to explore and understand each other, because we are all Kenyans. Duke, usitoroke, wewe ndio utatuombea leo wimbo wa taifa. So that is, it's not me who has said that, but it's one of the members on the comment who has said, Duke leo aimbe wimbo wa taifa. So it will be a good way for us to have one of the UDA guys closing for us today. We have always had people wa kutoka Azimio ndio wanafunga. And as the debate was today, we are saying Raila or Ruto. And why? Of course, sisi ni Azimio Raila, and for the reasons that Julia has said. Even if I wanted to go to Ruto, the reasons given have not been convincing. And towards the end, Duke is also saying that even if Raila wins, they want to be the opposition that is checking him out. So it is dawning to him slowly by slowly that Raila is taking this. And for him, he's just trying to be the opposition. And we need the opposition. We need the opposition. We need people who think like you, so that you can put us in check, and that will be good. But don't worry, we have been in opposition for a long time, so we'll just check ourselves. We don't need you guys are not used to opposition. Hata hii tukishinda, najua you guys cannot demonstrate. You cannot stand tear gas. You cannot demonstrate even for a day. Do tear gas. Do how to handle demonstration. You don't know how to throw stones. You don't know how to you jump and you take the canister and return it back to the police. You guys need to start taking some tuition. You need tutorials on how to
Tunajua
demonstrate.
kukimbia, tutakimbia.
Watu wa Mount Kenya, number one, watu wa Mount Kenya hawata demonstrate. They have no reason to. Unaona? So demonstration, ndio ametoroka.
Remember, Mambia, tomorrow we'll spare him. We'll be a bit like we will not.
No,
Soft.
Julia, it is what they
It's
say.
just soft.
Hatuna ubaya. Ni ile mambo wanakuja kuaipisha chama yao. You know, if they can reason, we don't have, kama wewe umesema ya baba, hakuna kitu umekosea hata kidogo, na umesema all 10 points, na ukawacha zingine. Wangekuja hata watu waambie 2 ama 3, tutasikiza. But wanajaribu kusema uongo, na hiyo ndio makosa.
Msifungue debate tena, tunafunga.
Hao ni watu wa kupika masama sound bwana.
No, tunafunga debate. Thank you so much everyone. We have 149 people still watching us. Asanteni sana wale ambao mko hapa, endelea kusubscribe kwa Mutembee TV and kindly keep coming here. The debate starts every day from 9 p.m. Kenyan time and it goes up to this time. Normally we finish earlier. Today it was a little bit heated, so we allowed the latitude of watu wa bottom up walikuwa hapa leo, mara nyingi hawako hapa, so when they came in we gave them an opportunity. Even Richard alisema wacha leo tupatie watu wa bottom up nafasi, which is always good. We like it when they come, and if you can find time to come here. Thank you so much. We hope you, the viewers, have gotten informed in one way or another. The reason we engage in this is so that you can get to make an informed decision come 9th of August. And as it is right now, we hope that you will be able to separate propaganda from facts, and you're able to tell which side is, specifically specializing on propaganda, and which side is giving you fact. Other than that, make sure you inform yourself. Thank you, Selena, Fred, and Julia. Now, Fred, tupe wimbo wa taifa. Fred, auimbi wimbo wa taifa, unaukariri. So tafadhali unmute, then you start.
Sasa kuimba na kukariri, mimi ni mwimbaji bwana. Sasa ni mnanipea.
Okay. Sababu kariri wimbo wa taifa.
Stanza ngapi?
Stanza 1.
Stanza 1. Okay, inaenda Mungu nguvu yetu. Bwana we, niambie niimbe bwana. Mnaniambia kukariri mimi bwana, I'm not good in kukariri.
Haya, imba basi, imba.
Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi.
Hapo.
What is it?
Asanteni sana, Mungu abariki, tuonane tena kesho masaa kama haya. God bless you. Bye bye.